팔콘에서 DPS를 맡고 있는 프로퍼 김동현이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘에서 서포터를 맡고 있는 필더 권준입니다.
안녕하세요. 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 한빈이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 팔콘에서 DPS를 맡고 있는 스토커라고 합니다.
This is Sir Majed from Team Falcon.
안녕하세요. 팔콘에서 서포터를 맡고 있는 지오 한현석이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 스머프라고 합니다.
모든 선수들이 전에 있던 팀에서 다 에이스 소리를 듣는 선수들이 지금 보여있지 않나.
저희 팀의 매력은 모두 자아가 있다고 생각합니다. 게임 플레이에 자기들만의 개성이 다 있어가지고 한 명 한 명마다 플레이가 다 달라가지고 처음엔 헤맸다가 지금은 맞춰졌는데 그게 강점인 것 같습니다.
아무래도 저희 딜러진 쪽이 다른 팀들보다 이제 훨씬 잘하는 선수들이라고 생각해서 이 선수들의 게임 방식, 피지컬을 즐기시면 될 것 같아요.
보이는 게 다니까 이제 재밌는 딜러 위주로 이제 보시면은 더 재밌게 즐기실 수 있을 것 같습니다.
가장 이기고 싶은 팀은 그래도 크레이지 라콘? 항상 어딜 가든 결승전에서 만날 것 같아가지고 팀만 이기면은 우승할 것 같아요.
저도 똑같이 크레이지 라콘을 가장 경기하고 있고요. 지금 모든 팀 중에서 저희 제외에서 가장 잘하는 팀을 생각해가지고 거기 팀만 이기면 우승할 거라 생각합니다.
1위로 진출할 팀은 당연히 저희 팀 팔콘이고요. 그나마 견제되는 팀이 크레이지 라콘인데 그렇게 잘한다고 생각이 들지 않아서 저희 팀이 무난하게 1등으로 올라갈 것 같아요.
프로퍼가 더 잘한다고 생각합니다. 이유는 립은 막으면 막을 수 있는 딜러, 프로퍼는 막으면 못 막는 딜러이기 때문입니다.
Proper. He's just the best player in the world. It's obvious. It's obvious. Everyone knows.
상대가 잘해서라기보다는 저희가 못했기 때문에 라이벌 구도가 된 거지. 이제는 저희끼리 이제 잘하기 때문에 이제 라이벌 구도조차 안 될 것 같습니다. 어차피 우승은 팔콘.
저희한테 진 게 분해서
어떻게든 한번 이겨보려고 저희 팀 원했던 것 같은데
동아이가 슈퍼스타가 되고 싶어서 그런 거지 않나.
예티가 아무래도 빨리 쉬고 싶어서 저희를 골랐다고 생각하고요.
다음에 할 땐 이제 처참하게 질 거라고 생각합니다. 예티가.
응원해주셔서 항상 감사하고
직관 와주시는 분들 너무너무 감사하고 직관 많이 와주세요. 그래야 저희가 더 재밌고 신나게 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
I want to say thank you guys for supporting us, and we're gonna keep winning for you. Thank you. 감사합니다.
더 좋은 결과 있도록 노력할 테니까
앞으로도 계속 응원 많이 부탁드리겠습니다.
응원에 힘입어 좋은 성적으로 보답하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
이번에 증명한 것처럼 똑같이 더 잘하겠습니다.
We're gonna win it all again.
과정 속에서도 많이 좋은 모습 보여드리고
OWCS 코리아에서 우승하긴 했지만
다시 도전자의 마음가짐으로
1등으로 진출하겠습니다.
이번에 OWCS 아시아를 노잼으로 만들어 버리겠습니다.
파이팅!
안녕하세요. 예티팀의 서브힐러를 맡고 있는 아이런이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 예티팀의 동학입니다.
예티팀에서 딜러하고 있는 나이프입니다.
예티팀에서 딜러하고 있는 바이퍼입니다.
예티팀에서 힐러 맡고 있는 블리스입니다.
나이대가 좀 어리다 보니까 코치님들이 뭔가 원하는 걸 요구했을 때 빨리빨리 바꿔서 할 수가 있고 대회 내에서 약간 임기응변 같은 게 좀 좋다고 생각합니다.
피지컬이 개개인적으로 좀 많이 좋기 때문에 한타 하는 도중에 저희 잘 보시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
지금 메타보다는 뭔가 다이브류의 조합을 좀 더 잘하는 것도 있고 개개인 선수들 약간 특성이 뭔가 상대를 찍어서 죽인다? 이런 게 좀 더 잘 맞아가지고 남들이랑 같은 걸 하는 것보다 저희가 잘하는 걸 이점을 좀 더 살려가지고 빠른 템포로 이득을 많이 보자 이렇게 선택했던 것 같습니다.
메타 조합에서는 좀 이제 멀어질 수는 있겠지만 조합적으로 이득을 못 보더라도 저희가 잘하는 플레이나 이제 스타일로 이득을 볼 수 있다 생각해서 그렇게 조합을 좀 구성한 것 같아요.
그 연습 경기도 하면서 수통에 대한 부분에서 좀 안 되는 게 있어가지고 수통을 잘 해결하려고 노력했던 것 같아요.
의식하고 있는 선수는 잘 없고 이기고 싶은 팀은 팔콘인데 팔콘이랑 지난번에 경기를 할 때 막세트에서 약간 아쉬운 장면이 나왔었어가지고 팔콘을 꼭 다시 이기고 싶습니다.
저번에 그냥 팔콘한테는 3번 연속으로 져가지고 이어보고 싶습니다.
그냥 망치 일기통가요? 바이퍼.
일단 사과의 말씀 드리고 본능적으로 총이 나와가지고 앞으로 망치전 하면은 망치만 쓰도록 하겠습니다.
정말 비열하다 생각했습니다.
사실 저희가 살짝 OWC에서 언더독 위치에 있는 것 같은데 그런 부분에서 더 열심히 응원해주시고 사랑을 보내주시는 것 같아서 더 열심히 준비할 수 있게 된 것 같아서 감사하게 생각하고 있습니다.
맨날 현장을 오셔서 응원을 해주시든 항상 감사하고 재밌는 경기 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
지든 이기든 항상 응원해주셔서 감사드리고
이번에도 재밌는 경기 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
노예 상대로 흘러가면 이제 재미없으니까 저희가 한번 이변 일으켜서 되게 재밌게 한번 해보겠습니다.
이번에는 팔콘, 라쿤이 다 이기고 1등으로 올라가겠습니다.
다 저희한테 질 뻔했던 팀들이니까 좀 조심했으면 좋겠고
다 한번 이겨보겠습니다.
안녕하세요. CR에서 DPS를 맡고 있는 희상이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. CR에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 준빈이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. CR에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 슈라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. CR에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 초롱이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. CR에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 맥스라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. CR에서 DPS를 맡고 있는 리비라고 합니다.
젊어서 피지컬이 다 좋고 반반하게 잘생겼다.
일단 저희 팀은 슈 보유국이기 때문에 다른 팀보다 일단 앞서가 있지 않나.
피지컬이 좋아서 짜여진 플레이 없이 상황마다 잘 풀어나가는 것 같아요.
추가 시간에 핑 폭력을 보시면 이제 깜짝 놀라기 때문에 네, 그 부분을 지켜봐 주시면 재밌게 보실 겁니다. 제 외모? 는 장난이고 피지컬이 좋으면은 합 좋은 팀도 부실 수 있기 때문에 제 피지컬에 제일 신경 쓰고 있습니다.
피지컬뿐만 아니라 합적인 부분, 전략적인 부분을 조금 더 신경 써야 될 것 같습니다.
저번 결승전에서 팔콘한테 졌기 때문에 팔콘만 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
저희요. 저희가 제일 잘할 것 같으니까 네, 당연히 그렇게 생각해요.
당연히 저희 팀이고 저희가 계속 모든 팀을 다 잡아왔기 때문에 저희 팀이 제일 잘할 것이라 생각합니다.
아무래도 전에는 왁으로 활동을 했지만 이제는 CR로 활동을 하니까 새로운 마음가짐으로 더욱 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
바뀐 게 있다면 유니폼도 생기고 팀적으로 끈끈해질 수 있다는 그런 느낌? 좀 추가된 것 같아요.
결승전 때 상대가 잘해서 이긴 게 아니라 그냥 저희 실수 때문에 진 거여서 이번에는 쉽게 가져올 것 같아요.
솔직히 저희가 팔콘을 다 잡으면은 슬프니까 이번에 한번 져주고 다음 스테이지부터 다 잡도록 하겠습니다. 프로퍼 있었나요? 팔콘 경기 때?
저는 근데 솔직히 이런 대결 구도가 나온다는 것 자체도 이해가 안 되긴 해요. 서브 딜러하고 메인 딜러인데 굳이 비교할 게 있나? 정하면 무조건 저전해.
계속 응원해주셔서 감사하고 좋은 모습 많이 보여드릴 테니까 꾸준히 응원해주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
저희 이제 왁은 끝났고 크레이지 라쿤에서 열심히 응원해주시는 만큼 저희 꼭 우승하겠습니다.
중요한 경기들만 남게 된 것 같은데 팬분들에게 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 가는 길이 곧 정답이라는 걸 보여드리겠습니다.
아시아는 우리 거다.
안녕하세요. 저는 이제 FTG에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 베르나르라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 FTG에서 탱커 포지션을 맡고 있는 벨루스레아라고 합니다.
FTG에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 핀 오세진이라고 합니다.
FTG에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 바이올렛이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. FTG에서 딜러 맡고 있는 플로라라고 합니다.
FTG에서 딜러 맡고 있는 알파이라고 합니다.
이제 크레이지 라쿤이랑 팔콘이 1, 2등을 다투고 있는 팀인데 그 속에서 이제 저희가 한 팀이라도 막 이기는 그런 경기력을 보여준다면 다른 팬분들이 이제 저희를 응원하는 그런 맛이 좀 있지 않을까 싶어서 그게 저희 팀의 매력인 것 같습니다.
1, 2등 팀한테 대적할 수 있는 팀이 저희밖에 없다고 생각을 하고요. 팬분들 입장에서 기대를 할 수 있는 팀이지 않나라고 생각합니다.
저희 베르나르가 좀 신기하게도 탱커를 다 할 줄 알아가지고 무슨 조합이 나와도 바꾸면서 이제 카운터 칠 수 있는 딜러가 좀 야무지거든요. 딜러도 좀 봐주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
베르나르 선수랑 바이올렛 선수가 안 되는 영웅폭이 없어서 보는 재미가 있는 느낌이라서 그런 것들이 있는 것 같아요.
이기고 싶은 팀은 솔직히 그냥 크레이지 라쿤이랑 팔콘 두 팀 다 이기고 싶고
립 선수나 프로퍼 선수 둘 다 좀 잘하는 선수니까 그 선수들을 좀 이기고 싶습니다.
크레이지 라쿤은 이제 엄청 오래된 팀원, 팔콘에도 이제 오래된 팀원이랑 이제 코치도 같이 있어가지고 이제 그 두 팀을 이기고 싶습니다.
발전해야 할 수 있는 부분이 제가 아직 많다고 생각하는데 그런 부분을 고치게 되면은 저희가 이번에는 팔콘이랑 크레이지 라쿤도 이길 수 있지 않을까라고 저는 생각합니다.
OWCS 코리아에서는 3등이라는 성적이긴 했지만 아시아에서는 이제 또 3등이 1등이 될 수 있기 때문에 그렇게 큰 걱정 안 해주셔도 될 것 같습니다.
잘 준비해서 미국 갈 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
이번에 만나는 상대들 모두 이기고
저희가 왜 이 멤버로 모이게 됐는지 결과로 증명하겠습니다.
제가 이제 프로게이머 생활도 사실 오래 했는데 아직까지도 계속 믿고 응원해주시고 또 직관도 와주시고 하는 분들이 계셔가지고 힘들 때에도 조금 힘내서 할 수 있는 것 같아요. 제가 표현은 잘 못하는데 감사하다는 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다.
제가 며칠 전까지만 해도 딱 데뷔한 지 2000일이 돼서 지금까지 응원해주시는 팬분들 정말 감사드리고 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있게 노력해보겠습니다.
제가 오프라인에서 경기하면서 팬분들 만나는 게 좀 되게 오랜만인데 보러 와주셔서 너무 감사드리고
지난 몇 년간 항상 기쁨과 슬픔 모두 다 이렇게 같이 겪어주셔서 되게 감사하고
기대에 부응하고자 이제 열심히 노력하고 이제 우승하겠습니다.
저희 팀이 약간 만년 3등 이미지에서 벗어날 수 있도록 최선을 다하도록 하겠습니다.
FTG가 왜 강팀인지 잘 보여드리겠습니다.
모든 팀 다 이기고 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
バレルオーバーウォッチ部門所属の KSG です。普段はタンクやってます。
バレルオーバーウォッチ部門所属のクラウドです。サポートやってます。
バレルオーバーウォッチ部門所属のミホークです。サポートやってます。
バレルの DPS 担当してますクキです。よろしくお願いします。
バレル DPS のニコです。よろしく。
バレルオーバーウォッチ部門でサポートやってますミントです。よろしくお願いします。
僕たちバレルのやっぱり強さは長くオーバーウォッチを一緒にプレイしていることです。うちのチームの魅力はやっぱりみんなの仲の良さっていうところから一緒にランクマッチを回したり、スクリームでもそのお互いコミュニケーション取ったり楽しくやっているので、そこが魅力だと思います。
バレルは長い間同じメンバーでやってるのでチームの連動的な良さがあると思います。絶対に勝ちたいチームはラフです。今まで前回のフラッシュオプスも負けてしまったので、リベンジ果たしたいなと思ってます。
意識しているプレイヤーってよりは全チームの DPS にいつもサポートは結構いじめられないように殴り返して倒せるように頑張りたいと思います。
各チームいろんな変化があると思うので、その変化にバレルが負けないように対応していきたいと思います。地域によってプレイスタイルとかも変わってくると思うので、うまく対応していけたらなと思います。
必ず勝って1位になれるように頑張ります。
勝つために大会に来てるので、もちろん勝って1位になりたいと思います。
今回の OWCS アジアはバレルの集大成ともいえる大会なので、覚悟を決めてみんなで頑張りたいと思います。今回の OWCS は絶対勝つので応援よろしくお願いします。
今回の大会では太平洋地域や韓国チームから一勝を麦取って帰れるように頑張ります。
この大会を通してバレルを応援しててよかったなとか、バレルをもっと好きになってもらえるような結果を残すので、これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
今大会いい姿が見せれるよう頑張るのでよろしくお願いします。今までで一番いい結果を残せるように頑張ります。
今回の大会はバレルにとって集大成とも言えるような大会なので、ずっと応援してきてくださったファンの方々に大きな一勝を届けられるように頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
バレルファイティング。
My IGN is Lumi. I'm playing support this tournament.
My name is Clear. I'm playing tank.
My name is Pali. I'm playing flex support.
My name is Dank and I'm playing main tank.
My name is AS. I'm playing fake DPS.
My name is Hamishan. I'm playing DPS. I think our team individually is all really strong mechanics, so I think if we're going to beat a stronger opponent on paper, that'll be the reason why. I think we're really aggressive as well, which is a good trait to have.
We have like Western tank players like Deng and Clear, which are like more unorthodox compared to like Asian playstyle.
I'd most like to beat Varel again, because we always beat them, and probably main tank diff KSG again, as I always do.
I think the team that I want to beat the most would be from the gamer, and I want to beat Finn because I want to be the best player that was born in Japan. I'm just going to be honest, the only reason we lost to Honeypot and got second place was because I was on 210 ping. I think we can do better than what we showed in that grand finals match, definitely.
Yes, of course. It'll be a 3-0 once again. The one time that they beat us, it was pure luck. We kind of trolled a bit, you know.
日本に生まれましたと住んでいました。だからその街絶対に勝ちたい。頑張ります。
The only thing I can really say about Varel is Tanku Gapu.
Buy me some food when I come to Japan.
I'm not gonna lie. I think Sagi is a pretty good player. If we play them again, the goal would be to shut him down. I'll go 3-1. Maybe he goes crazy for a map and they win, but after that, we're chilling.
Lumi, stop throwing. We gonna win. To find more traditional Korean food.
To beat Varel again.
Just have fun and win some Korea team.
แม่ผมทำได้
I'm looking forward to meeting the fans, and I'm just saying I'm single, so
Thank everyone that donated. I also want to thank my family. They've been really supportive in this and also helping me get to Korea. It's a pretty long way from America. もう日本人のファンサポート本当にありがとうございます。한국 좋아해요. 감사합니다.
We're gonna cook Varel in the kitchen.
감사합니다.
Hi, I'm Light. I am flex support for Honeypot.
Hi, I'm Adam. I'm the tank for Honeypot.
Hi, I'm SGY and I'm the DPS for Honeypot.
Yo, I'm Niang. I'm from South Korea. I'm a Honeypot for DPS.
Hello, I'm Kame. I'm main support for Team Honeypot.
Hello, I'm Overshake and I'm the main support player for Team Honeypot.
I think a big strength of our team is that we actually have 4 DPS players on our lineup, which allows for a lot more mechanical firepower, a lot more plays to be made.
I'd say we're pretty carefree, and I think we'll play what we need to win, even if we're not that good. I personally want to beat Team Falcons because I have an old teammate, so Majid, on that team. I think it would be pretty fun to verse him and beat him easily, really easily. I can't stress out easily. We're going to beat him.
We want to beat Def again, you know, like we did in OWCS Pacific Grand Finals. They're not coming off of a win, so they're less confident than they always are, and I think it's probably another easy win for us if we face them.
저희가 더 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 쉽게 이길 것 같습니다.
Since we are the underdogs to Koreans, they might have more stress than us, so we think we're gonna beat them easier. Very easily because they are bad.
그냥 못하기 때문에 발가락으로 해도 이깁니다.
My resolution is just first in OWCS Asia.
My resolution is to beat Falcons on Junkrat.
I would just like to thank everybody back at home watching and supporting our games. As the American on the team, we'll do America proud.
I'd like to thank all the Australians and everyone else watching. I know we have a lot of Australian fans cheering us on for this tournament.
If we win, made cosplay once again.
Thank you, Australian. I'll be there, guys. See you.
Thank you.
インソムニアの単語を担当しているレオノプテリクスです。
インソムニアの DPS を担当しているレイジーです。
인소무니아의 DPSを担当している안다시です.
안녕하세요. 인소무니아에서 서브 힐러를 맡고 있는 카루입니다.
안녕하세요. 인솜니아에서 메인 힐러를 맡고 있는 블링크라고 합니다.
連携やと思ってます.
한타를 굉장히 저희만의 템포로 좀 경기를 많이 하기 때문에 그런 것이 저희 팀의 매력이라고 저는 생각합니다. 게임 내에서 서로 피드백을 하거나 아니면 간단하게 토의를 했을 때 번역기를 쓰면서 소통을 많이 하려고 노력을 하고 서로 나라의 언어를 배우려고 노력하고 있기 때문에 많은 어려움이 있었지만 아시아까지 진출할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
特に意識しているチームはバレルですね。やっぱり最初の予選ではハニーポットだったりクレイジーラクーンと当たるんですけど、勝ち進めばバレルと当たることもあるので、アジアのステージでリベンジ果たせたらなと思います。
일본 지역과 다른 조합과 전략을 많이 쓰고 메타 해석 같은 것도 다르기 때문에 그런 부분에 있어서는 아직 미지수기 때문에 걱정이 되지만 그래도 할만하다고 생각합니다.
パシフィック地域だったり韓国地域でメタだったり構成が違うんですけど、僕たちは僕たちの持ってる得意ピックとかフィジカルがあるので、それを全力でぶつけて勝ちたいと思います。
OWCS アジアに進出したことで、さらに強い強敵と当たることになるんですけれども、その中でも自分らの力を出していい成績を残したいと思います。
팀 합적으로 좀 더 맞춰 본다면은 더 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다.
まずは目指せ1勝頑張ります。
緊張せずいつも通りのプレーをして頑張ります.
최선을 다할 거고 이번 경기를 통해서 배운다는 마인드.
많은 우여곡절이 있었지만 그거를 뚫고 여기까지 올라왔기 때문에 끝까지 최선을 다해서 열심히 하는 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
파이팅!
저희가 많이 부족하지만 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사드리고
응원해 주신 만큼 저희도 그만큼 최선을 다하도록 경기에 임하겠습니다.
ファンの方々のコメントだったりいろんな支えで今ここにいるので、これからも応援し続けてもらえるようになるように頑張ります。
いつもたくさんの応援が力になってます。ありがとうございます。
もし POTM を僕が取れたら注目してみてください。
インソムニアの名前にちなんで眠れないぐらい興奮できるような試合をお届けできたらなと思います。
저희도 아직 더 성장할 수 있다고 생각하고 항상 앞을 보고 달려가고 있으니까 저희들을 지켜봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Let's make history! No way!
season's got my name written all over it. Tectonic Shock is ready to rock. Taking names from strata to stratosphere.
Only the good triumph. We will tear them down.
No mercy. I decide who receives my aid.
Good always has the last word.
Mace to the face. Evil can't hide from my sight. I can be nice.
Hard work is rewarded.
It all started with Talon stealing artifacts. But wait, who's that? Those boots, the drill, that perfect smile. It's Venture! Whoosh, flashback. I researched this artifact, last seen in my favorite place, Cairo, and the reliefs there led me all the way to the Shambali, who were kind enough to direct me, after a lot of digging, and I mean a lot, to the hideout. Oops, hi Talon. They ran with the artifact, but I dodged their spikes and juked their darts and blasted my way through the base, and... here we are. Artifact, safe and sound. Whew, that was a doozy.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once more to OWCS Asia. I'm Ilios here with Wolf And a weekend of matches of LAN for the first time here in 2024 is about to culminate into a grand final. We've got not 2, but 3 games that we're going to be witnessing here today because we do have a show match in between our lower final as well as the grand final where we will be crowning the Kings of Asia.
That's right, 3 teams left, 3 Korean teams battling to lift the first OWCS Asia Trophy. Falcons came in again as big favorites, but did drop to the lower bracket to Crazy Raccoon. From the Gamer bouncing back in a huge way after a near loss to DAF. And so we've got some really exciting matches on our hands here. Now, a lot of people could predict that, From the Gamer historically has lost to Team Falcons. They'll probably get stomped there, and then we'll see Crazy Raccoon repeat the stomp we saw yesterday. But Falcons have always bounced back against WAC. When they lose in regular season, when they lose in seeding matches, they win in the finals, right? So that could also be a history that repeats itself today.
Could be. We'll have to just wait and see. And wait and see if Falcons are going to be able to get their way into that final. As you're saying, this lower final, this is going to be for all the marbles, because not only is it the chance to get into that grand final to be the number 1 squad, but it's also going to be that potentially be able to go over to Dallas to play an even bigger LAN tournament against the other teams, the lesser ones from around the world. So we'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to earn those spots. But it all does start with this first series. Falcons, they have shown some inconsistencies in the past, showed them a little bit in that match versus Crazy Raccoon just yesterday. Does that crop up again, or are they going to be able to just come back in and look like the team that we know they can be?
That's the question. I think as the pressure gets higher, From the Gamer also plays much better. Like Alpha yesterday did some stuff that we've just almost never seen before. His basically 1v5 stall out to get them the sound barrier to win that. Violet's insane. Sound barrier build times have been out of control. How quickly he's able to get those, how much damage he's able to output. He talked about it a little bit in his interview yesterday because he got support POTM for the first time about how he actually just kind of sits there. He's like, I don't wall ride that much. I just try to maintain maximum healing on the most players possible. That's how I get my sound barriers charged up really fast. So looking forward to seeing some more of that. I'm also looking forward to seeing if we're going to see more of this Mauga Genji kind of rush style that's been propping up and seems quite strong.
We saw glimpses of that when Mauga was very much it was pre-Mauga in the meta. We saw that a little bit on maps like Suravasa as well as New Junk City, where you would just throw the Mauga out there, have the Genji kind of in behind it, and it was finding value. That was well before Mauga became out of control and very much the dominant force in that tank setup. But speaking of tanks, of course, it's one of your last opportunities to be able to net these rewards. So if you're a little bit close, if you're pretty far away, well, you might not be able to get the Reinhardt skin, but at least you can get some nice sprays.
Yeah, and even if it's going to be a day of stomps, you probably have enough time to get your Googly Mari icon, which is my favorite of the incentives, the easiest one to get. As we take a look at the bracket for Asia, you can see exactly how we got here. Starting from yesterday, we had all the Japanese teams eliminated. DAF put up a great fight against From the Gamer yesterday, but weren't able to win that 5th and final game. From the Gamer took out Yeti in a pretty convincing series yesterday. The 3-0 doesn't really tell the story of how close some of those maps were, but the final map, it just took them out on Eichenwald, and then had Crazy Raccoons with, in my opinion, a pretty significant upset over the Falcons. We've seen them beat Falcons again when it's not the finals, but we'll see how that one goes if they make it back there today. In order to do so, they will have to beat From the Gamer. So that's our first matchup. We will have a friendly match as well after that, and we'll give you guys the details as we get closer.
Yeah, and we'll have that show match in between. Give whichever team is going to be coming out of that lower final into the grand final a little bit of rest, but a little bit of time to prepare and talk about the game strategy, assess what they want to do to try to take down Crazy Raccoon. We'll see who it's going to be. But of course, our map pool completely open. Loser selects both the map and the game mode type. So plenty of ways to get yourself back into an advantageous position. But as we saw for the likes of Yeti just yesterday, to point out one particular team, doesn't always necessarily matter when the opponent that you're going up against is just playing so damn well.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a lot of pretty consistent maps from our top teams. Like all Korean teams will pick very consistently Ilios and Colosseo. Those are the ones you're probably going to see in both of our series today. You have to imagine just with how things have been looking. They practiced on them so much, they prepared so much. We have seen the rise of Eichenwald, though, being a very popular map pick, actually kind of overtaking Midtown as the go-to hybrid map. And Shambali Monastery as well, kind of making a bit of a return. Most of our teams staying away from Escort, though, in general. Here's the lineup of games. Falcons versus FTG first, then we'll have that friendly show match with Team Japan versus Team Pacific. And that's going to be an interesting one. I don't know exactly how that one's going to all go down, but, you know, we get to give our Japanese and Pacific players another chance to play here on this final stage.
Yeah, you know, we flew them over. Might as well make the use, or get the most out of that. And well, they'll get a little bit more time in the limelight, so it's going to be comboed between Insomnia and Veryl players, as well as Daff and Honeypot, to see who's going to be able to win on the newest game mode here in Season 10. So they will be playing Clash. They'll be playing 2 rounds of that. And also, they have to play Venture, so we will get to see them a bit.
Yeah, we'll see what Venture looks like in a semi-pro setting, so to speak here. And that'll be fun to watch, especially in Clash, where there's a lot of choke points where Venture can actually get some insane value. So I think it's going to be very strong. And then Crazy Raccoon is just waiting. In the finals, they'll be more rested than whoever wins between Falcons and FTG. They will have that inherent advantage. They'll also, of course, have the map pick for Game 1.
One of the things that, you know, a lot of times we see, not just in Overwatch though, but in multiple esports, is that kind of having that first game warm-up on the day, it can be a boon, because you kind of get the blood flowing, you get your aim to where it needs to be, you get that warm-up on stage, you get reacclimated. So that could be something that does come back to bite Crazy Raccoon a bit while they sit there. But as you say, they do have the advantages as far as the map select is concerned as well. So we'll see which team it's going to be and whether or not, you know, that warm-up is going to be widely beneficial for the squad coming out of the lower final. But first, we'll go ahead and take a look back at Team Falcons, who have been dominant. They have put up incredible performances throughout this weekend, throughout the Korea tournament.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible team. I mean, the big favorites to win the whole thing before the season even started, before they were picked up by Falcons, everyone was like, Hamster is the team. No team is ever going to come close to this team. They were 3-0'd yesterday, but they absolutely can bounce back as they did in OWCS Korea. See the walkouts here, shouting out some sponsors, pointing at the Falcons logo.
We get them through the audience today.
Yeah. Now, I feel like Fielder, he was, to me, by far the best flex support in the tournament, but he actually got outclassed by Shu yesterday in a big way, and it was a big part of the win there for Crazy Raccoon. So you have to see a little bit of a better and more consistent performance for this squad today. And I do wonder if they have any new strategies prepared. Obviously, the turnover here between last night and coming into this afternoon, there's not a whole lot of time to actually make big adjustments, but perhaps they have something up their sleeves, because we know this team will play weird compositions. They've done it a ton in the past.
Well, I was about to say, when you've got Krusty, anything can happen in a matter of minutes, realistically. So perhaps he will have something crazy to show us. I'll have to just wait and see, but their opponents on the opposite side, they've certainly had their ups and downs, but have constantly been trending near the top and have proven that they can contend with the other big dogs here in the Korean region as well as globally, and that is FTG.
Yeah, FTG, a team that I think has really proven themselves to be consistently a top 3 team in Korea, but has threatened to be a top 2 team. And tonight, in this best of 5, in this first to 3, they could prove they deserve a spot in the grand finals. And I think we might see potentially an upset with the Falcons form right now, and how great both Alpha Yi and Bernard are looking. When you pair that with Violet's insane sound barrier builds and how much tempo this team plays around right now, it is a strong meta for them. When Violet's on Lucio, when you have Bernard on the Orisa, it definitely feels like FTG are playing the exact game they want to play, and I would love to see a close series between these two.
That certainly would be absolutely incredible, but no surprises here as far as the starting lineup for Falcons is concerned. Smurf going to be in, might just lend itself to, you know, saying, okay, well, it's probably another Ilios pick coming up here for Control to start things off. Has been looking a lot better. Smurf, there was some ups and downs from both he and Hanbin, I should say, in the last few weeks of the Korean regional tournament, but he's been looking a lot more in form. You mentioned Fielder. I mean, just 2 days ago when I was commentating him on Ilios, it was some of the most gorgeous, clean on a play that I have seen in quite some time. It's going to be the kind of performance that you need, though, to be able to come away from this matchup comfortably.
Yeah. On the side of FTG, it's no shocker that Bernard will continue to be the starting tank player here. We're not seeing as much Wrecking Ball, although it did crop up a little bit with some of the changes on this patch, but I think that overall...
Garlic Bread played it yesterday.
Yeah, Garlic Bread, he was getting into it. But Bernard, I think he's... so strong at Orisa right now, and Bellis Ria is a good Orisa player, but as we watched throughout OWCS Korea, Bernard just kind of eclipsed him and became the mainstay Orisa player, and he hasn't really been subbed out since. He doesn't really change it up. Like, the one thing I will say about FTG is they are very predictable. And we will occasionally see Alfie go to the Genji, right? And we'll see that Genji Mauga, but for the most part, it is just Orisa, Tracer, and then either the Cassidy or the Sojourn. That is their bread and butter. They have mastered the style, but it does maybe leave them open a little bit to a new composition coming through and throwing them off. As we saw, they almost lost to DAF yesterday because the Diva style that they were playing really threw them for a loop.
Yeah, it was a damn good effort there from DAF, nearly being able to take them down. But as we can see, we've got the coaching staff representatives out on stage. We'll pass it over to Quest for the translation.
Thank you very much, Ilios. Feels a little weird to be speaking on the mic, not on stage for OWCS Asia, but back to our usual setup. Of course, we have Team Falcons versus FTG for our first match of the day. We have the two team reps on stage. And on Team Falcons side, we have Krusty.
네, 크러스티 코치님 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 FTG 팀도
And on FTG side,
안녕하세요.
we have Yaki.
코치를 맡고 있는 김준기 야키라고 합니다.
네, 야키 코치님도 반갑습니다. 자, 이번 경기에서 승리하게 되면 OWCS 메이저의
Of course, the winner of this match will punch your ticket to OWCS Major. Are you confident in making it there?
그것을 위해서 준비한 그런 시간들이라서 저희의
Our time up till now has been our road just preparing for this moment, so we'll make sure to showcase everything that we prepared.
그렇다면 FTG 팀 자신 있으신가요?
And on FTG side, are you confident?
준비한 만큼 저희도 또 많이 준비했고 저희도 있는 그대로
We also prepared a lot, and I think that as long as we showcase what we can do as a team, I think we have a very fair chance of winning.
많은 대결을 하고 있는 양 팀입니다. 상대 팀의 키 포인트와 그에 대한 대비책 무엇이 있을까요?
So, what do you think is one of the opponent's key strength, and what's the game plan for it? And I think that they have a very tight team synergy, but I think that we can showcase a level above that.
팔콘이 진짜 완벽하게 하는 팀이라고 생각을 하는데
I
완벽한
think
만큼 무너질
Team
때는 한없이
Falcons
무너지는 모습을 어제 보여준 것 같아서
strive for perfection in their gameplay, but the more that you build towards perfection, the harder they fall. So we'll make sure to topple them over.
결승이 다가왔는데요. 각오 한 마디씩 들어볼까요?
Can you please share your resolution for today and this
이번에는
match?
무너지지 않고 상대방을 무너뜨리면서 나가도록 하겠습니다.
We won't topple over this time, but we will topple FTG over to secure the victory.
FTG 팀은요?
And on FTG side,
단단하고 하신 만큼 무너지지 않고 단단하게 버텨서 이겨내도록 하겠습니다.
as they say,
that
FTG was a very tight team. We'll make sure to tighten up even more and take the victory. And that was the team rep interview. Before we head into the game, I'm going to send it back to Ilios and Wolf.
Thank you very much, Quest. Good to hear from those guys, and we'll see which one is going to be able to come out on top. So you want to go to Dallas, huh?
Yeah, want to go to Dallas. I mean, that is the theme of today. The winner, of course, goes to the grand finals, but will guarantee their spot at the Dallas Major. So, obviously looking forward to seeing which one of these teams is going to show up better today, because I came in today, honestly, with you, Ilios, thinking I think Falcons are going to do this. I think they are the stronger team. Their raw mechanics are better, but we did see something really special from FTG yesterday with Alpha E popping off, Violet looking great, Bernard looking very stable, even in those tough moments against DAF, and outclassing Clear in a lot of ways. There's certainly a world where if we see the best version of FTG today, and they play their style to a T, they could actually defeat the Falcons and upset them here. And it was really interesting to hear what Yaki said in the interview as well, because to me, I feel like FTG is a team that strives for perfection of one style, and Falcons, to me, is kind of the opposite in that they actually play a lot of different styles very well, and they almost reach perfection with them. But I don't think that Falcons necessarily have the same robust setup and exact style of play that's predictable but incredibly strong that we see from FTG. And what do you know? It's Falcons picking Ilios.
Mild shock indeed. I mean, again, we saw Smurf and we knew what was going to be happening here. No real surprises whatsoever. So it'll be Ilios once more. I mean, Falcons started things off very nicely a couple days ago here on this map. Can they do so again? FTG, I mean, going into this, they also should know exactly what to expect.
Yeah, I think so. And I would love to see a Winston mirror here. But I also know that FTG likes to just play Orisa into it anyways, put Flora on the Cassidy and try to burst down the Winston, protect him, get early sound barriers, win those fights with overwhelming force. Man, that is often the style where Violet forces a fight with his squad where they take a bunch of damage, then back off, heal up that Orisa, get that armor back up, get up to 60% of a sound barrier, do it again, and then force a sound barrier faster than the enemy Lucio and just get the Orisa onto the point. And that's where Bernard absolutely shines. His accuracy has been fantastic. Timings of his javelins. And we've got some crazy fans here. I mean, this is it. This is the first Overwatch Finals of the year here on LAN that's international, right? I mean, we don't normally do this in Korea, right? We have the domestic league, but Koreans did stand on top. And this means so much, I think, for all these fans who get to see this here. We'll find out which Korean team will join, of course, Crazy Raccoon in that grand finals later on tonight.
I mean, it wasn't really until last year that we had any big events out in Korea on LAN for Overwatch.
We had like World Cup qualifiers in like 2016 in Incheon, I guess.
It was 2018, but
it was 2018? Well, I don't know what year it is anymore.
2016 was the first ever World Cup, in fact.
That's true. That's true.
But yeah, that was 2018. Then we had our mid-season last year out in Ilsan. But widely, they've been starved. They've been hungry.
Oh, we did have Gauntlet as well.
Okay, we did. I mean, we had Gauntlet.
Actually, there have been quite a few.
We had Gauntlet in 2019. That is true. That is very, very true. But still,
it's been a while, Ilios.
This level of play, it's been a while. And it's just a shame, as we get ready to kick this off, honestly, that one of these teams is not going to be going over to Dallas. Feels like a damn shame, feels like a missed opportunity, but all the more reason to fight to the very end for both squads. Try to punch the ticket, join in alongside Crazy Raccoon. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the game is in fact ready to go. Our lower bracket final, Team Falcons versus FTG for a spot in the grand final versus Crazy Raccoon. Let's kick things off on Ilios.
All right, Bernard teasing potentially that they might be swapping over to Genji Malga, but I don't think we will see it. It's probably going to be the Winston Tracer Echo from the Falcons. See if From the Gamer will be matching that, or if they have their own answer, if they'll just be running the Orisa trying to push into the point.
Oh, okay.
Junker Queen out of the teleporter here, so preparing a very different strategy here, and there's a lot of burst damage in this composition. Smurf will need to react very quickly once they scout this out.
Yeah, attempting to try to hide it there, but it will be spotted by now. Flora back over onto the Cassidy, something that he has been delivering on. See if he can do similarly here with the change up in the comp. For now, it's going to be slow going. No really big engagements, just some poking and prodding from across the opposite side of the well. As now, looking for the dive in. Beam going to be coming through, and Bernard going to be taken out first and foremost. Proper able to find that. Anti goes out, Finn and Violet, both going to be clipped by the nade. Finn taken down by the web shot from Gio. The opening volley here from FTG does not find any value whatsoever. Falcons off to a roaring start.
Yeah, Flora going to fall here, and Stalker hitting a big sticky there right onto Bernard. The follow-up was so easy. Smurf and Proper layer that damage in. He's got the beam, and down goes the tank. Down goes the team fight for FTG. Felt like mostly a freebie. And I get it, you don't want to run Winston into fielder. Nobody does, because you're just going to be spending the whole map sleeping, and you're otherwise being purpled. Fielder almost has a nano boost already, putting out so much healing here. There's a purple already.
Anti on the floor, that does lead to the dive forward. Smurf, though, trying to get himself out of here. Bogs it just a little bit, but is able to exit. 66% build up towards that primal rage so far. Stalker, in the meantime, he's already got the dupe ready to go, and he might have to try to pop it here, but no, he's stuck in the beam. Doesn't quick cancel that, but Smurf still managing to keep them in the lead. Finds 2 kills as Flora, and Finn will fall. Bernard taken down by Gio on the back end, and now Alfie just trying to exit, but cannot. Proper hounds him down. That's 50% about to come up here for Falcons. And realistically, it's only 2 ults invested.
Even though Stalker got picked there during the beam, he did so much damage in that fight, and it's just a nano boost invested. This is such great control from the Falcons. Alfie misses the pulse, and everything falls apart so quickly. Violet's going to have to get something done with this sound barrier here.
Low. Still hovering on half HP as Hinder does come through. Violet now going to be dropping the beat just to try to keep them all alive. So Primal does roll through. Violet himself getting tagged up as that mag grenade chases in. Fielder finds the nade onto Alpha. You've been taken down. Smurf just cleaving him to death after the Kitsune Rush gets invested. And right now, I mean, FTG, it is final fight. They have a couple ults to try to utilize a Deadeye and a Rampage. Not great tools either, mind you, given that Chio has a rally on the opposite side.
I mean, I'll never want to be the guy to count Alpha Yi out, especially after yesterday when he's going to come in for this desperate touch here, but there is just nothing in the tank here. The Moira swap from Violet will give them some extra healing, and maybe if they can get a big ante with the Rampage, there's a small chance here, but it's a tiny chance. Alpha Yi already half health to try to get the touch.
Rampage used, Bernard dead, Beam takes him down. I don't think he had the ante onto anybody whatsoever. Deadeye will find Stalker, the flip. Back cap attempt there from Alpha Yi does keep this one contested, tries to clear the way, but now he is completely surrounded, growled in onto the point itself. That's just back to join in with the rest of the team, but now it's going to be the Nano once more over on towards Smurf, diving in and getting on top of Flora. Chio, I think, is maybe got the most final blows in this round so far as he finds Finn once again with a whip shot. Smurf goes low, but does not die. Bernard gets a touch, forces out this overtime for a little bit longer, but will be broken out of the mag grenade. Flora will finally find himself a kill as Proper will get taken down, but the rest of the team is falling to the wayside as Smurf shoves him back once again. Overtime plummets, and it's 100-0 to start things off on Ilios.
Not a great look for From the Gamer, if that's how this series is going to start off, and that's how it did start off. 100-0, and every team fight was just so dominant. And obviously, Junker Queen has its inherent advantages, but if you can't get onto the point and control, it's so difficult to utilize that burst damage. And they were just frankly outranged a lot of the time by this Echo. Stalker was very rarely under pressure, really only dying that one time when he was trying to get the execute with the beam, but otherwise just layering sticky bomb damage in choke points. They're getting the cleave damage through from Smurf, antis in these choke points, and they took every fight where they wanted to get the most value out of all of that AoE, because From the Gamer were priced into their own Junker Queen composition where they had to push through those narrow corridors to try to get value out of her, but there's no one to knock that Echo out of the sky. Now, Bernard gonna stick with the Diva here, actually. We'll see if this is gonna get value, but so tough to pilot, actually, into the Echo.
I don't mind it. You can fly up, you can have that mid-air contest alongside a little bit of harassment from Flora and Finn. Might be able to try to keep that Echo a little bit more honest, because widely, I mean, Stalker was just completely off the leash. Alpha, though, already getting jumped as both the DPS here from Falcons force him off this high ground.
Let's see what Bernard can get done with this. If he can get that backline access, put the pressure on the fielder. Right now on the point contesting.
Flying back forward, first cap there once again for the side of Falcons. Smurf going to be antied for a brief little moment here, but not under too much fire, so health will still be sustained as they find stability. Bernard for now just pushing forward, trying to contest this point, and Alpha he does get the dip there on a Proper, taking him down with the help of Violet. Nades out, pops the recall, keeps himself alive and well. To try to catch up and gain the lead towards this first opening pulse bomb. Dive in, mag grenade out, Flora able to find Chio, taking him down. It looks like, yep, FTG will be able to get themselves control of the point very swiftly here. Only 23% built up for Falcons as Smurf looks to exit, and looks like just about will be able to do so.
Now this next fight is actually pretty promising for the Falcons because they will have a nano boost to actually build up the last part of that primal. And in terms of ultimates for FTG, the rally is going to be their best bet here. Nano boosting Bernard, probably not really going to give you that much. Probably just going to nano boost Flora here to try to burst Smurf down. But it's still going to be a tough fight. Let's see how this nano goes. On the Smurf.
Or Violet, we'll see. Either way, Nano does go across. Shield bashers. The rally's going to be rolling. Pulse bomb out from Alpha. He's able to find Chio. Does take him down. Pulse bomb sent out. Found there either as Proper will fall. Alpha now falling. Taking down Stalker. Finds that elimination where it's hard sometimes. Got to warm up a little bit. It would seem as it's going to be Fielder trying to stay alive. Rescue does come through as Chio rejoins Smurf as well, just helping to keep him protected. They can't find that additional stagger, but FTG find themselves in a very nice lead.
We didn't even see who Finn nanoed because he didn't. You know, we were looking forward to see if he was going to maybe go into Flora. It could go into Bernard, could have gone into Violet, but the rally is enough, and the DPS come up big with that extra armor. Smurf holds onto the primal here, but now we're getting up to 60% right now, and we will see where this nano goes. We're going to need it for the defense. Looking at Bernard right now, trying to keep that armor up.
Rally now rolling here from Chio. Pulse bomb not built up fast enough from Alpha and trying to cycle that one out, but now Violet going to be taken down. It is going to be Electric Cowboy. Spin with an IO nade, takes out Proper. So is able to trade DPS for support, but now Flora manages to double up the death count. Stalker will get taken down. Alpha somewhere, sitting on a sliver of HP, waiting to receive some healing, and now finally will find it. boost there onto the healing of Smurf, but he ultimately has to exit. Flip in temporarily, at least here for the side of Falcons, but there's a stick. Smurf leaping away, he's able to keep everybody else protected, but then Flora collects the kill all the same. Couple shots plus the mag grenade. He gets taken down, and that's FTG right back in control, now getting ready to crest past 80%.
Flora has been given so many resources here. Finn constantly healing him, got the nano boost, and he is just not missing. He is doing so much work, and the Falcons not able to make that primal rage, get the value, get them control of the point, and Stalker isn't able to layer the damage onto FTG when they're on the lighthouse itself, just not able to actually do that damage. Now he's got the duplicate, maybe he'll duplicate Bernard here, and they can put that pressure on here with the double tank. Nano's on the Smurf.
Goes out, push back there, the whip shot, trying to deny the dive. Fan of the hammers, Bernard will get taken out of the mech, has the self-destruct to try to get himself back through. Obviously no elimination is going to be found, but with him out, that means that the point is cleared, so Falcons, they gain the flip for themselves. It's 99% for FTG. Flora taking an immense amount of damage at the moment. Has to try to stay alive as Flank coming through. Gets the dupe off. It's going to be here for the Ana. Look at the layer in, trying to get that extra nano online as Violet pops the rally right after Finn gets taken down. Smurf, however, traded out means that FTG have still a chance to get themselves back over onto the point and get this flip back into their favor. That I can clear the way. Recall going to be forced out. Mag grenade sent out over to the side. Flip getting ready to come through. The contest going to have to be there, but it is not. More timeout starting to bleed as Smurf goes jumping in. And the hammer looking to try to break down the bubble. Violet going to fall as soon as he comes back into the fight, but Flora swings the corner, finds Fielder out in the open, takes him down. Pulse pump from LPE, not going to find an elimination. Smurf again diving into the back lines. Going to be slept, but woken up very swiftly. And that is going to be bad news here for FTG. Finn taken down. Bernard once again out of the mech. The primal does get popped here despite the fight already basically being over as they want to leave Bernard to his own devices.
Razor thin the margins that Team Falcons won that fight with double Ana there. Stalker with the duplicate. Now desperation for FTG.
Oh, and the stagger is absolutely massive. It's 94% now for Falcons. They might just be able to steal this round away. Alpha Yi, I believe, trying to get himself over onto the point for the contest. The overtime will get forced out, but now can the recontest come through? The body block is absolutely gorgeous from Chio. Denies the retouch, and that is going to be Falcons breathing a sigh of relief, frankly, as they get a 2-0 closeout on Ilios.
Yeah, you could see definitely the sigh of relief coming through. Smurf shaking his head there. A tough fight, but you know that duplicate option they had where they would decide to go for the double Ana looked like it might have been the wrong choice, but they were able to keep Smurf alive for a really long time, and Finn was actually killed. He was cut off, and that ended up being the trade there when Smurf went down, and there wasn't enough healing, and he couldn't actually get back to his teammates there, and when he did finally get to sleep, it was too late. The Winston was woken up, and they ended up losing that extended fight there, but it was very back and forth, very close in those final moments. And I think if things went a little bit differently, if the Ana healing wasn't there, if the duplicate was killed early, then I don't know if Falcons actually walk away with a win. We'll be in the third round now if that had happened, but very, very close first game between these two teams. And what's interesting to me about it is no Bernard Orisa at all, and he is sticking with the Diva. Obviously, you know, he has a pretty wide hero pool, and he's shown us Diva across his career going back to Apex days and stuff like that. Obviously, he's well-versed on it, but I do feel like that FTG are showing up today basically saying, I don't want to play Winston, I don't want to match this team, I don't want to play Winston into fielder, and they're playing something different. It's not what they've perfected and how they got here, but it is interesting to see that they at least have something else in their wheelhouse, and they're not just going to say, well, I'll fight fire with fire against the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they had the correct read. You know exactly what to expect. You know exactly what Falcons are going to run when it comes down to Ilios. So I guess maybe they felt like, okay, if we run this Junker Queen, that's going to give us the advantage. We have to play it out this way. And then it just didn't find its legs. It just could not find its footing. It's completely just knocked over from the very outset. It was a good recovery for that second round, but they just let it slip away from them. But now they could force out that Orisa. They have that map pick. They have the game mode selection in their hands. So we'll see where FTG decide to take us after a quick little break. And we are back. One map into this lower bracket final. Team Falcons draw first blood, taking away their map pick of Ilios. So, finding success there. FTG now on the back foot. Need to try to answer back with a game type as well as the map pick of their own. We'll see where they like to go, but what we are fully expecting is something that is going to enable the Orisa.
Yeah, and you know what? They have a 100% win rate on Colosseo. It's been their best push map, and it's been every Korean team's best and favorite push map, basically. Yes, higher win rate for Esperanza for Team Falcons, but this data doesn't show how many games are played. I'm pretty sure that Colosseo number is a lot higher, and I imagine that's where they'd want to take us. And I think Flora feels really comfortable on Colosseo. Like, he has had some of his best, Cassidy games on this map,
Sure.
so that'd be the expectation. That's exactly what we said going into today is Ilios in Colosseo, like, we're going to see him probably in both series. It's just how it goes. And would you look at that, Ilios?
Colosseo going to be coming up here for map number 2. Now, the thing is, though, forcing out an Orisa matchup, while good for Bernard because he looks absolutely cracked on that pick, isn't that big of an advantage in and of itself. It does come down to the other players around him. That impact, those build times, the sound barriers that we can see from Violet, the cast performance from Flora, those are the things that really need to be on point, because when you just zoom in on that tank matchup, Smurf is going to be in consideration for top 3 Orisa in the world as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Smurf can definitely hang with Bernard, and while I think Bernard is more reliant on the Orisa, I think Smurf is just as good as he is, if not better, at his best Orisa game. And I think the big difference maker may be Violet, as you say, in terms of how quickly he's able to build those sound barriers up. We'll see if they want to play the Batiste, because that's kind of been the go-to for Falcons, and their Orisa comps from the gamer often just forego that completely. So there's a lot of different things that can come into effect here. When you're running the Brigida, obviously you lose a lot of healing, but that means that the healing output for the Lucio becomes higher, and then you actually build the sound barrier faster as well. So you don't want Batiste to be taking away those missing health bars when you want to be the one who's building that charge up. So look at Violet's charge on that first fight, second fight. Can he get the sound barrier by second fight, bowl them over, then get Flora to that higher ground? This is kind of how Colosseo is being played by FTG. Now, they may just surprise us completely and show up with, a Malga comp or something and put Alpha E on the Genji. We'll be all shocked, but that's not how this team generally plays. That's not how they got here, and it's their best map, 100% win rate for a reason.
See if it's going to maintain that 100% win rate here, or if Falcons will be able to find the upset within Colosseo, be able to take them down, move up to match point, because this is that first of 3, the best of 5 to determine who goes to the grand final. So much hinging on this map right now for FTG. Do not want to be in that position where you have to reverse sweep to get yourself that ticket over to Dallas.
Yeah, nobody wants to miss the big event. You want to prove that Korea is the best region. You want it to be you.
That you absolutely do. Well, let's go ahead and jump into it. Colosseo coming up to see if FTG can even up the scoreline, or Falcons will be out to a very clear lead. Seems like fairly even camps between the two squads out there in the audience.
Looking like it is going to be the Kiriko variant of this composition for FTG. And that's the most standard, although we have seen Finn, every now and then dabble in that Brigade I was mentioning earlier. And it will be the Sojourn Tracer. For Falcons, be the same. So that mirror that we expected. Alpha, you're going to be on this cross angle here. Actually going to maintain high ground with that double blink. See if you can get a drop down backline access. And again, keep your eyes on Violet's ult charge when these fights start really breaking out. We see Bernard start pushing in and challenging Smurf.
Well built up, proper, waiting to send this one. Finding the right moment for it quite just yet. Shifts over to try to contest statue side for a brief little moment. Slides up over the top of that disruptor shot. Now though, the bot going to remain stagnant. Locked here in the middle. A little bit of space being taken here by Team Falcons, just working their way up inch by inch.
Gio leading the sound barrier war actually quite massively, 20% ahead, really pulling ahead, doing a ton of damage there actually to Bernard, and they're almost on that sound barrier drop. I mean, right now, they could just push Smurf forward here. FTG need to make something happen here, need to land some shots, because there's just no catching up now.
Yeah, headshots coming through. Violet still going to be behind by quite a bit, but Bernard getting a couple of headshots woven through, takes down Proper. And now that sound barrier matters a hell of a lot less, and Violet can absolutely catch up.
Yeah.
Push forward, sound barrier is still going to be dropped in. Falcons wanting to try to take a fight, slide back from floor as the beat does come through from Violet as well. Smurf now hightailing it, but stuck in the corner. Violet will be able to find him in the end. Dashing around the backhand side, Alpha E trying to take down Fielder, but it's going to be Violet collecting both kills in the fight. And now the bot starts moving forward for FTG.
In the old days, one pick would be all you need to force the enemy team to go back, but now usually win the whole fight, you actually win with sound barrier and actually get a wipe, and then you get high ground afterwards. You can get it off of just one fight, and I think that's why Chio decided to commit the sound barrier there. Did not want to just give up that important high ground to Flora. Smurf?
Live and die by it. Violet does end up getting taken down. Turn coming through is nice javelin across from Bernard. Does put Proper down low on HP, but kill not going to be confirmed quite just yet. Now Bernard will fall. Stalker able to go ahead and pursue forward, clean up that enemy Orisa. Flora stun up for a moment. Smurf again with a nice javelin as Proper slides around the corner, just tracking Alpha E down. Finds the eliminations, and now Falcons will get their own push going.
Yeah, they should be able to reclaim that high ground and get this cart about to where FTG have it, especially if Finn gets staggered here.
He nearly gets one clipped there by Stalker.
So
immense
close.
amount of damage, but he just can't quite close that one out. Half the distance now covered here by Falcons. FTG back into a position where they can try to recontest this one and maintain the slight little lead that they do have. The golden line. Victory, not quite, but right there, as that's going to be the Kitsune rushes invested. Overclock out from Proper, seeking target. Tagged down about half HP, swings on the corner, gets some good damage through, but now Flora going to be popping his own Terror Surge out from Smurf, however, able to find Finn. Chio going to be traded out as Flora, able to find a target. Violet now trying to stay alive, continues to hover lower and lower, but eventually finds himself a health pack. With Bernard cleaning up 2 kills, this fight very much is going the way of FTG.
Violet has the sound barrier advantage as well, but it's negligible. I don't think it'll really necessarily matter on this next fight unless he's really tracking Chio's ultimate here. And that might just be enough to actually force the fight early if they do want to commit it. Obviously, high ground advantage to Falcons here as we move towards this second checkpoint and see what Proper can do. He's gotten the better of Flora a lot in the neutral so far here on Colosseo. Stalker looking for the pulse angle, might focus Bernard. He's losing that armor quickly.
Ready to go. Real built-up Stalker, swinging around the corner. Again, putting some decent damage there on a Finn. That's going to be beat for beat on both sides. Pulse still held, but for now, it's just going to be a backpedal from FTG. They pull away from it, so the bot now gets rotated away from them. They have to try to catch up and intercept this one. Is up into there goes Flora. Rail shot, not going to be enough to take him down. In the meantime, Smurf out to dry. Violet takes him out once again. Time that he manages to find that killing blow, but Proper will be able to get Flora. Proper finds Alpha Yi. Both DPS from FTG going to be taken down, and outfield they're going to be traded out as well, so it's going to be a tank and support gone from Falcons looking to rejoin. Damage dealers for FTG out of the fray.
Such a back and forth here between these two teams. The focus is completely different. Proper's aiming for the DPS as FTG are aiming for Smurf. But Proper is winning out. Once those DPSs are down, Bernard's going to have to back off. He's got the Terror Surge here. He did so much damage in that last fight, but they're not all grouped just yet. Falcons need to do more, though, than win the DPS fight. They need to actually get onto this bot.
Proper now trying to turn the tides here as Kitsune Rush is there to back him up with this overclock, but just get Javelin backward. Bernard falling lower and lower. Pulse bomb out from Lee, not going to be able to find a kill. Violet now dropping the beat, but Bernard already taken out of the equation here. Smurf is able to find that kill. Another stun, now a kill as Flora will fall. Stalker finding that elimination, and Finn just having to just go ahead and TP out to safety, but he cannot escape. Smurf finds 2 more there on the back end. The cleanup comes through, and now FTG, they need to try to get into position to get this high ground contest, but I don't think they can.
I mean, it's so tragic because Violet wanted that barrier there to set up for the Terror Surge for Bernard, but he mistimes it. It's a little bit too late. Bernard dies, and now Chio. Sound barrier advantage here for the contest. There's the Terror Surge.
Terror Surge with the pull, and Violet going to be taken down. He's eating an immense amount of damage there. It's Flora with that overclock rolling, is able to find one, but Proper shuts it down, denying further damage dealt. Smurf will fall, given that he was basically touching the spawn room doors, but this has worked it's done its job right now. Falcons, they managed to get the lead into their hands, up by now 14 meters.
That was a crazy fight, and the fact that FTG were able to basically keep it as even as they did without the sound barrier is absolutely insane, and a testament to Alpha Yi, who was able to get it done even after Flora's death there. Bernard having the multi-man Terror Surge, whereas Falcons really just getting the single pick there. Proper maintaining the high ground, as you mentioned here. So difficult now for Flora to find an angle. It means Alpha Yi has to flank, and he's spotted already. Great read there from Stalker, and FTG kind of sitting on their hands a little bit here without ultimates to push through the Kitsune Rush. Almost ready.
Rush online. Proper going to be taken out, though. Fielded now. forced to match. Sends it, but as he goes pushing forward, does get taken down. Smurf is able to find Flora. One back, but still the trade up, but now equalizes. Geo will find Violet, but now Smurf gone. But it is going to be a 3-for-2 in FTG's favor, but still have to try to get this bot pushing. 14 meters, the distance to be closed out, but Falcons with Smurf respawning will be able to get that high ground contest once again.
It's just chaos here on Colosseo. Getting those heals through onto Bernard with everything he's got left.
That rail shot built up, bot moves up in front, and Alfie gets the peel off as Proper gets taken down. Pulse bomb stick to find the kill. Right back into the driver's seat here are FTGs to get the full forces around them.
This is a huge moment for them. They're going to be able to match the sound barrier in this next fight as well and should be able to contest high ground now. See Stalker on the flank, trying to look for that backline access here, trying to shut down Violet. Stick for the Bernard.
No stick, but there's the Suzu. Finn just cleansing that one off, keeping them protected. Now the rail shot, also shoving him back. Sound barrier coming through. Geo going to be matching. Basically dropping them at the exact same time. Javelin goes wide. Spear going to be spun, but Proper going to be taking out Flora. Finds an elimination with the Terror Surge. Doesn't go ahead and equalize the count of the Sojourns. Bot now once again starting to move forward. So trying to break their way into this underpass, but Finn taken out by Smurf. Finds a Javelin stun there onto Bernard, knocking him into the wall. Alfie down low, pops a recall to keep himself alive. Bernard able to find Fielder. Denies that Kitsune Rush from coming through and allows for Finn to try to catch up, but Stalker eventually does collect the elimination here onto the Orisa as Violet tries to escape, and he cannot. Lead not gained crucially here for FTG. They're still down by 6.
So close, and Bernard's Terror Surge was fantastic, but Flora being dead, I mean, they just didn't have the damage to follow up to take Smurf out, so now Smurf has Terror Surge advantage, and if Bernard was able to, or rather if Flora was there when he actually had that pull-off and they took out Proper, then I think they would have been able to roll that fight. Instead, they use a ton, don't hit 58. Dire straits now for FTG, 2 minutes left on the clock here. We're going to have, of course, another rush fight here, but advantage to Smurf. This is a very difficult fight for FTG to win.
People are just getting choked on the approaches every single time. Kitsune Rush going to be matched here from both sides. Overclock rolling, they're just trying to get in on top of Flora. There's the Terror Surge to try to ensure his demise, but it's actually going to be Violet who gets traded out here as Stalker and Fielder will both fall. Flora eventually felled by Geo's hand. Alfie down to a slimmer Finn as well. Going to get taken out as Bernard's the last man standing effectively here. Lasts for a little bit longer, but eventually does crumble.
No pressure onto Proper that entire fight. Basically built a whole overclock off of the team fight. And even though things looked okay for FTG there, it wasn't enough because the Proper just eventually burned Bernard down. He was so close to the Terror Surge, they were so close to the Sound Bearer, but weren't able to get them up in time. And now with 70 seconds to go here, they're going to have to win 2 fights in a row here, realistically, if they're going to win this map. Otherwise, match point Falcons. All eyes on the barrier setup for this Terror Surge. And the overclock, he's got line of sight. This is really tough.
3v3 in ultimates. Both pulses available, both sound barriers. Bernard, though, can pull them into a disadvantageous position. As, yeah, forces them off the high ground. Overclock now coming through. A couple headshots there. Bernard down to about half HP. Violet as well tagged up. And now will be held at bay as that final rail shot. Proper managing to just take out Flora. Advantage once again here in their hands as there's only 26 seconds remaining. Proper finds another one. Alfie taken out. Stalker pursuing forward fearlessly now. Rushing around the sides, pulse bomb at the ready, goes in, finds the stick. Won't be able to find an elimination off the back of that one. I believe Suzu again comes through from Finn to keep them all protected, but still, FTG in such a bad spot. The bot pushing forward once again, the checkpoint nearly there. Beat going to be dropped here by Violet, matched by Geo on the opposite side. Terror Surge is about to be available. Finn a little bit faster with the Kitsune Rush, has to invest that one. Trying to turn the tides here, trying to get them in the lead. Pulse bomb goes through, Smurf going to be taken down. One thing found here for FTG, but they need so much more. Comes in, Geo going to be taken down, but Violet also traded out. He can rejoin quickly, but now Flora falling as well. They're losing members despite the early advantages here. They still have so much distance to cover.
Bernard's going to stick to this bot here, try to stay alive.
Locked. He keeps it locked in, says, okay, the longer I hold this bot in position, the faster that overtime plummets as we get ready to recontest.
Oh man, that was such a clutch fight though from Bernard, and Violet held the Terror Surge so long and then was able to then survive through. Fielder has a Kitsune Rush advantage going into this fight, and they should be able to get Smurf into position, but it doesn't necessarily matter here if Proper can't get line of sight. He has this high ground here. He got Javelin once before. We'll see if he can maintain it this time around.
Flora
Javelin as well.
Sun there, always a scary moment there for the DPS players. All on this push, 4 meters is what they need, but Proper's going to be taken down before he can even try to get the ult online. Picked off, gets in a rush though, invested still here for Falcons. They have some staying power, but now overclock built up by Flora, desperately seeking target. Rush forward from Smurf, trying to create some space, trying to create some cover, but now Geo, dead as Flora swings the corner. Looking for a little bit more, knocks Fielder down to half HP, the dash around the corner. Soccer trying to keep himself in this one. Fielder finds a headshot, Violet gonna be taken down. Finn nearly builds up a Kitsune rush of his own. The contest is there as Proper plays on the corner here on the high ground. They need so much more. He drops down, he slides away, he finds the shot. Bot still contested, but Geo, Fielder, both get taken out, and that is the push coming to fruition. The last vestiges of overtime, FTG scraped by with a victory here on Colosseo, and they tie up this lower bracket final 1-1.
Bernard and Violet really have something special, man, and what they know, how far they can push the limits of getting that Orisa armor back up, and how Bernard plays around corners, buys tons of time, and then Alpha E just continues to clutch in these really, really high pressure situations. It does not get higher pressure than that. And Proper, still, does he falter? No, he's at like 10 health, sliding around with his overclock, getting picks. They do ultimately get overwhelmed, but that was one of the, I feel like, most high-octane push games of Overwatch I've cast. It just did not stop. There was no moment to breathe. It was 10 minutes of non-stop trading, back-and-forth action. The very beginning was the calmest part, and that's where we had a big difference in style, where Bernard was trying to focus down Smurf, and with his DPS is trying to win the tank battle to move forward and gain space, and Proper was like, I'm not doing that. I'm trying to take out the enemy DPSs. I'm not shooting at Bernard. So obviously Smurf was going down, but the DPS line was also vulnerable. And ultimately, though, I think that the beginning of the map had such an advantage for Falcons because taking out the DPSs in this meta, especially in the early parts of Colosseo, is more impactful. Because if you don't have damage, you know, you can't kill anybody. The Orisa doesn't alone do enough. And then Bernard will eventually just get focused down even if Smurf dies. So there were some shaky moments there, but they really adapted quite well. And Violet and Bernard made that overtime hold happen. They got the team back there. They did it without a sound barrier, without the Lucio. Violet was dead. I mean, these teams are showing like their best play, I feel like, right now when it matters most, when Dallas is on the line. I mean, we saw a bunch of stuff from the seeding matches that was not our favorite Overwatch we saw from these teams. The finals didn't end up being very close, right? Crazy Raccoon getting taken out by Falcons there, but I feel like FTG has leveled up so much in the last few weeks.
I mean, hell of a performance, hell of a clutch there at the very end to be able to get that victory, but certainly a lot closer than they would have liked, given that it was their map pick. Now map pick is once again in the hands of Falcons, and we'll see where they elect to take us for game number 3 when we come back from a break. are back, and we are all tied up 1-1. FTG clutch out a victory on their map pick of Colosseo, extending this series, extending their lives and their chances to make it over to Dallas. Again, isn't it criminal that only 2 teams get to go? Anyway, Falcons now have their second map pick, getting ready to come up, and we're about to see where they are taking us.
Yeah, that's why Asia is the best tournament, because we got 3 Korean teams, but then the wild card means we get 4, Ilios, and we got 3 in the top 3.
Look, it doesn't matter what you do. You can limit the number of teams to 2. We're still going to take the damn trophy. Do what you might, do what you can. The victory is inevitable.
It's inevitable, but we will wait and see. Obviously, Ilios and I are quite high on the Korean team's chances of taking the Dallas Major. We are not sure if they will be dropping maps, but we'll get to that later because we don't know who's going to Dallas just yet, as it is the map choice now here for Falcons. You know, they could take us to New Junk City. I mean, they have a great win rate there. Could be taking us to Hybrid, where they favored Midtown a lot. It will be Hollywood. And Ilios, it makes me wonder, maybe we'll have Hanbin coming in, substitution potentially here.
Has been the case in the past for Falcons.
Yeah, and I mean, they played a little bit of Zarya back at the very beginning of OWCS Korea. We saw the Zarya Cassidy composition. There was a little bit of Zarya Genji we saw, especially in Japan, but in Korea a little bit. I mean, Zarya obviously is quite strong on Hollywood A. You can swap, of course, to the Winston later on. Even though it's Hanbin, obviously he can play it, to play the Diva incredibly well, to control high ground. Hollywood, a map that we've seen from Falcons kind of exclusively almost in OWCS Korea. Otherwise, a map we don't see very often at all. Usually it's Midtown, more recently Eichenwald.
Yeah, it had its couple moments in the spotlight, but widely teams would just kind of go there, get crushed, and then just stray away from it and say, okay, we don't want to play here. We often were seeing, and this was during the especially during the old map veto system that we had, that this was one of the ones that was being banned by some of those teams who just felt like they didn't have a really solid read on it. But it's also one of the maps, I believe, where we have seen Hanbin kind of forced into to play the Winston at times, where he'd come out and just whatever he was running wasn't really finding value. So it was forced over onto that Winston, which obviously a little bit more versed on after the last season of the Overwatch League, where he was the lone tank for the fuel. Hat was forced to just have to play main tank roles more often, so he had more reps on it. I mean, still isn't that maximum comfort.
Yeah, and I would say, like, you know, the Hanbinston gets a bad rep just because you have Smurf on the team. You know what I mean? It's not like he can't play the Winston. It's just that you have Smurf on the team. It feels bad if Smurf if Hanbin even makes one mistake on the Winston, you're like, oh, but they have Smurf. What are they doing? But I think ultimately this is probably going to be a Zarya-based push. I don't think that Smurf has any performance issues. It wasn't an Orisa problem or anything like that. Obviously, the focus was very different. FTG were focusing Smurf down more consistently. It was not a performance issue. I do not think this sub has anything to do with that. I think it's a map-specific substitution that we are seeing from the Falcons here. We won't know for sure until we get those heroes locked in and walk out of the spawn. That's just our expectation.
A couple extra moments here. Make sure that Hanbin has all of his settings ready to go. That last sign for Bernard had his name split in two. It just made me realize that his name is basically just a southern pronunciation of beer and then the Australian pronunciation of no combined together.
I guess so, yeah.
Yo, can I get a beer?
Nah.
Nar.
Can't get a beer until he wins this series, wins the grand finals, and goes out with his boys, but we are still many wins away from that now as one of the oldest remaining Overwatch players in terms of history, in terms of career. Bernard, back in 2016, BK Star's boy, has changed a lot, has improved a lot, one of the best players in our tournament. We have such a star-studded class of newer talent and older Overwatch talent here together in these 10 players. It is just so incredible. We're so blessed, Ilios, that we have all these guys here. I'm loving it.
It has been a very nice homecoming. Very good time to be a green Overwatch fan. And let's go ahead and jump back into the action now as we head over to Hollywood for game number 3. Let's see which one of these teams is going to be taking the lead. Or if it could be a draw.
It could be.
Because there's always that possibility.
I don't think it's happened yet in OWCS Korea or in this tournament.
I don't think
it's
we've had
even a single
draw.
time. Yeah.
It'll happen on escort just to really mess with us.
No, it's not going to happen.
I'm still waiting for the push draw.
We almost had that, actually. I think it was in Japan. It was actually super close. But it has not actually come to pass. Well, FTG looking potentially here for a very unique take on the Hollywood Sigma push. Obviously, Alpha Yi going to look for a pop shot here, but very unlikely to find anything just with how Hollywood's architecture does work. And on the defense here for the Falcons, they're just running Hanbin on the Orisa. And this is really quite shocking to me because I don't think that... And maybe it's just going to be on attack. He wants to play as Zarya, obviously, but don't think Smurf had any performance issues in that last one. They're going to be running the Batiste here to keep Proper alive. He's the main character here. The Cassidy is going to be trying to burst through Bernard. And it's just mirrored compositions.
Yeah, we'll see if we can execute this a little bit better. Flora v Proper once again going to be a big highlight here to keep our eyes on. Flora has had his best performances overall here on the Cowboy. Swing onto the corner now, working their way over towards the point itself. A little bit more neutral damage here before they feel that encouraged to actually take some space. But Gio nearly eliminated there. Does have to shield bash his way back around the corner. Break that line of sight, self-protected. Bernard trying to take some space. Spin that spear, get some healing through. Flora in the meantime, something quick, build up here towards this Deadeye. 70% about to come in.
A really nice angle here for FTG as long as they can keep Bernard topped up. Should be able to get that tick through. And I mean, Fielder is not able to gain space here. There's the window.
Yeah, Matrix coming through. Finn still back by about 6%.
Proper on the flank.
Match this one, so yep, Proper up over the top, looking to try to get in on top of them here, but that grenade does force him off the angle for a brief little moment. Now once again looks for it. Whip shot sends him back from Violet. She'll bashes to break that line of sight. As Proper tries to track down that brig, ends up falling. Bernard with the headshot, taking him down. Jump forward here onto the point. Hanbin does have the ult ready to go, but Immortality Field comes through. Pulse Bomb now going to be out. Stalker able to find one. It's going to be a trade here on the brigs. Crucial timing there. As Violet did have that rally ready to go, but it might not matter too much more here as the third tick gets ready to come through the cap here on the point, and that should seal the deal as Hanbin will fall.
Yeah, nothing wrong with using those ults here for Falcons because you are able to force a lot of ultimates in return out from FTG, but Bernard still has that Terra Surge. Now, my biggest issue with the Falcons defense there was they gave up control of that corner so easily and just walked around. Something just seems a little bit off about that. I mean, it's Proper versus Flora, and I think almost everybody favors Proper in terms of that 1v1 there, but he just was not confident he was going to be able to win that duel. Went for the flank instead, and that's super risky. A smart choice if you think you can't just peek, but if you fail the flank as he did, that's it. That's A, and FTG take it. 4-minute time bank here on Hollywood now.
Oh, that grenade into the headshot there, but Flora is getting topped back up. Finn this time a lot faster, despite pulling the trigger on that Ant Matrix. Yeah, the Ant Matrix second. He is way out in front over top of Fielder at the moment. Nearly has it online. Rally still held now by both of these brigs, haven't been traded out in the last fight of the point. Just going to be backpedaling, ducked into the corner, trying to keep himself protected. Eventually will make his exit. Deadeye now going to be popped Proper, trying to find target, but the Immortality Field is there to keep them protected, so they're able to exit and get themselves now up onto the high ground. But now they need to regress down below.
Yeah, see if they can get a good drop down here. Ideally, obviously, onto Proper. Window going to be the choice first. Try to chip away at Hanbin, and then go in to finish him off, but they just hide here. This is going to stall out the cart, so not a lot of value with that one. They do need to drop down ultimately.
Oh, there's the Ant Matrix, but they just rush in front of it, getting no value here. His team Falcons Field are going to be isolated, picked off, shield bash across, Violet falling low, Immortality Field there to bail him out, and Terra Surge from Bernard does find Proper. Immortality Field not cleared whatsoever by Falcons as Hanbin now commits in with the ultimate, but the Deadeye from Flora will clean him up, and that push can now very much continue. Hasn't really stopped, honestly. Alpha's been just moving the cart forward this entire time.
It stopped, and they had full control on the low ground. They decided to elevate her up for some reason, and something just does not seem right about how Falcons are playing this composition. Decision-making just very bizarre, and it might just be because Hanbin is on this Ariza and the comms are going awry, but FTG just got it for free now.
I was expecting a rotation around Mega Pack corner, try to intercept the cart there. They don't go for it. High ground contest now coming in. Mag grenade. Immortality Field though, as Finn says, yep, I've got rocket boots. I'll just jump up there and I'll keep you protected. Flora gets the headshot. Bernard finds Stalker. And this is looking like a wash right now as FTG are storming their way in towards B.
It's not even an ult economy issue here. It's just that they are disjointed and they just keep serving themselves up, you know, seemingly on a platter here to Bernard on this Orisa. Flora actually winning out those trades. The Immortality Field fantastic on that last push, and Team Falcons just playing too aggressively. You're not playing dive, you're playing Orisa, take space, take these corners, and Never thought I'd be one criticizing the way Falcons approach these fights, but this is just not the norm. And they are paying for his Alpha E, crouching, slowly approaching.
In so deep. Not going to go straight for the stick. Let's take a decent amount of damage there. Now trying to exit. He cannot. Great hounding there. Solid return fire from the side of Falcons and Stalker in particular. Just to try to keep him honest and keep him off those back flanks. Makes him think twice about going for it again.
Proper does have this Deadeye at a really nice angle to try to control this choke if he does choose to use it. Alfie looks for the flank.
Have the Ant Matrix try to open things up, but Proper gets a headshot first on the Flora. Takes him down. And, I mean, you look at the way that things are going. Action going to be slowed up. This is going to be 5v5 with ultimates.
It's just really hard to get into this entry here on Hollywood towards C without actually peeking, without exposing yourself. So Alfie has to do the heavy lifting. He botched it there on the high ground, and now it's very obvious where he's going. And Ant Matrix here with the ult.
And just a little bit of damage there on Bernard on the back end.
Controls the choke, buys him time, and his clock, they had such a huge time, but it's dwindled down now significantly.
Focus is just going to be trying to get to the end of the map here as Ant Matrix. Not sure exactly where this one ended up here for Finn, but it's not in the most ideal position. Terra Surge cleans of the Immortality Field. Alpha able to find Proper Rally rolling from Violet as he tries to stay alive, and Fielder gets the headshot to take him down. He himself will be traded as Alpha finds one, but now is going to be recalling. He's not in a fantastic position. Chase coming through. Looks like Stalker will back away from it, but yeah, I mean, they completely continue to hold FTG back over towards the spawn.
Huge botch there from Finn and Violet, and Chio with a massive shield bash there while Bernard is committing to his ultimate, so they get picks, and the Terra Surge is wasted for Bernard. Now, though, they are able to actually get into this room thanks to Alfie buying that space. Deadeye advantage goes to Flora here and can actually push them closer to this final exit point. So they're looking for that flanking tracer. If they can find Stalker, that's all they need to keep pushing forward. Deadeye can help them do just that.
Proper. Okay, does manage to roll back out, breaking that line of sight just in time. Reply damage here on the Flora. Still holds on to this Deadeye.
Hanbin in a risky spot here on the edge. He is going to get rejoined with his teammates, you have to imagine, but definitely could be pushed onto here. Flora's getting closer and closer.
He's the one leading the charge. He's the one keeping this cart pushing forward. Proper and Stalker both nearly eliminated. Heals come through. Fieldy keeping everybody alive. It's going to be Ant Matrix. The Ant Matrix, but again, the angle a little bit off. It does go. It is pushing here with the cart. They can play around it. It's not quite as wide as you would like, so makes the positioning for that Ant Matrix for FTG a little bit more rough. Finally, the shield raised is able to absorb that pulse bomb, not getting taken down. Tries to build up towards that rally where Chio is a little bit further in the lead. Seeking target, nothing spotted, swinging the corner, and a little bit of damage there onto Hanbin. They look to try to focus him down, but he'll start streaming through. Rally still held. Deadeye clearing the way.
I am amazed Hanbin has not been punished for this. Fielder is just keeping him topped up. Insane healing output on this Batiste to make sure they can't break this Orisa. So he's actually just holding this entrance, and he's got the Terra Surge ready.
Are waiting for his moment. Would love to see that Immortality Field out first and foremost so they can actually try to find some value, find some kills, but so far can't now. But there's a stick, and that's going to be Chio nearly taken down. They're trying to keep him sustained, and so far they have done a damn good job of it. Terra Surge now, though, in on the back end, full charge up, 2 kills found. Bernard cleans up Fielder and Proper. Mag grenade from beyond the grave, however, Proper able to find Finn, but widely the fight, is going to go the way of FTG. They get the team kill here as the clock hits 0. The cart will make it to the end of the map.
Beautiful play there from Alpha Yi. Gets the stick behind the shield there onto Chio. Immortality Field has to be used, and then Bernard just says, all too easy, and walks up into all of them, knowing there's no answer for his Terra Surge because the Immortality Field was already used, and the pressure was pushed onto the Brigitte so significantly there. I mean, Hanbin put in some serious work here on the defense, and I think a lot of the reason why this time bank went down to 0 and it was the overtime finish was because he was able to both get Terra Surge really well there and to control the choke point after B, and then here on this choke point was able to sit there on the left side and put so much pressure on those approaching members, keep Bernard away. And, you look at the way that went for them. Obviously, they still couldn't defend, but considering the time bank, feels pretty good for the Falcons that they were able to bring it down to overtime. Now they will, of course, themselves have to push through. And here's the big question. It didn't look like they were super coordinated on A with the Orisa. They were a little bit suspect with some of the stuff they were doing in terms of where they were pushing Proper. But now that it's attack, and Hanbin actually gets to play the attack, potentially Zarya, we were thinking maybe it's going to be Ramacha here. This is, I think, why we're going to learn how the strategy works with Hanbin subbed in, because before it was just, okay, Orisa, but it's a little bit uncoordinated. This is why they picked this map. This is why they put Hanbin in. Will it be the Ramatra? Looking like so far the answer is yes.
It's running back and forth. As at least for the opening volley, seems like this is going to be the strategy. So Ramatra back in, Fielder over onto the Moira, not something that we've seen for a considerable amount of time.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to see this, but it's a very high sustained composition. If you can build an Annihilation, you just sit on top of the point, but they see...
They confirm. Okay, they're running the same thing. Let's just go over and go ahead and swap. It will be the Cass versus the Sojourn.
And that means range advantage goes to Flora. He obviously already has high ground, so very tough to play this one out. Proper needs to get close enough to actually start chipping away at Bernard, trying to win the battle against Flora. Very unlikely, but if he could help burst down Bernard, get that point presence, that's going to be the go-to plan here. Challenging now, but as you can see, not ideal.
So Colosseo comp here for FTG, a little bit more staying power with that BAP. That looks to lead the charge. Spear from Spear being exchanged as they work their way over onto the point. First tick getting ready to come through, but recontest comes in. FTG not wanting to give over anything here for free, but also need to make sure they're not overextending. Gio taking lower and lower. Healing focus has to be put out here from Fielder. Both of these supports being so much focus fired here. His Immortality Field does get cleared out. Both dangerously low. Alpha E playing up on top. He has clear access on the field, and there's just no way to peel that back without pushing into Cafe itself, which is exactly what Gio's trying to do, but he just delivers himself unto death. Alpha E collects the second one very happily, as this first fight volley very much goes the way of FTG.
And I really feel like this substitution and the map pick here is not working out for Falcons at all, and a very disjointed attack there. And obviously Proper's outranged, so he has to try to wrap all the way around and try to hit those shots on Bernard, but Violet and Finn keeping Bernard topped up, keeping his armor means they can't win that. They get split. Fielder has to use Immortality Field solo to keep himself alive, and then there's no answer to Alpha E. And it was just a disastrous push once they actually ultimately got to the point itself. Now they have to deal with the sound barrier. Now they have to deal with Terra Surge.
You have the Amp Matrix that takes some space on this corner. Is
good Suzu.
Yep, Suzu comes in. Not going to be able to find any value there from Stalker's Pulse Bomb. Sound barrier in response to the Amp Matrix, though, allows for FTG to continue to fight. You can see Falcons, they have to play back, not really taking advantage of that Amp Matrix at all. Mag Grenade, though.
Huge grenade! Oh my god!
Oh, that plus the taps that he was getting were absolutely disgusting. Terra Surge goes in, though. Fielder going to be hounded down. Violet traded out. Mortality Field eliminated, however, now Proper stuck into the corner, dead. Terra Surge coming through. Does get a little bit of damage across onto Bernard, but he'll grab the Mega Pack. Alpha U with a recall, keeping himself alive for the moment. But Stalker pushes forward. He's able to find that melee hit with the Bernard. Gets a punish on the back end. Now it's really just about the Orisas, but Bernard, he's going to have reinforcements coming through. Comes back inside of the cafe. Gio here, though, helps clear some space, and the second tick comes in. A minute 15 seconds remaining. As Fielder gets himself up onto the high ground. Rally now rolling. Overclock there, but the cap, the space is respected. And the cap does just come through here for Falcons, so they get that extra 2.5 minutes, and this overclock doesn't get much value at all.
Spawn advantage definitely really coming up big there for Team Falcons, being able to rejoin with those lost members very quickly. FTG, on the other hand, taking a really long time to get everybody back in. Overclock commitment finds nothing here. And now Falcons have a little bit to work with.
Oh my god!
Proper's popping off, man.
2 dinks and a body shot. Flora taken down. Proper. Clearly not happy with how long it took them to get that cap. Mag Grenade now lobbed in. Right-click spam coming through. Stalker will be able to get the killing blows here on the two of them as Violet and Alpha E also fall.
It is actually insane. I mean, the fact that he's doing this into a Sojourn and actually winning these duels, I mean, that grenade, when he got the 1 dink into a grenade kill at that range is actually just so insane to get A, and then obviously here taking out Flora a second time. When Flora had line of sight, a long sight line as well. It's just putting up an incredible performance. Now they have high ground, so a little bit tougher here for FTG to actually regain control, especially without that sound barrier. It's coming online very soon here. The cart is rolling essentially for free.
FTG, maybe they're not going to do a similar strategy of trying to contest the high ground itself. They are just going to be pushing out here, playing on the low ground. Deadeye used, and that's going to be Flora dead. Proper under that kill. Pulse Bomb lobbed in, some damage bound. Elimination so far, not coming through as Hanbin with the Terra Surge will be able to find Violet, but Alpha E collects on the 2. Support's gone here. However, as Gio, another rally rolling as it's him and Hanbin against the world once more. As Bernard contained back. Comes up onto the elevator, works his way up onto the high ground. So the whip shot looks to try to take him down. Hanbin now swinging in from behind, looks to contest. Mark Fernaldo abandoned, not moving forward. Still going to be time bought in FTG overall, despite how scrappy and back and forth the fight are. We're going to be happy with the outcome.
Yeah, absolutely, but See if Falcons can get back control of this high ground before the regroups come through. Just going to see a drop down instead here for FTG. They want to play around the room instead. Stick.
Helps again. Bernard down to a sliver, and Stalker able to finish the job.
Bernard was
2 kills there, and that's a huge breakthrough now.
Bernard was kind of cut off after that scrappy fight and couldn't really rejoin his teammates. Was pushed back there with Alpha Yi and lost a ton of his health and just couldn't get that position back without dropping. And then in that moment, he's taken out. They end up winning the fight, and that should just be
They
B.
can't recontest it.
Yeah, no way. And they're just going to try to operate around these doors again instead. Let's see if they can make the same defense happen.
Okay, well, Flora finally getting the upper hand here against Proper. Does find that headshot. And that next overclock now ready to go.
This is where Team Falcons really took that time bank down on their defense, and FTG obviously having this choke point control, getting that pick with Flora, and having the overclock here should be able to buy a significant amount of time. Don't make any mistakes.
Stopper shot on the corner. Try to slow things up. Bernard pushing forward. Just has things locked right in place here on the corner. Alpha Yeet looking for some heals. Will receive them. Overclock used. A little interruption there on it, but is rolling. Mortality field having to be cleared out though, buys them a little bit more space. Sound barrier going to be used aggressively, and Stalker going to be taken down. Flora able to find that headshot. Heals now streaming through, just trying to keep them alive. Flora rides up onto the high ground now. This rally is going to be committed to here by Chio, but it's not nearly enough to keep Hanbin in this fight. He ends up falling off with the mag grenade, able to take down Finn. Bernard traded out. Alfie now dead. Violet will also get picked
Fielder
off.
popping
and this
off,
is just
Ilios.
insane. Fielder coming up with multiple kills, looking for the last one. We'll just wait this one out.
That's
say,
all you
okay,
need,
we'll
I
just
guess.
stagger you instead.
DPS Batiste, once you got that armor on you and you just hit those headshots, I guess it doesn't matter if Hanbin is not in range for rally and he's getting isolated. The DPSs of FTG chasing Hanbin down, not there when the Batiste pop-off happens. Stalker also doing a ton of damage there in the initial parts of that fight. Now the cart is rolling. It'd be crazy if Falcons can actually beat the time bank here, have one at all after the start they had.
They have to take them down below a minute. It looks like that is going to be likely. There's only 8 seconds left to try to get that push coming through, but so far the cart's still moving. Now intercepted. Kitsune Rush invested here by Finn. The pushback on the Stalker. Pulse Bomb still going to be held in the back pocket as LV as well.
Immortality field down.
Backs away. Flora able to find one. Proper taken down. Now with that pick, with ththese kills coming through, any additional seconds they find, it's a chance at not just the extra innings, but at the victory itself here for FTG, at a chance for the lead.
I mean, Falcons, they have a Terra Surge, but how are they going to get onto the point? I almost feel like they should swap off of this Brig here because Chio, maybe he builds a rally, but they need speed. They're not going to be able to build a Kitsune Rush either, nor a Sound Barrier, but getting Hanbin to the point is the biggest challenge right now as Flora's just going to be chunking him down as they approach him. You only get one fight. They have respawn advantage. It's going to take a miracle here. Maybe Stalker can find it with a pulse.
They need to try to find Violent. He is just 10% away from that Sound Barrier. Pulse up here for Alfie, Stalker, matching. They have the Terra Surge, they have the Amp Matrix, they have plenty of ults to try to create some space, if not find some picks. It's all going to be about how they get utilized here. As for now, they identify Palmer off on the flank by himself. They want to try to corral and get on top of him. Immortality Field going to be taken out. Alfie able to find Fielder. First kill coming through. Now Chio dead. The support's gone. Proper eliminated. As it is just Stalker and Hanbin left standing. Pulse Bomb goes in, but it does not find anything. He will get cleaned up. The overtime will plummet, and FTG will use this Hollywood pick against Falcons, and they will now take the lead 2-1 in the series.
And I mean, that's, love him or hate him, what you have to respect about Violet is he will build these sound barriers so quickly, and they play around his aggressive usage of it. When there's no Lucio on the other side, you just are going to have a huge health advantage in that moment. And like you said, they identify Proper's off on the side. We push him, and even if he doesn't die instantly, you've overwhelmed him. He actually can't do anything. You're not going to be able to beat the Orisa versus Orisa because there's a sound barrier, there's all that armor, so Bernard can do whatever he wants. You can take that fight off the point. You know you have respawn advantage, so even if you lose that fight, you're going to be able to buy a ton of time. You have those respawns coming through. Fantastic decision there from Violet and the rest of the squad. Just hard push onto Proper. Don't take the fight on the point. Don't take the fight on the cart. Just push them back away from it. And it was just a snap decision, really quick thinking there, knowing they have that extra advantage, and probably also knowing the rally is on the cusp of being finished. Maybe they don't even have it, and they just made that decision so quickly. And that's what's been so impressive to me about FTG throughout this tournament compared to OWCS Korea, where in OWCS Korea, they're kind of finding their footing. Their synergy wasn't that great, and they often just relied on their mechanics. Now they're making really fast, clutch, smart decisions very, very quickly in these high-pressure situations, and that clutch factor might win them this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, just the night and day difference from that opener on Ilios, the performances that we're seeing, the impact that is being found by Alpha E and Flora, so very different. Because that opening round, it was just dire. It was looking just like down in the dumps. It was just tragic. Alpha E, I mean, right there at the very end, just completely isolates the enemy Baptiste, kills off the Immortality field, and kills him without having to, without the pulse bomb there to find that elimination. So just absolutely incredible backlining there from Alpha E. Yeah, got caught a couple times, but when it really mattered, the impact was found. And now, FTG, they find themselves in the lead at match point. If they can just close out one more map, that's them going to the grand finals, and that's Falcons not going to Dallas.
Yeah, that would be insane. I think they've got to sub Smurf back in. I want to see them play their standard lineup, right? Because Hanbin, he didn't play anything super unusual. They tried the Ramattra for a moment, but otherwise, that wasn't it. That wasn't the best we've seen from Falcons. That was not their norm. That was not their average.
No, it certainly was not. Well, a short little break is all that is separating us from map number 4, and that is all the time that Falcons get to try to collect themselves and get back into gear. We'll see if they can do it when we come back. FTG now in the lead, 2-1 in the series, taking out Falcons on their map pick of Hollywood. Falcons once again, map selection in their hands for the very last time as they try to hold on. Where do they take us? That is the question.
I think probably New Junk City would be my guess. Smurf back in. There's a lot of different things they can run there. Obviously, you can run the Winston, you can run the Mauga, that's very popular, and try to put Stalker on the Genji and hope that, you know, that's going to be enough. Your mechanics win out, because I feel like Proper is pulling his weight. You know what I mean? Proper he's taking Flora out, he's playing the cast, he's winning against the enemy Sojourn, but at the end of the day, you know, the coordination seems to be better for FTG, positioning seems to be better for FTG, they're more decisive, and I think that Falcons can win this series, and I think most people expected this series to be very one-sided in favor of Falcons just based on the history, the data that we have. But I don't know, FTG, the tougher the match gets, the more pressure there is, the better they play. And that even showed with DAF. It's going to be Suravasa actually and not Dujunk City.
I mean, this map hasn't been great for either team. Granted, Flashpoint for FTG in general, just not fantastic. 40% win rate on both of those maps. But this has also not been one that's super kind. I mean, you saw, as you were talking about, Dujunk City, 100% win rate. Haven't really dropped anything there. Suravasa, significantly more losses for the side of Falcons. So curious to see this pickup coming through, because I think widely we just continue to see Bernard play Orisa here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is probably what's going to happen. As we have seen a little bit of Mauga, but I mean, with how well he's playing and how well Violet is playing around him. And Flora, yes, he has lost out a few times, but I feel like you're not worried about that matchup here because it's more about the Orisa, it's more about the tank matchup. A Smurf will come back in as expected. And I don't know, there was just something really strange about that Hanbin substitution that just didn't sit well with me, Ilios, because it was just worse Orisa and worse coordination. Not like his individual play, but just in general, the team's play around him was not as strong as what we saw on Colosseo, that is for sure.
I mean, it just didn't lead to any of the things that we were kind of expecting to see on that Hollywood map. It wasn't the Zarya for the start. I mean, the Ramatra, they showed it for those brief little moments on the attack, but then as soon as they saw the other composition, they say, okay, well, this isn't going to work. But at the same time, what did you think they were going to be playing?
Yeah.
Bernard's in. I mean, the guy's so damn good at the Orisa. They're showing it on the attack the entire way through. Of course they're going to be playing it on the defense. Basically, should not have been any question about it whatsoever, but Smurf back through. Let's see if Falcons can make this a 5-mapper.
Fielder's had a really good series. I think Falcons absolutely can bounce back here if they're not too shaken from that loss. And obviously the pushes to B and C, they looked very good there. It was A, really, where we were most concerned. And some of those moments, obviously, on the elevator heading towards B as well. But in general, I think this is not a stomp win for FTG at all, but just some suspect moments.
Well, it all comes down to this. Falcons hanging on by a thread. Need to win here on Suravasa, their final map pick of this series, to see if they can go to the grand final. Square off against Crazy Raccoon once more. Or if against all expectations and odds, it will be FTG to punch their ticket over to Dallas.
That is what this is all about. Another chance to play in front of this packed crowd here in this arena to lift a trophy. Challenge Crazy Raccoons, as they've subverted so many expectations. Maybe they could beat the Crazy Raccoons FTG if they get there. To start, it is just going to be those mirrored compositions. Actually, I say that. Flora on the Cassidy, Proper going to try to outrange him here. And this is what you expect on Suravasa's first flashpoint. You get this long sightline here for the Sojourn, and we'll, of course, be able to outrange. And this means that FTG will have to play around trying to burst down Smurf instead. We talk about this all the time. Both teams playing to their strengths.
Shot sent. Now just tiptoeing Smurf forward here onto the point. Bernard taking quite a bit of damage there. Spins the javelin to keep himself safe. Shot, though, takes away all of that healing, all of that armor, and Bernard going to have to likely pull back. Again, yep, just backing away. Dive forward here. Stalker trying to get in behind, but it's going to be Smurf who actually managed to find that first kill. Now Flora corralled up into the corner. Stalker able to collect. Swing on the corner. Javelin through. Finn gets taken down. It's going to be a very nice cleanup here for Falcons
and FTG,
their right foot forward.
They try to walk that tightrope where they put Bernard super far forward, and then Violet builds a fast sound barrier. They get the sound barrier lead, and then he drops it, and then they win the fight as he pushes forward. But Team Falcons just shoved him off the tightrope. Too many headshots onto Bernard, too much damage, too quickly, and they actually fail that build. He is, of course, now behind Chio after they lose the fight. Still will be able to look for a rush trade here. Advantage definitely to the long sight line here of Proper, and the defensive setup that Team Falcons have. He's even got high ground here now.
Fielder gets a headshot there onto Finn. Kitsune Rush It's going to be used here. They know if they win this fight, that's widely just the first flashpoint taken and locked in for themselves. And yeah, with the final little staggers coming through, that is going to be the case. So Falcons with a very nice start. Invest one ultimate. Stop FTG from really building up any of theirs, because Flora forced to swap Alfie, not really getting too much. So it's going to be the support ones there for them. Yeah. That is going to be the first flashpoint in the hands of Falcons.
No reason for FTG to try to force this, even with Kitsune Rush advantage. Would just be a very poor choice. Super high risk. You'd have to still then flip it all the way to 100. You'd have no ult economy for that. So the smarter choice. Okay, this flashpoint here going to favor Falcons as well. This is really rough for FTG. Flora swapped over since to the Sojourn to try to compete with the long sight lines here of Proper, but if he doesn't get positional advantage, it's so tough. He's looking for this wraparound now. Very risky. He's not going to be punished. Ooh, angle here on Chio.
Out in the open, and Chio does get tagged down to half HP, but does manage to stay alive. Overclock held here for Proper. This Kitsune Rush going to be used by Finn. Sound barrier in response. Chio dropping the beat. Violet holds on to one of his own. Floor falls down to half HP. So far, FTG, they create enough space here for themselves to get the sound barrier out, and now they're in control of point 2. Alfie sends out the pulse bomb off screen. Not going to be able to find anything there. Stalker still holds one of his own. Overclock now out. Proper takes out Alfie. Opening kill in his hands. Flora still not yet able to match that ultimate on the opposite side, but Sound Barrier will give them a little bit more staying power as Violet goes ahead and sends that one through. Their resurgence is now going to be exchanged, and Violet caught up in the mix. Ends up falling. Great javelin from Smurf. Pins Flora to the wall and takes him down with a headshot.
And the synergy with Smurf here in this roster when they're running these compositions just looks a lot cleaner. They're a lot crisper on their calls, and obviously in that last fight it was a really nice setup there. Even with Alpha Yi gone, you can get Bernard into the position to look for the Terra Surge, but that Javelin there just takes all the damage away. Without Flora, you can't win those. Violet's down again.
Proper on one right now. Bernard still getting whittled away at and likely to die, and he does. Smurf finds him. That's, I mean, lead at so much more confirmed now here for Falcons on this second flashpoint.
Yeah, massive, massive advantages here for them now. Geo obviously having the sound barrier lead is going to mean so much here. And this is practically a guarantee. I mean, unless Flora can get something done with an overclock flank angle, it's just disastrous. You gotta hope you get the first control of the next flashpoint. As Rush out here from Fielder.
Rush goes through. Sound barrier now dropped in as they hear the overclock, and Flora just doesn't even get to use it. Taken down as the team kill instantly is found, and that is the second point now for Falcons about to come in. FTG going to have to reverse sweep within Suravasa if they want to close out the series now.
And I mean, tossing that overclock away in a lost team fight is going to hurt your ability to fight for neutral here. And we'll be able to get here and contest, but this is also one of the toughest places to actually get advantages out of the Sojourn anyway, so at least you feel better about that. Now that Proper has the overclock advantage, not a ton of great sightlines here on this point itself. Still might be able to get the wraparound there. And I mean, for Falcons, they're playing that they've got nothing to lose here. Just sit back and defend, see if they can force out Violet. Soundberry. He doesn't even have it yet. Here's the overclock.
Clock found after that opening shot. Flora taking a half. For now, yep, FTG just backpedaling, waiting to re-aggress, waiting out the ultimate. They do so successfully. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush to try to open things up as the point does get unlocked, and there it is, coming through. Contest is now in. Smurf down, low on HP, just pulls all the way back. Full disengage going to be called here from the side of Falcons, but Smurf still does fall. So some time and space bought here by FTG as they once again get the first lockdown.
Yeah, that was a very patient call there from FTG. A little bit early on Proper's overclock before the point unlocked. They were like, all right, that's cool with us. We still have enough time. We'll back off, rush back in, get Bernard into position. Don't have to commit the sound barrier either. So pretty ult efficient here for FTG.
Third of the way there. Taking the first step towards that reverse sweep within the map. Builds up pulse bomb from Albi, not finding anything but Flora. Gets the headshot. Gets some revenge there on a Proper, striking him down. Stalker in the meantime still does have a pulse of his own, but he's going to be pulling back here with the rest of the squad. 60% down here for FTG. Falcons with ults to try to utilize here in the upcoming fight, but they're going to have to pull the trigger soon.
Yeah, Terra Surge could definitely be better here for FTG with the sound barrier and using it second here, but the Rush can get Smurf into position if they want to end this map. Now, they just want to save these ults and see what they can bait out. Here comes Smurf.
Wait for it. Consider Rush coming in. Space going to be given up here. FTG just full disconnecting, waiting out these ultimates.
Yeah, they're
surrender the cap.
They are not going to toss their ultimates away. Like, you can have this. We're going to win this fight on even terms. Thank you for the Kitsune Rush. Trying to then back away and come back in here and win this fight as ult efficiently as possible because they need to keep those ults for the next 3 they need to win, or next 2. They can get the flip on this one, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do this one ultless. The Rush comes out first.
So they're going to be invested. Sound barrier held by Chio. Drops the beat. Bails out Smurf there at the very last second. As in deep here is Chio. Shielding now going to be gone. Terror Surge from Bernard is going to be creating some space, but not finding eliminations. But Smurf does get cut off from the rest of the squad, so he does get taken down. First kill found. Flip not there quite just yet as Bernard overstepping. Gets headshot by Fielder. Does get taken out, but Alpha Yi wreaking havoc here in the back line. Pops the recall, keeps himself safe. Looks to the cleanup onto Fielder, and he will be able to have it. Overtime now bleeding down, and FTG get their first flashpoint here on Suravasa.
So risky the way FTG played that, holding ultimates, trying to come back in for the retake. That could have gone so poorly for them, but they trust Bernard again, even though his Terra Surge doesn't get a lot of value, buys enough space, and they are able to reset ult economy completely across the board here. Now, they have the opportunity to basically reset this map, but they can't make any mistakes. Do have the overclock ready for both Sojourn players here. About who gets that better line of sight, if they can find any stray members. This is so close right now, this map. Even with the 2-0 lead here for Falcons, could all change off of one team fight now.
Overclock from Flora. Wants to be able to try to get this opening lockdown of the point, but is forced to slide back. As Fielder sends in the Kitsune Rush just to try to equalize. Finn will be building his up soon, but never mind. Proper takes him down. His own overclock finding value immediately. As Alpha will also get traded. Stalker coming away with that killing blow. Floor it down low, dead at Smurf's hand. As Falcons in control here for what could be the final flashpoint of Suravasa.
This is where things get really scary. Now, Violet was able to build a lot of sound barrier there in that extended fight, so it's not like he's got that massive disadvantage or anything like that. They're, in ahead in terms of having that Kitsune Rush. I think they want to try to force this flip early and also get the sound barrier out of Chio. That's the goal here for FTG on this next push. If they fail this fight, it looks like we are going to 5.
HP bars broken up a bit there from FTG on the approach. Desperately trying to push their way through. Smurf, I'm swinging around the backhand side. They do have this Terror Surge available. That's going to be the Kitsune Rush now forced out. Finn dropping that Susan, trying to keep himself protected. Now beats matched for both sides. Smurf trying to exit. Pulse got the stick, but we cleanse from that Suzu. Nicely timed. Does find it, but Smurf takes down Alpha Yi, but does lose his own life. Pulse bomb down to the floor. Nothing found for Stalker. So far, it's going to be a Tracer versus that Orisa. And overall, FTG, you definitely favor that, given that Alpha Yi can join in a little bit faster. Flip is now in the FTG's controls. They push forward, looking for some staggers, and he picks they can possibly get, as well as building up towards these next ultimates.
Yeah, it's just so sturdy, this Orisa. The trade's definitely favoring FTG to be able to hold onto that point, but now Falcons will have their own rush here. I think a lot of this next fight, which could be map deciding ultimately, is going to come down to Flora and this overclock. Let's see what he can do.
Any kind of opening here. Kitsune Rush to shove them back. Flip comes in, Falcons. There'll be final fight. Terror Surge pulling multiple players in. Flora going to be taken down. Stalker able to find him as he tries to slide out. Finn now eliminated. Bernard, his own Terror Surge, not going to get a damn thing. Spins the spear, but he gets taken out, and with 91% and his death coming through, that is going to be Falcons keeping themselves alive and taking us the distance as we go to map 5.
Flora taken out early in that fight. Nothing with his overclock there, and Bernard patiently waiting to Terra Surge, but the fight ends the moment the Sojourn dies, and Terra Surge is in desperation at the end, but the fight was long over. The map with it, and we are going the distance. We are going to 5 as Crazy Raccoons watch on. Both of these teams incredibly warmed up. You talked about that earlier, about how that can be a huge boon for you going into the grand finals if you do have to make that lower bracket run. I'd say both of these teams are ready for anything right now. A huge bounce back here. Very dominant win for the Falcons here on Suravasa, their map pick. And we're going to Escort. This feels like very rarely seen map type. We almost never go to 5 games. Korean teams generally don't pick Escort, so at least the ball is in FTG's court. They're the ones who get to decide what that final map is going to be.
Very true, and I'm very curious to see where they elect to take us, because like you said, it's something that we didn't get to see for the longest time, the map veto system, especially during that period. Games just weren't going to 5. We had very, very few of them across all of the regions. So this is going to be some mildly uncharted territory for us, but FTG push to the brink, that Suravasa not going their way, just constantly getting picked off. I mean, having to use pretty much every time a Kitsune Rush came through or the beat, they had to dump both of their support ultimates, whereas it was just constantly one after the other, just chaining them together rather than stacking them for the side of Falcons.
And it's Proper diff. I mean, Proper is just being more consistent than Flora is. I feel like Stalker and Alpha E are a lot more competitive in that matchup, but I feel like Proper is really, really winning out in terms of these long-range hit scan battles, and that is what is costing them a lot of these fights, what's costing them a lot of these ultimates. So we're going to have to see a big step up here for Flora in this final game.
Yeah, for sure. Needs to be able to match up against that one, and I'm sure there's still going to be people out there saying, like, oh, Proper, he's washed. This guy was never good. Stop being weird. You're not watching what's on your screens. The guy's been crushing it all goddamn day.
He definitely has.
So
I don't know what you guys are watching.
There's always just been this weird hate ever since he got Rookie of the Year and whatnot. It's bizarre. The guy's doing work right now, as are Falcons. But that final map pick is in FTG's favor. Let's see where they elect to take us for the 5th and final map when we come back. On map 5 in our opening game of the final day of OWCS Asia, this lower bracket final is absolutely delivering. Shambali Monastery, the final pick here that FTG elect to go with as we have Escort to close things out.
I think this is a great call, considering how it can, in a lot of ways, really neuter Proper, because, you know, the sight lines aren't great, especially on the first point, and so makes it a little bit easier for Flora to compete, and he can stick with the Cassidy very likely. They might run something completely different here. We've seen all sorts of weird stuff on Shambali. We've seen the Bastion, we've seen Reinhardt, we've seen Reinhardt Bastion, we've seen so many different styles of composition here, but we do see it in other regions, because again, we don't see this map very often in Korea, but we've seen it in Japan, we've seen it in Europe, etc. So I think that they either have something that they're cooking here, or more likely just going to be the Orisa Cassidy, and they're hoping that they can win out those duels and play it close on A. You move into the later parts of the map and things get a little bit better for Proper, obviously, but a lot of the time on Shambali, we don't get there. We don't get that far because A is just so difficult to push through.
Well.
I mean, this is a Hanbin map. I mean, this is where you play Zarya. This is where you play the Ramatra. The Ramatra absolutely makes sense here, so this doesn't shock me, actually.
I think that, or also Sigma, something that
Sigma
could very well be coming through. I mean, Ramatra was definitely, when Shambali first came in, that was the flavor. There was nothing else available.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, yes, we only have vanilla, sir. But we'll see if it's going to be the Ramatra. Flash it for that brief little moment on Hollywood, but I think that this one, it does make a bit more sense here. So we'll get ready to go into the game and see exactly what is going to be transpiring and what the comp looks like. Because the biggest thing that we want to see is, this is of course Peppy, but we want to see, or I almost said Dallas because Hanbin's in. They want to see Dallas. That's what Falcons want. But we want to see, for Falcons, them be able to stick to the game plan, stick to the compositions that they're going to be able to excel at with Hanbin in the roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, this is definitely where you want to put Hanbin in. Like, what we didn't see on Hollywood is what we're hoping to see here. And if they just end up having to Orisa mirror here, I am very concerned because it did not go well last time around. Proper had to make some risky and crazy plays that did not pay off. And ultimately, Flora, he didn't get it done, but Alpha E absolutely did. Violet and Bernard, they absolutely did. So definitely feels like going to this match that I give FTG a little bit of an edge, as Hanbin's just such an unknown quantity right now, especially with the Orisa we saw. The Ramatra, we may hope for. We'll see if they attack first and what that is going to look like. On defense, anybody's game. I mean, you probably are going to be running something like an Orisa or the Sigma you mentioned. It's on attack where you really get to dictate the pace because you can swap composition. Your opponents cannot.
What game? Ready to go. Let's load up and see which one of these squads is joining Crazy Raccoon in the grand final. Which one of these teams is punching their ticket over to the Dallas Major as we head into Shambali Monastery. Falcons first on the attack. Hanbin for now is going to be flashing that Orisa. Flora shifting over. Ash, something not uncommon on this map.
Yeah, not uncommon because the dynamite value here is so high in those choke points, and even though sight lines are not always long, there are definitely certain angles where you can wrap around with the coach gun, and there's some really cool stuff you can do with Ash on this map. Bob is incredibly strong, especially in his initial animation, setting up for those fights. So we'll be out the gates here. It is Cassidy, Tracer, Orisa, and after Hollywood, doesn't leave a good taste in your mouth if you are a Falcons fan, but let's see if Hanbin can turn this one around.
For now, a little bit of that forward corner presence there from FTG. Pull back up onto the high ground here as Bernard just looks to get the contest going.
Proper may swap, obviously, if this Ash becomes too much of a problem with the long sight lines that she's trying to find here in these choke points.
Jade around the back. Vin taken low, but Immortality Field comes through to keep it protected. That gets cleared out. Hanbin, however, going to be eliminated, but Vin traded. Tank for support and a faster run back here for Hanbin. Still a decent position overall for the side of Falcons, but need to not lose anybody else on the back end. A Stalker now sealing the card away. Proper finds Alpha E. Violet dead. Bernard just collect another, but the cleanup widely is here in the hands of Falcons. Looking a hell of a lot better here as Bernard will be able to slow things up a little bit, but ultimately is just going to be staggered, and the cart now starts to break away.
Very bizarre there from FTG to not just take the W and back off and regroup after the Immortality Field came down. They tried a hard force. They had a big dynamite, but the damage just wasn't there, and they pushed into the hands of Team Falcons. We'll be able to regroup for one more contest here for the defense.
Now into the corner, and that is just Alpha E done and dusted. Proper swings in, finds the mag grenade. Now Deadeye looking for a target. They all have to pull so far back, except for Bernard. Has managed to time that Javelin spin long enough to keep himself alive and mitigate some of that damage. But now the Ant Matrix going to be set up. Rally rolling from Violet, trying to keep everybody alive. The answering Ant Matrix now invested from Vin on the opposite side. Bob sent in, pushed back off that whip shot for a brief little moment, but he does land in the back lines. Fielder able to clean that one up very quickly. Dynamite will not be finding any value, and with 1.53 meters left to go, Falcons for now will be held up.
Terra Surge at the ready here, as Bernard goes very low, but should be fine. We'll be able to get that armor back.
Finn and Violet as well, just constantly getting tagged up. Dynamite into the back. Multiple targets getting caught there, but kills not being found. Proper, however, will find one. Violet, headshot taken out. Terra Surge for Terra Surge charged up. Immortality Field cleaned up. That means that Bernard does fall. Team kill now found. It's going to be 4 minutes, 18 seconds for Falcons as we check the settings real quick, and we continue on our merry way.
Yeah, Hanbin trading ultimates there, but obviously the damage output is going to be higher for a Cassidy than the Ashe in terms of sustained damage there, and there was just no pressure whatsoever. The Terra Surges weren't really pulling anybody and weren't putting any threat onto Proper, and once again, he is popping off. Deadeye out for him now as they try to clear this choke. Protected here by the Brig Shield so they can wrap around this corner. FTG just have to wait it out.
Yeah, you see that though, even though they wait out the Deadeye, Violet says, okay, let's go ahead and start moving forward again, and then just instantly is knocked down to half HP. The damage throughput right now for Falcons is just absolutely disgusting.
And the Ashe just isn't really working out. You know, it's not making a large impact outside of that Bob play earlier. So here comes a potential Amp Matrix to maybe change that. This fielder is pushes him away.
Damage for Amp Matrix. Alpha E with an opening kill does take out Stalker. Mortality Field's force here from both squads. But for now, going to be ultimate already. Exposed to so much distance. Pulse bomb sent, but not able to find the stick. No kill. No real damage. Floret looking to wrap around maybe the backhand side here, trying to catch somebody rejoining. Gets spot in, but can't find much of anything there. Rally rolling. Violet still 20% behind towards that one with Fielder falling. Is Alpha E able to find that backline pick, but then Gio does find the punish, the whip shot to kill. Proper gets in on top of Flora. Elimination found. He dips back for a brief little moment, but now looks to re-aggress. The Deadeye is nearly online, but does need some heals here from the rest of the squad. Gio falling. Bernard doing everything for the squad right now as he comes up with two. Looking for the third. Can't quite get it because Finn will steal it away. Looks like Falcons will be held at bay for the time being as Hanbin will be a late death.
I mean, I have to say it. I feel like Bernard might be like doubling or tripling Flora's damage this game. He is just doing all of the work, all of the heavy lifting. Flora not finding anything with that Bob there, trying to look for this flank angle, finds nothing, and it looked doomed after he fell there, and the Bob got no value, but Bernard just says no. All the healing goes into this Orisa, and he's able to maintain control here. 2 minutes on the clock here, still a good opportunity for the Falcons to push through the B and get that checkpoint, but it's all going to be on the back of Proper's damage here. He's back, he's rejoined.
There's that approach. This could be a little bit difficult here for Falcons, depending on how quickly they can get back to the card. Can spin a little bit faster towards that next Amp Matrix. Just 60% left to go. Terra Surge to try to open things up. Immortality Field comes in. Violent with the rally rolling, just tries to keep them all alive. Now they just play back here, trading spaces. Proper tries to open it up. The Deadeye coming through. Weave some shots in underneath that cart, but Javelin also woven through as Bernard is able to find that kill. The push for the Immortality Field comes down, but it's going to get cleaned up, and so too does Fielder. As now they just shove forward, looking for even more eliminations. Counter push back in. Hanbin just wanted to try to reset. Does eventually fall. Stalker will be able to take out Violet, but ultimately it's a reset from Proper and from Falcons overall. A minute and 23 seconds now.
Bernard just being so patient there. They get to use, it looks like you want to use the Terra Surge. They're able to force out the Immortality Field. They win the fight despite the Immortality Field without using the Terra Surge, playing that corner so well, and Team Falcons just overextending right to the waiting arms of FTG. Now that time bank half of what it was moments ago, and this is looking a little bit rough here, especially without their own Terra. They're going to have to use this rally as Alpha Yi
into the back, just keeping Stalker honest here for now, noting the enemy Tracer. Pulse at the ready, Chio, the rally rolling. Alpha, if you can get the stick there, it would be a monstrous cancel for him.
Wants to get the Immortality Field out so Bernard can ult.
Immortality Field has come through. Fielder forced to use it. Pulse bomb in. Their own Immortality Field burnt now on the side of FTG. Quickly dealt with, so too is Proper. Violent with a whip shot, taking him down. Terra Surge now invested, looking for the pickoff, and Fielder cannot escape. And the Bob really found now as Violent will be killed off here on the back end, but it's a full retreat once again from Falcons, who are just constantly getting death cycled. The kills come back through, and FTG continue to hold strong. They're looking for more. They know that this Tracer's going to want to get the touch, but Alpha Yi just pops him on the back of the head.
Now,
Stalker dead. Shio now force a swap.
Now, you know, there's almost nothing you can do as Falcons here. I mean, yeah, Hanbin has Terra Surge, but you can't get to the point very easily here. You're going to have to get that touch with Stalker coming back, or perhaps Chio, as you mentioned, rushing over here, and he's boot back.
Boot back, Chio dead. Can anybody else get the touch? The answer is no. The cart gets so damn close to B, but cannot get over that line. A win condition here, set up for the side of FTG, who still need to have a very strong attack.
They do need to have a strong attack because this is actually still a relatively strong push by Shambali Monastery standards here to get as far as they did, but it looked like it was going to be much worse. And man, Bernard really came up big on this one, and they were able to so many times force out these immortality fields by Alpha Yi. And like, when you have to immortality field when Bob's rolling through like this, the Terra Surge follow-up is just so easy. And yes, he only gets Fielder on the kill, but everyone else is pulled out of position. It's super easy for Bernard to then follow up and chase down the kills. Body blocking Hanbin here, knocking him out, isolating. You know, in terms of how the DPS fight has been going, yeah, Flora has definitely not been doing the impact that Proper has, but in terms of the Orisa matchup, Bernard is doing way more, and he's getting way more resources from Finn and Violet than Hanbin is. And it feels a little bit reminiscent of Hollywood, but see what this defense is going to look like. Proper himself will match the Ashe we saw from Flora. Flora, it looks like he wants to keep it and actually mirror this one. He won't know, of course, just yet that Proper is on the Ashe, but he'll get the information very soon here. And man, I'm kind of like shaking in my chair right now because this is down to the wire. And FTG might upset. I think very few people thought that they would get it done today. Very few people thought that they would make it this far. And they actually have their fate in their hands now as they walk out of the gates.
I mean, it's just back-to-back 5 mappers for FTG. Nothing coming easy for them. Alpha just going to be going right back over onto the Tracer. The Ashe v Ashe, we saw the step up from Flora, a little bit of a slow start for him on that defense, but by the end, fragging out of control, finding regular value with the Dynamite. Speaking of which, does get one connect there onto Proper. Just trying to keep him forced off as many angles as humanly possible, but Proper answers back in kind.
Say the Genji here for Alpha Yi.
Yeah.
Very difficult to actually get on top of that backline until you get the Brig.
And
you know what?
Opening kill found. Alpha E does get traded out. Proper putting one down, but now Finn gone as well. It's going to be a trade up in a major way as Proper comes up with another one.
Proper is just out of control, Achilleos. This guy is just so insanely good. Doesn't matter you lost the Brig. Doesn't matter if there's a Genji on top of you. He doesn't miss those shots. And Stalker helps clean them up on their way out. And Falcons with a very, very tight defense there after what looked like a disaster for Chio. Now we only have a blade.
Out of here. Ooh,
that was very close.
Holding on by a thread. Dynamite for some decent value as Flora tries to catch up. The Bob, the Pulse Bomb, both online. Alpha E just about halfway towards trying to get that as the stick sent in there, but still not going to be able to be found. Dynamite on the multiple players on this left side approach. Alpha E just popping the deflect, trying to shove them back, but this cart not moving. We saw how quickly Falcons were really able to get the take there on that point A. That is not happening right now here for the side of FTG. Bob lobbed in, Dynamite over the top. Alpha E going to be taken down, but so far it's just the Bob finished off here as Bernard is able to find that one. Flora going for the quick reload, but seemingly losing track of Stalker there, who was just basically hovering right over top.
He's got his recall back now too, so he's ready to continue to get into the thick of things. And Alfie is just not building this blade fast enough. If you have the Terra Surge with it, it's an incredible push, but just so slow. Rally here.
Push forward. That's the Terra Surge and Flora going to be taken down as Chio pops the rally, gets the shield bash across. Ashe now dead, answering Terra Surge back here from Bernard, just going to be met by the Immortality Field. They clean that one up. Dynamite continues to be layered in, but Hanbin now felled. Stalker taking some damage, tagged low, does have to peel away, grab the health pack here for a brief little moment as Alfie tries to flush him off this card at long last and get things moving here in their favor. FTG have lost an immense amount of time. It's only a minute and 35 remaining.
I mean, Flora's not the main character in this composition. He dies, but they end up winning out with a later rally there. Finally get back control of this cart, but it's a small time bank here. No margin for error now. And Alfie, this blade is going to have to be big. He's going to have to focus Chio down first and then rip through the rest of the back line.
Stalker is just playing on a knife's edge. Down a single-digit HP. Manages to get himself out. Amp Matrix there for Finn.
Yeah, looking for an angle here.
Just have it ready to go, but Fielder about to be able to match on the opposite side. There it is. Pulse Bomb lobbed in. Not going to find much there. Mortality Field can still be held, I do believe, as Alpha Yi looks for an angle to try to pull this blade. Card for now. 2.72 meters left to go with a minute. Less than a minute remaining now in the time bank.
Stalker becoming the stalk there, no recall.
Blade pulled, Alpha Yi looking for a target, finds one. It's going to be Chio taken down. Proper in the meantime, though. Does find a kill on the Flora. It's for a little bit more. Cart
2 meters.
Not progressing. 2.4 left. Violet burned down. The Dynamite connecting. The rally unable to be built up. Alpha Yi, however, still getting in on top. Finds Fielder, but Finn traded at the same time. Both Baps out of the equation here as Bernard is in too deep. He's going to get taken down, you would suspect. Terra Surge committed to, however. And yes, the whip shot from Chio will finish him off.
And they tried so hard to win that extended fight. Alpha Yi tried to put his team on his back and carry.
He's got to do something.
He's got to do something, and I think he will probably swap to that fist. He's going to swap to Diva for the thrusters. They have a rally, and maybe they can win this extended fight here, but they're going to have to deal with Terra Surge. And Flora hasn't been popping off this map. Maybe now's his time.
The touch is found. Terra Surge coming through. Shield raised to try to keep him protected. They're forced away from the card here for the moment. Over time, starting to bleed down. Bob invested, killed off. Flora cleans that one up. Flora still 30% away from one of his own. The javelin flies. Hanbin looking to shove them back. Spins a spear. Rally rolling here from Gio. There's no pulse bomb. They try to take him out of the fight, but Stalker now has one. Tries to send it. Does get pushed back before it comes through, so doesn't really find anybody. But now Bernard going to be broken out of the mech. The Baby Diva exposed. Violet dead. Finn trying to keep everybody alive in desperation as the bomb comes through, but it is not going to happen. They take them to Shambali. They think they have the upper hand, but Falcons get the win all the same. Hard fought, narrow margins, but it will be them making their way into the grand final to play against Crazy Raccoon once again.
Krusty rushes onto stage and embraces Hanbin, a player who on Hollywood did not actually have the synergy, the coordination required to win a best of 5 like this, but when the story is flipped around and we go to Shambali, the team definitely did support him, and it wasn't really him who got it done. It was Proper every single time, and man, Proper absolutely deserving of the player of the match to me. I mean, there was no question, because the guy just did everything on his own. It felt like that entire time. Was way better than Flora, his counterpart, and I feel like Flora, unfortunately, I hate to say it on a loss to the series like this, but felt like dead weight a lot of this series, and Bernard and Alpha Yi were trying their best. I mean, that Alpha Yi Genji moment where he got the Swift Strike resets was insane.
And we'll go ahead and unveil it. It's actually Smurf who wins player of the match.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say I agree with this one. Smurf was subbed out. Wasn't even a part of the final map. I'm gonna have to say definitely Proper was robbed, chat. Proper was robbed. You and I are going to go to the Huishik later tonight.
Yeah, we're going to have
some conversations.
Words with the Korean commentators, and I think the Observer team also has one vote.
And the Japanese commentators.
I mean, look, Smurf played well. He played really well. In fact, I mean, that Ilios was damn good from him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Ilios was great. And Colosseo was decent, but he got subbed out after that, and
Proper was the player of the match.
Let's be real.
Let's see if the replays convince us otherwise.
Yeah, I think the Korean casters might have been reading too much Reddit.
Hey, look, I get it. Smurf, he's the tank goat, pretty much. You know, the guy, he's just insane. Whenever the Winston comes through, barring a couple moments from earlier on in the season, he just looks absolutely incredible on it. He was dominating here on Ilios, as mentioned. Huge performance to kick off the series. But I need to see the rest.
Yeah, I mean, like, he looked very good on also, like, the first half of Ilios specifically as well. Like, it's all highlights from one round of Lighthouse.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay, I'll take a look. Okay, that was that time he used the Terra Surge and he killed Violet, and then they lost the map. It was pretty good. And then he died moments after that clip ended. And then they started off the Flashpoint really well. And they did get the win on this map.
True. Now, this was his best. I think this was his most consistent map, but I feel like Proper carried this map as well.
Well, this was the one that made it all the more confusing when we saw Hanbin, coming back in for the final map, because Smurf looking good on Orisa. The Hollywood didn't go their way, but Hanbin with some redemption was able to find that.
Yeah, anyway.
Look, people will call us Smurf haters. It's not that we hate Smurf. We absolutely love Smurf.
Know.
It's just that Proper had an
clear.
immense amount of impact and found some very crucial kills. So it is a little bit confusing, but all the same, we'll pass it back over to Quest, who has the translation standing by.
Yeah, we'll see what he says. Let's see what Smurf says.
Thank you very much, Ilios. We are back with the first player interview translations of the day. Of course, we have Smurf from Team Falcons after that 5-game series, or 5-map series rather. And this is Smurf.
네,
The
스머프
tank for
선수
Team Falcons.
반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 역시나 팀 팔콘이었습니다.
Of course,
위기는
today's win
있었지만 패배는
showed why they are
없었습니다.
Team
승리
Falcons.
소감
Of
들어볼까요?
course, there were times that felt that the series was losable, but in the end they prevailed. So, how do you feel about the victory?
오늘은 방심하지 말고 열심히 하자라는 생각으로 해서 잘 이겨가지고
We came into the mindset saying that,
웃으면서 얼마나
hey,
좋은지가
it's going to be tough,
느껴집니다.
but let's just keep working hard. And I think
FTG의
that
거센 저항에
our
조금
mindset
까다롭게 느껴지기도
paid
했을
off in the
텐데요.
end.
어떤 부분이 좀 힘들었나요?
Can you tell us what parts of the series was hard for Team Falcons?
상대가 받아치는 조합을 해서 이제 자의를 잘 대처해가지고
I think our read on the meta is good, but I think that FTG had a counter plan to our strategies, and that's what made it difficult.
팀을 위기에서 구해낸 우리 스머프
Of course,
선수였죠.
Smurf was subbed in for map 4,
구원 투수로
and
등장했는데 어떤
he
마음가짐으로
was the savior for Team Falcons, because if they lost map 4, then they would have lost the series. So, can you tell us about what happened during that back then?
저희 문제점을 바로 파악하고 이제 저희가 중요한
So after losing on Colosseo, we talked about it, figured out what was wrong right away, and we kind of boosted each other's confidence for the next
한빈 선수에게
map.
바톤을 넘겨주고 벤치에서 기다리고 있었는데 좀
Of
아슬아슬한
course, he was
장면들이
subbed
많이
out for game map
나왔어요.
5.
믿고 있었나요?
Did you have faith in your teammates?
한빈이가
And
잘하는 선수라고 저는 생각하기 때문에
Smurf says, of course, I think Hanbin's a very good player. So,
네, 이렇게
and I'm grateful
멀리서도
that he pulled it off
응원의
very well
함성을
in the end.
쏘았던 게 제가 들립니다. 자, 이제는 OWCS 아시아
Now,
왕좌에 도전할
Team Falcons and Smurf,
오늘
of course, they have to
숨막히는
challenge for the throne
팬분들께도
at
한마디
OWCS Asia.
부탁드릴까요?
Can you say a few words to the fans that have been patiently watching your games?
보여줬다고 생각하고 오늘 경기에서는 달라진 모습 보여드릴 테니까
We'll make sure to
응원해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
show an improved level of
네,
performance
지금까지 팀
compared to
팔콘의
yesterday.
스머프 선수 만나봤습니다.
And that was the player of the match interview with Smurf. And before we head into the event match, I'm going to send it back to Ilios and Wolf.
네, 자, 다음
Thank you very much, Quest. Always is good to hear from Smurf. Again, we love Smurf.
Yeah, who doesn't love Smurf?
Guys,
we were like spent a lot of the Hollywood game being like, why isn't it Smurf? But yeah. Anyway, congrats to him.
Congratulations to him. Their ticket to Dallas is punched, but what seed they're going there in, that is uncertain. They still have to play a grand final. Before that, we are going to have our show match, Team Japan versus Team Pacific, coming up in just a bit, where we'll get a look at Clash as well as Venture in the hands of some of the pros. So do not go anywhere.
Let's make history! No way! Ha! This season's got my name written all over it. Tectonic Shock is ready to rock! Taking names from strata to stratosphere.
Only the good triumph. We will tear them down.
No mercy. I decide who receives my aid.
Good always has the last word.
Mace to the face. Evil can't hide from my sight. I can be nice.
Hard work is rewarded.
It all started with Talon stealing artifacts. But wait, who's that? Those boots, the drill, that perfect smile. It's Venture! Whoosh, flashback. I researched this artifact, last seen in my favorite place, Cairo, and the reliefs there led me all the way to the Shambali, who were kind enough to direct me, after a lot of digging, and I mean a lot, to the hideout. Oops, hi Talon. They ran with the artifact, but I dodged their spikes and juked their darts and blasted my way through the base, and... here we are. Artifact, safe and sound. Whew, that was a doozy.
Alrighty, we are back, and it's not time to go into the grand finals quite just yet. We have to give Falcons a little bit more time to get settled, to get ready for that matchup, that rematch for the 4th time or something like that, versus Crazy Raccoon. First, we got some friendly show matches going on here between Japan as well as Pacific.
Yeah, so we're going to be taking a look at Venture, and it's going to be interesting to see how Venture plays out in this setting, because it's not going to be Like, we already got the rosters. I'll tell you guys there's some position swaps and some shenanigans that are even happening, which is, it's a friendly show match, so that's why. How Venture is going to play, because Venture kind of reminds me of when Doomfist first released as a DPS, you know, in terms of Venture's kit, where you have melee being kind of the primary functional way you fight. You go on the ground,
range.
pop up, and then their melee, like, F key, when you press F, like, you kind of have this, like, drill that actually is, it's not just a single hit, it actually ticks through damage. So there's some really cool combos you can pull off, and in choke points, obviously there's going to be a lot of value. You can do a lot of AoE damage, so, you know, obviously it's going to be dive comps I think we're going to see. Maybe Genji Venture, Venture Tracer.
Yeah, I feel like you definitely need something to go alongside Venture, even like Diva, something that can kind of escort, something that they can really play alongside in close quarter combat, but also offers up a little bit of protection. So I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be comboing together to really enable this pick, because they're forced to use it. No matter what, you have to use Venture in this matchup, just because we want to put them out on display.
I know that Venture is very strong, and everybody knows Venture is very strong right now. So even though these teams haven't been practicing Venture for this tournament because they were globally disabled, I do think we'll probably see some really cool tech and some stuff that we haven't really been able to see. So I don't know. I guess we're going to learn a lot watching this. Or we might learn nothing because it's a friendly show match and it's going to be silly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a very solid read on how Venture's going to play. Obviously, you know, Jake went and he made a bit of a video for the official like Play Overwatch Twitter and everything, kind of explaining how you can utilize Venture and what the best kind of like combos are and that sort of stuff. I tried playing Venture last night. It was a very bizarre game. Crushed first point of Eichenwald, and then my team basically gave up trying to attack into C. And then we just full held them in the end. And it was like, okay. But I was like, well, this didn't have to be as difficult or as frustrating as it was. But, you know, I don't think that's going to be the case for these squads.
Yeah. So Undersea and Mihawk will actually be the DPS players for Japan. And Mihawk, you know, didn't see that much play in Japan, was actually a sub. So we'll see how he does here, obviously now kind of being the main star. I like that Vero allowed him to play here, gives him additional playtime on stage. Undersea, probably, I'm biased, probably my favorite player in Japan right now. I think he's incredibly good.
No shot they play with all of this. It's like, well, I can't actually move my character because I'm holding this royal scepter.
I didn't actually get to cast any Japanese players because they were all eliminated before I got to cast here at OWCS Asia. So it's cool for me to actually see them on camera, because when I cast them, they're online and they're at home. As Clear will be playing DPS for Team Pacific, not playing tank. Lumi will actually be playing tank, with Kame also swapping over to DPS, and Ace will be swapping with Kame, so he'll actually be healing. And Light, of course, the Flex player, will be on support as well. Would have been fun to see Light play DPS too. Maybe we'll see it in the second map, because you can do whatever you want here.
I mean, Light might as well play DPS, given the performances we saw from him, you know, 2 days ago, or even just yesterday a little bit. You know, that Kiriko that he was bringing out was just so dominant. He was coming up with so many eliminations. So it basically is going to be playing DPS. So we'll see what happens, though, as we get ready to go into this, because this is going to be our first look at Venture in the hands of some of the professionals, as well as our first look of Clash.
Yeah. It's actually crazy for me, because I've obviously seen these players in VODs and watching the series leading up to them, but like Blink, you know, he's in some of the content, but I've actually never cast him on stage where his face is here. It's usually just a Lucio portrait, so this is actually really awesome for me. Undersea as well. Good to see him up close and personal.
Alrighty, well, looks like we are ready to go for our first of 2 different displays here. Our fun little show match, Team Japan versus Team Pacific. Japan's still showing him love there.
So Clear and Undersea will be playing Venture, so that is going to be the matchup there. And Mauga seems to be the pairing that everybody wants to run. Mauga, Lucio, and Kiriko, so a lot of speed to push Venture forward. As Venture, they are going to be doing the majority of the big damage and the heavy lifting in the fights, just like the Doomfist dive of old when Doomfist was a DPS hero in Overwatch 1. Teleporters out here. A lot of mobility for Venture, obviously, and a lot of invulnerability. Also gaining shields when using abilities makes them very tanky.
And we were curious what the combos were going to be looking like. We're talking about something that can dive in alongside Venture. Mauga certainly does fit the bill here.
Absolutely.
Get that overrun ready to go. There you go, charge in. Drill dash forward, now just a quick burrow there from Clear, pops back out, gets the melee hit across, but ultimately will get taken down. Mihawk able to find that elimination. Kame does come up with one of his own, but now Lumi going to be taken out, and that's going to be a very solid start here for Japan.
Yeah, still a scrappy fight, no cap here of the first point. A lot of choke points on this map, so it's a very good map to showcase Venture's abilities. As we will see the cap going through for Japan. Pacific not able to regroup fast enough here for a great contest. I think they definitely would try for it, but positionally not looking great.
Contested is in. Ace a little bit further ahead towards this sound barrier though. Just 20% off, can get that in an extended fight as so far lockdown has not come through. Pulse bomb not going to find the stick. Lumi under a bit of fire, but so too is Undersea, who will be taken down. Light and Kame, however, going to be traded out as KSG also gets eliminated. Rush forward here onto the point. Sound barrier going to be invested. Ace just dropping a beat for the two players that are still alive. Clear. Ult available. See if that does come through. That has to be invested, but looks like with Blink getting cleared up, might just be safe. Because now Mihawk, he doesn't really have anywhere to go. And will just be that drill dash forward to help take him down. And Pacific now should be the ones getting the opening cap.
Looked very scary there for a moment for the side of Pacific when the sound barrier came down. Didn't think they were necessarily going to be able to actually win that extended fight, but Clear comes up big. Ace gets a kill as well. And the sound barrier advantage really came up quite large for them as Blake is now holding his own. But the point is not even yet unlocked, as we will have both Venture ultimates available. These big shockwaves you can rip through the enemy team with.
See, looking for a decent spot to pop out, but didn't see too much there. Clear in the meantime. There's absolutely no HP. KSG does go ahead, drop that cage fight. Lumi able to find Mihawk, but it'll be a trade out as Ace gets taken down. Undersea now popping that ult here. To try to set up some damage. Ultimately, will just get taken down. Scummy finds the elimination. Clear burrowing, pops back up. Nice knock up, instantly finds a neutral kill there onto Karu. Them in an advantageous position as the pulse bomb from Kame will take down KSG. It is chaotic, it is crazy, but it's also Pacific looking damn good.
Pacific will win out on this one. Very difficult to get value with this Deadeye for Mihawk as well, because you're going to be fighting into advantageous position. You're also going to be Ace swapping onto the Tracer. Just not, you know, Clear's just going to go underground. I don't care about your Deadeye. I don't care about that at all. As, you gotta be careful about that. That's not a ton of shielding. It's a little shielding, Undersea. It's a little shielding.
It's just enough to save Undersea's life for a brief little moment, because granted, while you're trying to go for that burrow, you can absolutely still die. Have to be careful about the timings there, but Lumi pushing forward, coming up with 2 kills. Now already situated here on the final point are Team Pacific, ready for it to unlock, which now has. Blink going to be taken down as he tries to go for an extended little contest. Karu falling to the wayside, as they are looking to just go ahead and clean sweep their way through this one. KSG with a swap over now onto the Eraser. Undersea, however, just taken down. Clear, getting the Venture dip. Comes up with that elimination. Sound barrier now dropped in as Ace does go low, but it's not going to get Ajax. Drill dash pushing forward there onto KSG, trying to shove him back. Mihawk with a pulse bomb, unable to find much of anything there as Karu has been eliminated. Lumi will be taken down to the front lines. Mihawk comes up with 1. It's going to rush out here, though, for the side of Pacific as now ult in play. KSG taken out. This thing can absolutely shred as far as the damage is concerned. Push back forward here onto the Lucio. Just keep and blink off this one. Clear. Absolutely does clear. The melee hit for the finisher there on to the enemy Kiriko. Just a matter of time, it would seem here, as they continue to try to bleed their way back in over onto the point, but Blink finding 1, they need so much more than that. Sound barrier comes across, as meant to find, shielding out onto 4 players. Mihawk cleans up Ace. Lumi returning on that Doomfist will get taken down. It looks like Team Japan will be able to stave them off for now.
Yeah, it does look like it. Light going to get that 1 kill, though. Not going to really matter, as they will have full control now. Really interesting to see the way Clear used the ultimate there as kind of just guaranteed kill secures, because it's kind of hard to whiff it, and obviously the Venture doesn't have that much chase potential in terms of left click damage, but if you have the ultimate, you can just hit those low health members and clean them up, and that was a really cool usage of the ultimate there. Ultimately, they lose the fight though to the Blink Sound Barrier re-engage, and it's going to be 2-1 now here on
Solid
Clash.
Start. They're taking down off the rip. Ace trying to stay elusive. Breaks line of sight for a brief little moment. Does manage to escape. Sound barrier is at the ready, but do they invest it now? The answer is going to be yes. Ace goes ahead, drops the beat. Kame able to get the better of Mihawk. Now Blink going to be taken down, as Karu will also fall. So Team Japan back over on to the back foot here. Just looking for the cleanup and the cap to continue pushing forward. And will be Pacific once again in control.
Okay. Big win here for Pacific. despite the loss of Clear, wasn't able to get sound barrier there. They still do end up winning the fight. Now, looked like a potential contest there from Mihawk, but did not want to lose the fight during cap and then just automatically lose control of the next point. That would have been disastrous. Will lose his recall, though.
You're down low. It's a little bit of shielding back from the passive abilities. As Tsune Rush coming out here from both squads. Clear trying to pop the ult, ends up getting taken down. Undersea, the better of him there. Undersea will find a second. Kame taken out as well. This is now Lumi broken out of the mech and should be finished off. So once again, it's going to be Japan in a good spot to try to get themselves back into the lead here.
Yeah, this should be the cap. They don't even need this sound barrier, so that feels really nice for them. Just really the rush only to win that ensuing fight. And Ace just isn't matching Blink in terms of his sound barrier build, nor his sound barrier value. But that's because Blink is the Lucio player for his team in Japan, and Ace is a DPS player. So, yeah, struggling a little bit in that matchup. As here comes the ult from Undersea.
I mean, I kind of like the attempt of the combo there. Terra Search trying to pull everybody together. Undersea then dropping through the seismic activity. Pops back up, catching Lumi in place, and that's going to be the point B cap coming through now for Team Japan. They've completely gone and reset the map.
And Bleak still gets to keep the sound barrier. Ace dying fairly early in that fight. Lumi also potentially to get staggered here will actually make it back to the spawn room, so no harm done. See if he actually wants to stick with this Orisa. The answer is yes. The D.Va really hasn't been working out for Pacific here. Ult economy, though, has been the big issue in these last 3 caps that Japan have been able to get. And Ace is going to have a strong sound barrier here once that is ready. And the window here is actually thin, but it's an advantage for Japan once again.
Next team now to get the cap here on the 2 points. Going to be victorious. Undersea taken down, though. Solid start here for the side of Pacific as Beat later Beat does very much play to Pacific's advantage here as Lumi able to collect multiple kills. Clear. Trying to just finish off this enemy Tracer. It's going to be Kame who takes that one as Pacific now can get the lockdown here on point C, taking this up to map point.
Very strong position for them now. We'll need to win one more major team fight to win our first game in this friendly show match. And, I don't want to analyze too heavily because I think anything can happen in this next team fight. Clear, obviously, the ult advantage, and that has been one of the bigger ults. Obviously, the Venture ultimate here, and Rush at the ready for light. Very patient here, waiting for the point to unlock before pulling the trigger.
Karu has theirs available now as well. So there you go. Tsune Rush out from both squads. Clear, diving forward, looking for the unburrow. Ooh, sends Undersea way up into the air. Ult now popped. They just try to weave in this damage. Decent bit across, but immediately has to go straight back down underground to keep himself protected. Oh, actually comes back out, gets an elimination there onto Mihawk, but now Undersea with the ult pop, able to find Kame. Clear, taken out, and continue to fight back and find themselves in a very solid position. They will be able to claim B, tie things up once again, so next cap will be victorious.
Yeah, we're going the distance on this one, Ilios, and really good performance there from Undersea with the late engage there. And obviously now, ult economy relatively even. The big difference maker being that Ace, Lumi does have the Terra Surge here, but with how mobile these compositions are, might not necessarily be that big of a difference maker. Let's see what. Okay, hold up.
Solid dive forward, but a dive underground here from Undersea. Staying safe, the sound barriers do come through. Lumi, Terra Surge rolling, kill not going to be found, but Ace taking down Mihawk. That's going to be that pulse bomb now out of the equation. Blink dead as well. Monstrous advantage here for the side of Pacific, who looks like they may just be able to steal this one away. Undersea again goes underneath, but as it pops out, just doesn't have that much HP to try to work around with, and KSG is going to be cleaned up on the back end. Pacific already halfway to the cap. It would have to be Mihawk coming through here, blinking in, getting multiple kills with that pulse, but he just won't even get the opportunity. Dead on arrival. As that will be the cleanup and the finish here on the map. Team Pacific will take the first round.
Yeah, very back and forth. And you know what, Ace, I think in terms of some of the sound barrier timing's not going as well as it would, and the sound barrier build a little bit slow. He made up for it in terms of actually getting that really critical kill there on the Tracer and did a ton of damage in some of those fights as well. It was a nice little fun look at what Pro Clash could look like and what Pro Venture could look like. As I think neither team super well versed around playing around them yet, but I enjoyed it. I like how we saw some attempted combos. You mentioned the Orisa Terra Surge into the follow-up there with the seismic waves going through. I always forget the name of the ultimate as it's a new hero, and I didn't find out about this show match until yesterday. But you know, I feel like the way that we saw the play around the Venture ended up being overall like I could see some angles. Like once this is practiced, Venture Tracer Winston, Venture Tracer Doomfist does seem to be quite viable. The damage output though, when I played solo queue, seemed insanely high for me. But I'm watching it in pro, and everyone's super coordinated, and the healing is there super fast.
It's mostly the healing.
I'm just like, oh, they don't die actually instantly. Like when I attack them with Venture in my solo queue games, the enemy DPSs die, but in this case, they like roll away and get healed, and then you're like, oh, okay, I used my combo. So not as busted as it felt like it was going to be for me. Like my expectation was like, it's just going to be Venture controls every single team fight, but not necessarily.
Team coordination turns out pretty important, and it can help lead to success. So something that is sometimes lacking, especially if people aren't communicating.
Yeah, when your Moira is just in the corner, right-clicking somebody down, like right-clicking the enemy Orisa, and you're like, well, I don't know.
Well, I guess that's how this ends. But, I mean, that's only one of them. We still have an opportunity for Japan to answer back and try to just make it a nice little 1-1 in the show match scoreline. As
I guess we do have a break before we go to the second game.
I think we do. Haven't been queued for it yet, though.
Yeah.
So we're just chilling.
We're chilling.
But I think it's interesting. I'm one of the things that I'm going to be really curious to see is that as Venture gets pushed into competitive play and like who's going to start picking it up first? Like what team actually builds a strategy and a composition around it? What are the main map types that we're going to be seeing Venture played on? Because it feels like something that would be really good for things like Control, where it is very much a contained space where that ult is going to be able to find a lot of value, or will somebody be able to make it work on maps like Escort or
Shambali,
etc. Yeah, I'm curious to see where all that fits in, but also who's going to become like that first Venture specialist? Who's going to be like the Miro of Venture off?
Yeah, where's Prophet? He retired, man.
He would be the one to try to do it. But we are going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, we'll be playing another round of Clash before we get into the grand final. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and about to go into our second little show match here between Team Japan and Team Pacific, and we have had some swaps.
We have. So Mihawk is still going to be on DPS, but Godsum is coming in. KSG on tank, Karu and Blink, and bringing up the support line. So not major changes here, but small one there with Godsum coming in. And then for Pacific, we have a much larger change here in terms of the players setup. Well, I guess we'll take a look at these players first before we jump into that.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense. Godsum not somebody that we really get to see much of throughout, both the regular split as well as over here. So just want to give him a little bit of time in the spotlight, have him up there on that stage, because it's always something you want to come away with that experience.
So High Vision and Sagi will be the DPS lineup for Pacific. Light is moving over to tank. So Flex player plays multiple roles, so not a weird one to have him there. And Overshake, we haven't seen him. He's going to be coming in with Holly, so should be fun, as I imagine Sagi will be the one who plays Venture, but it is hard to know at this point in time, obviously, because this is a friendly show match.
Could be High Vision, could be Sagi. We'll have to just wait and see which one of them wants to try to just pick that up. But I'm getting ready to jump back into some more Clash. Having gotten to play it myself, I think you're in a similar boat as far as, just tooling around with the game mode itself. But I think it's a good one to see. This is actually something that I'm not claiming full responsibility for it or anything like that, but something that I had mentioned back in like 2018.
Well, yeah,
to
I mean,
a couple people.
He did, and he didn't stop talking to me about it. But for me, I've always loved the classic modes more than the newer ones, because that's how I started. And I didn't hate 2CP. I actually thought it was fine. I know it created a lot of long games, and sometimes people really didn't like how it went, but I thought it was fun. But I'm kind of glad to see Hanamura getting retooled into something else. So feels new, but also feels old, if that makes sense. As Light, how long will he? Okay, he's taking them off. I was gonna say, is he gonna play with the shades? Is he so bold? He's not.
No, he's not. It would be a pretty big flex though to just play indoors with sunglasses on. Okay, I guess there are a lot of lights on stage, so it's not.
He also does look like
he's bad, but still looking at a screen with glasses on, that's not great.
He does look like he's dressed and ready to go to the OWCS Asia after party after this with all of us. He's ready.
Oh yeah, I mean, as you know, we've rented the biggest, hottest club in Seoul.
Yeah. On top of Jomshil Tower, Lotte Tower, and that's where we're all going to be.
All the way on the 82nd floor. I actually don't know how many floors there are.
That's why Avril can't co-stream, because it's an exclusive location.
No, it's because it's out of cell service range. We're so far above it.
He's too above it to actually get the stream on. He's going to have to plug in a laptop and walk with her laptop around with Wi-Fi. I imagine we'll be jumping into the game shortly, ladies and gentlemen, so thank you for your patience. The show match is, of course, designed to give these players a little bit more camera time, as well as to give Falcons a little bit more time to prepare for that grand finals.
As well as to show off Venture, as well as to show off Clash.
As well as to listen to us talk a lot, because you guys love us a lot too, right? Some more Ilios Wolf screen time, or voice time.
We didn't have that many broadcasts together during the regular season, because we did have a fairly conflicting schedule, so it actually hasn't been that much Wolf and Achilles, the old A&W podcast.
Yeah, just wait until we get to next season. It's going to be me and you all the time. You're going to be sick of us.
Well,
I won't be, though.
Let's hope not. Let's hope that's not the case. But it looks like we are going to be jumping into our second round of Clash now. As the players are ready to go. Jump in and see if things can get tied up a little bit. See if Japan can make this a 1-1.
What is that? A shrimp?
I think it's like a koi fish.
Ah,
like a koi windsock.
That's really scary. Why is it an
ant? One I can't even tell what that was.
I'm like, it's an ant, but it has teeth. It's very unnerving.
Maybe like an eel place. I don't know. I'd have to see like a wider shot.
Yeah.
To know. Either way, See if we have any big changes. Light going to be coming out the gate with the Doomfist, which isn't too shocking.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could see Doomfist dive, but also Genji venture was something I was talking about earlier. This comp from Pacific actually looks pretty good.
I would like to see the Kiriko alongside it, but either way, it's certainly an exciting little change up. KSG still just going to be coming out with that Orisa. As there's the burrow from Soggy looking for the knock-up, and it's going to be Blink taken down as Light is able to find the first kill. Katsum now going to be taken down as Night Vision dashes through, finds that elimination, gets the reset, gets the headshot. Iviz with 4 kills in the fight. Will help deliver the team kill and the first cap of the point here at C.
Yeah, there's no protection for Mihawk in this comp for Team Japan, so he just kind of gets bowled over by this insane amount of dive. And I actually like the Brigade here. I think Kiriko's obviously going to be better for ults and stuff like that, but I think it's really good into the enemy venture that you know they have to play, as Mihawk is dead again.
As is Karu. Moving forward, finding that elimination, gives himself a second, both melee kills there, as that's him going to be taken down. Soggy in the meantime just pushing forward, spamming that M1 right into the back of KSG, just trying to build up towards the ult. He's going to be at 83%, so now the cap getting ready to come through here on point D. This could be Pacific potentially speed running this second round.
Definitely could be. There's no ults for a contest here, unfortunately, for Team Japan, and to come over here and contest would just give the rest of the ult charge to Pacific, so they're going to contest, though. See if this works out.
Soggy does manage to make it underground just in time. Ups up over the top, ult now at the ready. Someone decides to pop it. The answer's going to be now. Sense it, Blink going to be taken down. Quick little drill dash over the side to keep himself protected in that arm's length. Arm's distance, I should say. Does manage to do so. High Viz with the flag helps take out Karu. The cleanup is looking strong. Final point now unlocking in 20 seconds. Granted, this is where we did see Team Japan turning things around in the previous game. See if that can happen again, as it's going to be a very early commitment here onto the sound barrier and a quick kill onto Godsam, who just now has the ult available.
This is why, you know, recontesting that last fight for Team Japan probably wasn't the right move, as it just allows Team Pacific to guarantee a big ult fight here as the point unlocks. Godsam needs to have a big ultimate. Let's see what he can do.
Sends it. It's a decent amount of damage there. Soggy forced on the ground, but he pops right back out. They manage to just go ahead and corral in on top and takes out Godsam. Kill found. Mihawk finds High Vision, knows that he's now a little bit safer to try to use that Deadeye. Get punched back into the wall, however, and can't out-trade Light. Kill is found there for the Doomfist. Beat now dropped from Blink. Does manage to shield up onto 3 players. Specific. Look to try to find some levels of stability here on this attack at the final point. Man, no one's really gotten any kind of cap progress coming through, but Soggy with that.
He's got another ult.
Yeah, a good amount of damage through. Does have to go back underground though, so burrows back through for a little bit of a reset. So for now, Team Japan will go ahead and hold on.
Looks like they will grab their first point here of this second Clash map. And that was a very close call in the fight, though. Soggy just wants to save his ultimate here. As KSG on the Duck Orisa, putting in the last final shots to build up a Terra Surge here. A bit chaotic, this next setup.
KSG, an immense amount of pressure there, constantly falling low. Drill dash forward, though. Concept catching Soggy off guard on that flank angle. Finds himself a second as Light will fall. Cleanup is looking good as Blink gets Poly as well. Team Japan, once again, going to be resetting things back over to point C.
Tying us up very close, both of these Clash games. Down to the wire, at least initially here on this second map. Overshake, sound barrier at the ready, and that's going to be the big boon, the big advantage that Team Pacific have going into this. It hasn't really been about individual performances from the Ventures just yet. It's actually, weirdly enough, mostly about what's happening around them, while the Light's getting the dive off. KSG's in position where Mihawk is popping out of the sky. Barrier out.
Aggressive push coming through. Mihawk going to be taken down off the rip. Rally from Karu trying to keep everybody alive. Ali now has his own ult available, but looks like he won't need to use it at all as KSG and Karu both get cleaned up. A solid response here for Pacific right as things get reset back to the opening point. They are able to get the cap, and I'm getting word from production. Ooh, this is okay, so whoever actually wins this game is going to be given Falcon's spot at Dallas. That's really unfortunate here for the Falcons fans. Sorry, guys, but right now Pacific's looking great for it.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. I mean, this team could definitely beat most of the NA and EU teams easily, I'd say.
I happen to agree. Obviously, I'm joking.
We're kidding.
Mihawk going to be taken down. No, I mean, we weren't joking about the second thing. We're joking about the slot being given to them. But it's going to be Karu picked off. As Polly will also fall. Godsend with the ult, able to find that elimination. Goes right back out over the top ground, and it's going to be Overshake taken down. Again, solid response here from Team Japan, who are now in a position to maybe even take the lead.
I can only think about the words we just spoke earlier, and that's all I can think about in this team fight right now is Godsend flying around.
Truths. Soggy eliminated on the reapproach. KSG with the headshots taking him down. Light trying to keep things contested, but cannot. Team Japan now out in the lead.
Okay, Terra Surge doesn't have to be committed. Ooh, late pulse.
Pulse does find one, gives him maybe a little bit of a window back in, but Overshake is dead and Light's just so low he cannot stick around. So now Japan in a very solid position. 2 more caps to go ahead and take the win and tie things up 1-1.
Yeah, that's not going to feel great as Pacific here, because that really gave Team Japan free reign on this early cap here just from a late contest or late fight before the point was even unlocked. I mean, they get to actually fight this out one more time, but they have High Vision swapping over to Genji late.
Ships passing the night. Trying to see. Oh my god, he just pinned him into the floor with a drill dash. I like that tech there from Soggy.
The rally just barely keeping Karu alive.
Oh, this is a bloody back and forth. Seismic slam forward. Light trying to just build up as much shielding as he could possibly get here, but inevitably has to go up in the sky. The meteor strike coming down, the drop down, hoping to find Blink as High Vision cleans up too. It looks like the 4th cap going to be taken away here from Japan. Pacific managing to stabilize long enough to tie us up once more 3-3.
Godsend coming in for a last-minute contest, but it's not going to be enough to actually flip this. We'll actually just allow Team Pacific now to come over here and get the contest off of the neutral here. 15 seconds to go. Clash is wild, man. It actually just doesn't stop going. It's basically one team fight per point.
The best thing is that, or the thing that they could have done was just make this so this wasn't a 1st to 5, and then you had to cap in front of your opponent's spawn in order to finish the game. That would have been... I'd be curious to see how long the games would go.
Yeah, I'm going to say...
Far too long?
Yeah, I'm going to say maybe let's not do that. As Godsend taken out here, so it's like Pacific actually going to take the lead here, potentially.
Light is dead, so now they, okay, tankless. Soggy also picked off. Cap still coming through as they try to hold for this one, but now the contest is there from Team Japan. Mihawk with a quick, oh my god, a quick recall, but High Vision takes him down. Now Blade pulled, dashes into the back, just trying to find Godsend, and will be able to get him right before his own death. For now, the point cap starting to swing back here into Japan's favor, but with Karu finished off, the rest of the Pacific, the ones alive, start working their way back through. Continue keeping this one contested. This is to try to determine who's going to be able to have the lead. Blink eliminated. Soggy able to find that one with the drill dash. KSG builds up the ultimate, but no chance to use it. Just gets focus fired down. Ends up falling, and now it looks like Pacific do have a solid opener to take the lead once more.
Okay, here we go. Soggy trying to push back in. Who's popping up first? Whoever pops up second has the advantage, unless Blink tosses in the bio, and meanwhile Polly is just
he's getting the cap.
Yeah, but Blink gets a kill. We get a point. Now they're on the match point here. Not going to Dallas, but they get all that cred. Ilios, best venture team in the world, best venture player in the world. Soggy, maybe.
Again, I really like
There's
that.
no other proof. It couldn't be anyone else.
That drill dash directly on top of Godsend to just force him down on the ground and basically stop him from moving was damn clean. As was Light's kill there on the Blink. Karu now fallen. As once again, Soggy, just dash in, goes for the extended melee. That's a very dominant cleanup here for the side of Pacific, who look like they want to try to end things right here, right now. Polly trying to stay alive. Rally about to come up. Double support ultimates nearly there for Team Japan. Gonna have to try to keep this one contested, but Pacific are actually abandoning D, and they're actually rushing forward to try to fight outside the spawn. Looks like they don't want this one to end quite just yet. Polly pops a rally. They find Godsend. It's a okay, I thought it was a double for a second. I'm watching a big television that's like 5 feet away from me. But it's just the immortality field as well as Karu getting taken down.
All right, KSG getting pushed out, and Pacific might actually end it this time.
Looks like
it's up to them. They have the power to end it or not end it.
Looks like they were going to, but then they start working away from the point once again. Karu going to fall. Soggy traded out. Blink able to come up with that one. High Vision with a dash through. Does take out Mihawk as Godsend tries to stay alive, but doesn't have the burrow available. so will not be able to use the ultimate. We're swapping now over onto the break. Blink trying to stay in this one. Does get taken down, and this time it seems like Team Pacific not going to be vacant. Never mind, they vacate the point. KSG was spotted. They're all just hunting for kills. We grabbed the mini pack, but is going to be corralled into a corner. Once again, Team Japan starting to get the cap, and I feel like we're getting trolled a little bit.
Yeah, we definitely are a little bit. Ilios, they just do not want to end it. They just want to keep killing the enemy players, and they might eventually run out of ults here.
Blade pulled, Car dead. Blink just backpedaling, but now pushing forward right up in front of High Vision, who's able to just dash across, find that elimination.
So now Team Pacific can walk onto the point, cap most of it, and then leave, and then kill Team Japan again. Low on ultimates though, so I don't know if this little game they're playing is going to work out forever, as here comes Godsum with his ultimate.
Godsum does manage to find one. Overshake now dead, but the cap is still coming through. Japan needs to get themselves over here for the contest. Meteor Strike though will intercept, and it looks like that might just be it. As punch for punch, they will get locked in position. Dive forward from Blink does manage to keep this elongated for a bit more. KSG would love to have that Meteor Strike available right now, but he will get taken down. That will be the point cleared, and that will be Pacific going ahead and putting it to an end.
They won the team fight and accidentally stayed on the point, Ilios. That's what we call a C10.
Yep.
The very rare accidental capture the point and win the series 2-0. That was a fun show match series until it probably was not very fun for the Japanese squad.
Until it lasted for like a 2 to 3 minutes longer than it really was supposed to. But you know what? We had fun with it.
I think the Japanese squad was definitely not having as much fun there in the end, but it would have been amazing if they had actually clawed it back and won it in the end, or at least brought to an additional one.
Disrespect. That would have been good. That would have been a nice little learning moment for Pacific. Yeah, when you can finish them off, just do it. Show them mercy, and just end it.
But don't play Mercy; it's not really viable.
Only Yveltal's
the only showing of Mercy I want to see in competitive Overwatch is a small hover right before the game starts, and then that's it.
Again, Yveltal, he is allowed.
Yeah,
he is allowed to play it.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. We also had Namakuji brothers pull it out a little bit.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
Yeah, you know. Well,
Basa.
It's gonna take some time, I think, to work its way back, and maybe some changes, perhaps, for Mercy to start coming back in. But now, this is kind of the moment. We're gonna obviously have another little break. We got to clear the stage. We got to get all the players out of there, and then get Falcons and Crazy Raccoon ready to go. But this is the moment. We are about to go into the grand final of OWCS Asia. We already know who's going to Dallas. It's Team Pacific and Crazy Raccoon, because they won the show match.
Yeah.
So we already know who's going over to Dallas, who's going to be representing the Asian region, but who goes as that #1 team? Who goes as the Kings, the Emperors? That we'll have to wait and see. We're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we're getting into that best-of-7 grand final. So don't you go anywhere.
history. No way. Ha. This season's got my name written all over it. Tectonic Shock is ready to rock. Taking names from strata to stratosphere.
Only the good triumph. We will tear them down.
No mercy. I decide who receives my aid.
Good always has the last word.
Mace to the face. Evil can't hide from my sight. I can be nice.
Hard work is rewarded.
It all started with Talon stealing artifacts. But wait, who's that? Those boots, the drill, that perfect smile. It's Venture! Whoosh, flashback. I researched this artifact, last seen in my favorite place, Cairo, and the reliefs there led me all the way to the Shambali, who were kind enough to direct me, after a lot of digging, and I mean a lot, to the hideout. Oops, hi Talon. They ran with the artifact, but I dodged their spikes and juked their darts and blasted my way through the base, and here we are. Artifact, safe and sound. Whew, that was a doozy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that we have all collectively been waiting for. Since watching all of the regions competing individually, to then coming over to Korea to compete here at OWCS Asia, this is now time for the grand final. It is a repeat matchup that has happened many, many times now.
They went to Korea!
They all went to Korea
They went to Korea and they lost in Korea.
But that's fine, because that was kind of expected. But also, we all did see some very good performances. DAF especially, shout-outs to them.
DAF, FTG also, bit of an underdog story, almost making the finals, one map away from it, and they weren't able to get it done in the end, but they made the Falcons look beatable, as we've seen already Crazy Raccoon do earlier in this tournament. And that storyline that we had for OWCS Korea kind of continues to happen as you had WAC win regular season, win seeding, ultimately lost the finals. Crazy Raccoon, of course, has acquired WAC, and now Crazy Raccoon sitting in the finals. We'll see if Falcons can take them out again. Because right now, if I give my official prediction, I'd probably say something like 4-1 for Crazy Raccoon. They outclassed them pretty massively yesterday. They showcased that new Genji composition, and Heesang looks out of control good right now. I think Proper being able to do what he did to Flora, he will not be able to do to Lip. I'm not saying he can't beat Lip and he might win some duels, but he's not just going to be dominating him map after map.
Yeah, it feels like that is not really going to be the case, but we need to see a step up from Falcons compared to what we saw from them earlier versus FTG, as well as what we saw from them yesterday, because this is, again, it's a repeat matchup, and it didn't take place that long ago, so they have a lot of work to do to get focused up and ready for this matchup. They need to be firing on absolutely all cylinders, so they got a little bit of a reprieve, a little bit of time during those show matches to be able to get together, put their brains together, and say, okay, This is going to be the game plan. These are the things that we noticed that last time out versus Crazy Raccoon. These are the weaknesses that we have to try to exploit. But can they execute on it? We're going to wait and find out.
Yeah, and also we'll be seeing more Hanbin, swaps coming through here for Falcons. Is it going to be Smurf the whole way through? Kind of hope so. I mean, he did get player of the match, and I think the games he played very well. And it wasn't, to me, a big difference between Smurf individually and Hanbin individually, but when Smurf was in, the team just was way more coordinated. Maybe Smurf has a large voice in the team, and his shot calling is a huge impact on how they play, or maybe it's just because they've been playing mostly with Smurf all year long so far, so when Hanbin does come in against tougher opponents, it just kind of falls apart. They're not as used to playing around his play style. As we saw Hanbin a lot, actually, against weaker teams in the regular season.
Sure.
And he was played a lot, but as we got to playoffs and we got to the seeding matches and stuff like that, it was almost exclusively Smurf. So hoping we see more of that, just because I want to see the best version of Falcons. I think, no offense to Hanbin at all, by the way, but I don't feel like their best version was there. Yes, they did win the final map with him, but it wasn't about him. It was about Proper. And so, it's a really interesting discussion that people are going to have. I think if Falcons win, everyone would be pretty quiet about it. Like, well, that was weird, but I don't care. But if they lose and Hanbin is in, I think that is one of those things that will be at the front page of competitive Overwatch subreddits. What's going on with these swaps?
Sure.
Why is Krusty doing this to us?
The question that has been asked many, many times in the past. Oftentimes, you get to the end of the season and you say, like, oh, man, he was a genius all along. But last couple of years, there is definitely more questions. But, I mean, widely, Falcons, they have been good. They have been consistent. They've always been. They're at the top battling against WAC, now Crazy Raccoons, for that #1 spot. And they find themselves in that position once again where that is the opponent that they have to best if they want to walk away from this tournament, donk walk into Dallas and just say, we are the absolute #1. We are the best team in the world.
Yeah, and that is the statement that they can make. I mean, we've all watched enough of the other regions to know that the level of play here is higher in terms of the eye test. I mean, the point of Dallas is for them to actually prove it, right? And I think going to this doesn't mean like when potentially if Crazy Raccoons lift the trophy today that they just automatically will in Dallas. They'll have to earn it. It'll be a new medal, be a new patch, etc. Speaking of Crazy Raccoon, take a look at some of these highlights here these are some of the big ones throughout the entirety of this tournament. Junbin really stepping it up. I feel like Junbin has always been a very good player, but the deeper we got into OWCS Korea and then moving into Asia, he just improved rapidly. We had so many players who had glow-ups, to be honest, to Ilios throughout the end of the season, I guess you could say, is here they come. Crazy Raccoon, the underdogs of the match they won, the upset 3-0 yesterday against the Falcons.
now coming in as favorites, as everyone's mentality, everyone's attitudes have completely changed after that dominant victory yesterday.
It was a monstrous one, a lot of it having to do with the 8'9" gaming warlord on the left side of your screen. Those final moments on Colosseo, Lip was going absolutely nuclear with the Sojourn, putting down his opponents one after the other. Those very same opponents will now get ready to make their way out onto the stage once more. But Crazy Raccoon, like you said, just slingshotting their way from that underdog position, having a dominant victory over Falcons, now very much coming in as the expected favorites. And the onus is on this squad here, the Falcons, to be able to show that they can once again bounce back after a loss against this squad and be able to find victory.
Very dominant win over Yeti. We did see from them as it's just the proper show, I feel like, for so many of these highlights. He's just so insanely talented. This was the golden team, the chosen ones. Everyone said this team wins Korea. They did. Everyone says this team wins Asia. And the best of 7 away from doing just that. But how many adjustments can you really make to come into a series like this with so little downtime between yesterday and today? Had to play a 5-game series to even stand on this stage to be finalists. If they could do it, if they could take this win tonight, be an upset this time around, and it would definitely feel like a trophy well deserved. In high spirits here before we move into this game. And man, I hope we get a good series at Ilios because I think we all deserve it.
We absolutely do. Now, let's take a look at these starting lineups. Junmin will be in. You're picking him up just moments before, and this makes perfect sense. Max, somebody that we're going to be seeing, if it comes down to more of that off-tank meta play style. Sigma, especially, something that we've been seeing from him relatively consistently throughout the Korean stage.
And Crazy Raccoon picked up by Crazy Raccoon Whack, now has this insane, huge fan base outside of Korea, in Japan as well. And I feel like that is not actually added pressure, but added support from an entirely new region. They were popular in Japan already, but the organization holds so much weight, it's unreal. Team Falcons already had the reputation. They already had the massive org. They were picked up much earlier. And it was Team Falcons who won the bidding war for Hamster, as everybody wanted this team, because everyone knew this team was destined for greatness. And like I said, they've already achieved 1 title this year. They're looking to go back-to-back and come in as first seed in Dallas. And by winning this, whoever wins it, whether it's Raccoons or Falcons, they will just by default be the tournament favorites for Dallas. So there's a lot of pride on the line here. There's a lot of money on the line, etc., etc. But I think there's a lot to prove for Falcons because they have had so much pressure. They've been believed to be the best team for so long. Everyone has trusted this team to win it. Everyone has predicted this team to win it. We'll see if they can come together and do it. Because Quest is on site here, because we're actually be hearing from Shu and Sir Majed, I'll be doing some interpretation here for you guys for Shu.
팀 팔콘과 크레이지 라쿤 선수들 한 분씩 모시고 인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 크레이지 라쿤 팀 자기 소개 부탁드려요.
So please introduce yourself.
크레이지 라쿤에서 서빌러를 맡고 있는 슈라고 합니다.
He says I'm Shu from Crazy Raccoon.
네, 슈 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 팀 팔콘 팀도 자기 소개 부탁드립니다.
And also
this is
now
Majid
for
from Team
Majed.
Falcons. Thank you, everyone.
네, 서마지드 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 승리하게 된다면 스테이지 1의 최종 우승팀으로 기록되게 됩니다. 양 팀 모두 결승전을 앞둔 소감이 궁금한데요.
What are you guys feeling about going to the grand finals?
소감이라기보다는 저는 이제 저번 결승전에 지고 이제 자나깨나 이제 눈앞에는 팔콘밖에 안 보였기 때문에 이번에는 꼭 우승하도록
So we lost last time, and it's always Falcons right in front of my eyes. This time I want to win. This time I want to take the title.
So congratulations on making it to the grand finals. How do you feel about playing against Crazy Raccoons?
We're just gonna treat it like a normal match. Nothing special.
Cool.
원래 하던 대로 하겠다고 합니다.
야, 우리는 하던 대로 하겠다. 저번 승리처럼 오늘도 승리를 보여주겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 지금까지 결승전에 오기까지 정말 수많은 장면들이 스쳐 지나갈 것 같은데요. 그 중에서 가장 기억에 남는 순간이 있었나요?
Played against them a lot of times. Any specific moment you remember?
저희가 결승전에 졌을 때 그때가 제일 기억에 남는 것 같아요.
The thing I remember the most about playing against the Falcons was losing the finals to them. That's the moment he remembers the most. One that stands out.
Do you have any memorable moments during your journey all the way up to here in the grand finals?
Maybe winning last match was like the best one, I would say. Winning versus FTG because we qualified for Dallas.
FTG 상대로 이긴 게 가장 기억이 바로 남는다고 하네요. 이제 달라스로 가기 때문에.
야, 자, 일단 우리는 이전의 승리부터 즐기고 있겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 치열하게 정말 같은 길을 계속해서 걸어온 양 팀인 만큼 양보와 자비는 없을 겁니다. 결승에서 다시 만난 산덱 팀에게 한마디 부탁드려요.
So what do you want to say about meeting one more time here in the finals?
나팅 스페셜 하면서 이제 그냥 하면 된다고 하는데 그렇게 하면 어제처럼 3대0 날 거기 때문에.
So you said it's like nothing special. If you feel like that, then it's going to be just like yesterday.
1점은 딸 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다.
And I missed the end of his answer, but someone's gonna transmit it to me. But mostly just saying like, oh yeah, you think it's gonna be easy? Might be like yesterday.
Say anything to them ahead of the match?
No, I have nothing to say. Just have fun. Good luck.
딱히 할 말은 없고요. 재밌게 즐기고.
It looks like the part I missed was also Shu said he think it was going to be 4-0 today if they play like that.
있습니다. 자, 지금까지 크레이지 라쿤의 슈 선수님, 팀팔콘의 서마지드 선수 만나봤습니다. 최종 결승전 OWCS 아시아의 왕좌는 과연 누구의 것이 될까요? 대망의 최종 결승전 매치 프리뷰 확인해 보시죠.
All right, that's it for the interview. They're going to be taking a look at their match preview. We're going to be taking a look at our match preview, which is the same thing. In the end, the finals will always be Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. That's what it ended up being with that loss in Game 5 on Shambali for FTG. So another rematch, but it feels like the apprentice has become the master in a lot of ways here. When WAC went up against Falcons last time, we didn't take that much stock in the seeding decider matches. We didn't take that much stock in the upset that happened in regular season. Most people still thought Falcons were the stronger team. They proved it there. But this is something different.
No, it very much is. And this is, for the side of Crazy Raccoon, them wanting to prove we can beat them when it matters the most, when it is that final, when it carries more weight. Let's see if they're going to be able to deliver on that one. It's good to see Shu throwing some smack talk out there. You can tell how geared up he is, and you can imagine the rest of the team is just as hungry to take down Falcons here today.
No doubt. What I really enjoyed about Majed's interview, though, was just him mentioning that his most memorable moment for the season was actually beating FTG to get here, and how close that was and how tense that was. And obviously, he wasn't even playing. Like, he wasn't subbed in. But the fact that he actually still had that feeling of, like, that was really memorable for me. That was so important for me. That was so tense. You love to hear that, even from a player on the bench. You and I both predicted Crazy Raccoon.
Damn near everybody has.
Only Oyatsu, one of the Japanese analysts, predicting the Falcons here. Every other caster, Cezanne, Mr. Loyal, and of course Jisoo, the Marine, Changshik, all going for Crazy Raccoon as well. And with the 3-0 victory yesterday, their dominant performance, no one expecting FTG to be here. At the end of the day, it seems like a reasonable prediction. And obviously with Oyatsu not being able to actually tell us why they predicted Team Falcons, there's not much I could say. I mean, I think the one reason you would predict Falcons is to go, look, higher the stakes. Sometimes they play better. They did it last time in the finals. But Crazy Raccoon yesterday just looked like a different beast.
They absolutely did. And I mean, granted, look, we've seen graphics like that before. We've seen dominance in predictions before. It doesn't always necessarily turn out that way. We only know so much. We can only base things off of what we have seen. That doesn't always mean that the team we expect to be second is going to be performing like a second place squad. We know that Falcons are capable of it. We know that they can turn things up and they can absolutely crush. They've done it versus Crazy Raccoon in the past. Can they do it in this best of 4 here after losing to them yesterday? We were talking about it before we even got into the action with them versus FTG. Do they get the warm-up buff?
Yeah, that is the big question, because obviously they played a very tense series, and that warm-up definitely absolutely helps. The confidence was there for Shu, though. Now, since Crazy Raccoon are the winner bracket winners, they do have the pick of first map, and they're actually not going to take us to Ilios, which is in some ways surprising, but also unsurprising, because that's where the Falcons always like to go. So they're going to be going to Nepal instead. And we could potentially see, you know, some different compositions here. We have seen some Mauga here. We've seen a lot of Junker Queen here. Isn't as strong or as common as the Orisa or the Winston that we're seeing more often these days, but it's up to them if they want to have a unique strategy. I don't think they have to. I think they could just play Orisa, and I think they'll be happy to.
Oh, I think they absolutely are going to do just that as we get ready to go into Nepal. We'll have to see what sub-map we do end up with first and foremost. You can see maybe some changes on the likes of Village, etc. But there it is. The tickets to Dallas already secured. Now it is all about that trophy and prize money. See who is going to be walking away with it.
And it is a beautiful trophy. I am hyped. I gotta say, Ilios, I think we do have a clear favorite, but that a lot of this tournament, we have seen upsets, we have seen surprising results, we've seen over performances, we've seen a lot of growth here in OWCS Asia. Even though the meta hasn't changed that much, we've seen a few different strategies, a few different comps emerge. Hisong and the Mauga Genji being a big part of why Crazy Raccoons took that 3-0 yesterday. Some Falcons haters.
Yep, no, the other direction. There you go.
There we go. Says Lip. Heijo, like, do it for me, Lip, basically. And a Smurf fan there with the Papa Smurf.
I really like the really high detailed, deadly looking Falcon and just really derpy Raccoon.
That one is so good.
And then right above it, the Raccoon that is holding the Falcon, just photoshopped and pasted on.
It says the Raccoon is already taking care of the Falcon, so let's go win. So it's got like a shotgun and a dead Falcon in his hand. It's so strange.
Oh dear. Oh,
this sign was here yesterday. The yellow Falcons victory sign there. There's all the players' names on it.
Falcon victory there on the right, but curious to see how this looks as we get ready to go into the action. Nepal, the map pick for control here from Crazy Raccoon. Can they get the upper hand with that map pick? You saw Shu just there, breathing out a sigh, closing his eyes one last time before the action begins.
And Shu, he got the better of Fielder last time. It was a big part of their first win on Ilios last time around, especially on Well. See if he can do it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The grand final of OWCS Asia starts right now. We have got Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Nepal to kick it all off. Village, the sub-map. Let's see who draws first blood.
Showing the Orisas for now. And Orisa is very strong on Village. You know, Sanctum, I feel like you could definitely make an argument to not run it. But here, the law is Orisa. And almost nothing stronger if you can get on that point. Immortality Field going to be opted into here for Falcons. As we saw in that previous series against FTG, they like to put Fielder on this Batiste, help protect Proper, because he is so much of their success. And on the other side, it's actually a Pharah swap here for Hisong.
Hisong coming up over the top.
We saw this yesterday on Nepal, but it was short-lived.
Sim and Proper there on that Sojourn, not going to be able to do too much against this one, as he just forces him off the high ground, and Lip finds that first kill. Stalker taken down. Sim sent back to the spawn room as the rush forward comes in, though. Shio and Smurf get in on top of him. Massive trade out there as Lip now dead. Churong under fire. Now one spinning. Push back off that right click, and now he's sunk. Oh, and a bad spot does hit the floor, but Proper just has the HP advantage. Gets in over the top. Is able to take him down. Now the point unlocked. Proper occupying this space. Jinbin Shu dead. It's a solid beginning. The follow-up here from Team Falcons is a hell of a lot better. They get the first lockdown.
We are so far away from the old Pharah Mercy days, and you don't have the same sort of healing output. You're not going to be able to put out that consistent damage. You really need to win the fight early and have a good follow-up from Lip if you're Hisong here putting those rockets in. Obviously, they're going to see the swap to come through onto the Tracer, but that's the first cap over to Falcons here. And, you know, Pharah was a nice attempt. We've seen it many times, especially in the old days on Village here, but
It's going to be Proper now controlling line of sight.
Chorong just off on an island there. Does end up getting taken down. Proper building up towards that overclock here. This Fielder can just hold on to this Ant Matrix, which will make pushing in that much more difficult for Crazy Raccoon.
See how much space the Symmetric can buy for them. Photon Barrier almost at the ready here. You can see Lip is struggling to actually get eliminations, trying to find line of sight, only finding Smurf. And it's really tough on Village when you don't have control. Let's get onto the high ground.
Set up on the disruptor shot as there's the pull in. Jinbin, they're going to try to pop him, but Mortality Field is there. Heesung, however, pursuing forward, able to find Proper as the sound barriers get dropped on both sides. Javelin across, and Fielder will get taken down. Chorong to collect the killing blow. Chio now gone. That will be the cleanup coming through. So Crazy Raccoon, they pull the trigger on 3 ultimates. They do go ahead and get the point for themselves. And overall, Falcons, they invested a hell of a lot more on the opposite side, but they do have time on their side.
This is an ideal situation for Crazy Raccoon, being able to get all those ultimates out while also getting the flip, having ult advantage now, really washing away every edge that Falcons had, because yes, they have the time advantage, as you mentioned, but I don't know if that will last very long, so they can get a miracle team fight here.
Pulse
Proper.
bomb, but okay, Immortality Field there. Fielder obviously not having swapped. They still managed to save them, but now overclock rolling Lip, finding Fielder, finding Smurf, looking for a little bit more, but it's going to be Stalker going off the side of the map, as well as Chio sent there with the Javelin. Very swiftly cleaned up. That's the follow-up to ultimates there from Crazy Raccoon.
And Suzu is so useful. Obviously can do a lot of what Immortality Field does, and the healing output on a single target is going to be better, so it's very easy to get Junbin to allow Lift into these positions, and these Immortality Fields have just been time buys here for Falcons, and Proper's down.
Immortality Field yet cleaned up. Proper not getting into a position to be able to try to utilize that overclock quite just yet. The team just getting shredded on approach. As Crazy Raccoon push all the way over here towards the dropship, and now Smurf, I mean, he basically needs to die. Does eventually fall. Chio slides back over to the spawn room, but this is just dominance now from Crazy Raccoon.
And even the Amp Matrix isn't going to do anything for you here if you can't get into line of sight, and Crazy Raccoon know this, and they just keep focusing down a single target, blowing up the Immortality Field, and then killing that said target. It's just been a band-aid solution here for the Falcons, but it hasn't really led to anything. This fight needs to be big. Stalker needs to charge up and do that damage. They're going to TP in, but instantly knocked off by Chorong.
Very solid, trying to get the catch. He says, no, that's not going to work for you. Pulse bomb out. Again, Immortality Field cleaned up, and he's on finds Proper. That overclock just might not be seen at all. Look at the kills as everybody falls to the wayside, and they can just stagger the ever-loving hell out of Smurf now. Terra Surge going to be committed basically as a bid to say, please, God, let me reset, but they will not. This man gets staggered to hell and back.
And this is a very one-sided affair here after the initial cap for Crazy Raccoon, as Team Falcons just could not buy any space, couldn't keep up with the tempo of Crazy Raccoon, who pushed out, chased them to spawn. And that's one of the best places where you can get long sightlines. If you actually have that much control and you get that extended team fight win where it's broken up for the Falcons, you can actually come out of the map, or out of the center, and actually aim towards the spawn. And again, these Immortality Fields, every time you see them, it's almost like, with how these fights have been going, it just feels like it's disastrous. You see the Immortality Field, saves them, but only for a moment. Whenever I see the Immortality Field, when I see those lines on the health bars, I'm like, I think this fight is done. They're not able to buy any space. And Crazy Raccoon, yeah, they start with a Pharah, didn't work out. But after they got that first cap, it was domination, as Junbin now going to move over to the Wrecking Ball here, and they're going for the Echo Tracer on this more open part of Nepal. It's a lot easier to play a composition like this. Proper
on the side, the drop in. Proper the target there.
Yeah, moving to the Cassidy.
Decent amount of damage in response. And the Cassidy, something that Heesung is going to obviously have to be very cognizant of. Just rotate into the back. It's Proper in so very deep. The mag grenade. Oh, has to go for the reload. Could have been able to find the kill there on the Chorong, but as that happens, he is just lips for the taking. Goes ahead, scoops him up. Takes out Chio as well. The Bootstalker will be able to find Shu on the back end here as he's sung up into the air. He's trying to stay alive and will be able to do so. So the cleanup coming through. The first cap this time very much in the hands of Crazy Raccoon.
They just are not able to group up and keep Proper alive, and he's the one who carried them to that victory on Shambali. He's been so critical. It's okay, as you can see here, he's the guy. You got to keep this guy alive, and now when he's at least able to find one isolated target, no pressure on him, he is going to come up big and hit those shots and see if he can continue to push this advantage.
Himself Proper now falling low. Mag grenade out onto Lip, who doesn't nearly have a pulse bomb ready, but he will get taken down as we have ourselves a pause.
Yeah, hopefully this ends up being a quick resolve, but
Just based on the reactions here of Crazy Raccoons, it looks like it's on the Falcons side.
Hard to tell. Oh, nope. Looks like maybe unplug and plug back in on perhaps a headset here for Hisang.
Maybe. We'll keep you guys updated as soon as we get the official word. There's a big moment here for the Falcons as Proper was able to get that kill onto Hisang and then push into the point. Still not a guaranteed win, but it looked like they were going to be able to get the cap off of it before Junbin could get in on top of Proper and actually put that pressure onto him. A little bit of a lull in the coordination there for Crazy Raccoons that Proper is able to instantly capitalize on. A very tense moment for Applause. Game 1 of the Grand Finals and right in the second round as we are going to unpause.
Okay. Taken care of. Lip just now having been picked off. Stalker with a big opener here as the Team Falcons try to threaten an early flip into their favor. And with Jinbin going down, they almost certainly should have this one in hand, and there it is. So only 32% built up for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Solid response here from Falcons after what was looking like an incredibly dominant performance from Crazy Raccoon here on Shrine.
Now Proper, I think, should just operate on these stairs here and look for chip damage as they play this very slow, can back off, and then look for a Deadeye when they do actually fully commit to keep the Wrecking Ball at bay. He now has full protection here. His fielder's actually swapped over to this Kiriko. It's all about Proper right now. How much damage to the Wrecking Ball? Can he knock Hisang out of the sky again? Deadeye opportunity. He's not going to commit for the solo.
Too bad for Hisang. Goes for the copy onto the Eraser Stalker. Going to be taken down. Shu able to find that elimination. Smurf trying to push his way back over onto the point. Puts up a little bit of space there with the Javelin, but oh, I believe that might be off the side of the map. No, Proper. He gets the roll-off just in time to keep himself here. Sound Barrier now invested. Chorong shielding up everybody. Chio matching on the opposite side as those Tsude rushes are also coming through. Hisang, however, picked off. Smurf finding the elimination. Pressure into the back line, just trying to take down this cast. Slip will fall in the end. Smurf dead. Chio traded. Hisang now swapping over onto the Genji. Crazy Raccoon, they get it up to 55% as Junbin tries to hold out a little bit longer. Just going as long as he possibly can. One contest still here, but HP bar is going low. Shu taken down. Chorong as well, going to be killed off. They'll just have to clean up the rest to be able to get this flip into their favor. There it is. 40% moving up for Team Falcons, as it's 66% for Crazy Raccoon.
Very close second round here now. Junbin going to stick with this Wrecking Ball. They've swapped Hisang over to the Genji. And this is just going to amplify dive potential onto Proper. Now that there's no longer an immortality field here, the Suzu is really the only thing that can keep him alive. So he needs to stay at distance here. He needs to stay so far back the dive can be peeled for by his teammates. And see if Hisang can close that gap. Right now, just farming Blade, but there's not a whole lot of time left. We're at 65% here. I think he's going to have to dive before that Blade's ready. Here it comes. Deadeye defensively.
Invested, but yeah, I mean, deflect, so Hisang just kind of stuck here in the corner. Smurf's taken down below half HP. Those heals now coming in across. That's going to help get Fielder this next bolt online. HP bar is very, very low. Pulse bomb out from Lip, intercepting Smurf there on the ultimate. Terra Surge, no value going to be found. It's getting taken out. Sound Barrier now available for Chorong. Drops the beat, rushes forward, looks to try to send them back, maybe even off the side of the map, but quite close enough for that one. Pressure applied here over on towards Proper. Sound Barrier gets dropped in. Chio keeps him protected, but for now, Crazy Raccoon, they're in control. The Blade is pulled out as Hisang is out for blood. Proper taken down, looks for a little bit more deflection pop. A little damage there onto Smurf, but widely, they just let the Orisa go. They know that they're in control. They have a late kill on Stalker, and now they have the minefield set up, ready to try to greet anybody who approaches up through main. Chio dead, does manage to have the tag. Smurf, however, pushed into it, taken down. It looks like that should just about do it. Overtime will bleed all the way out as Crazy Raccoon, they elect to go to Nepal, and we can see why. They close the map out 2-0.
Very clean dive. Moon coming out with heavy high fives here for his squad, as it was just all about, is Proper alive or dead? That was how binary it felt like those first two rounds of this series looked. And, you know, when they took the Batiste route, they bought time for, but often the fight was lost afterwards because they weren't able to buy enough space. But when they weren't running the Batiste, then he was often more vulnerable and was picked regardless. And there were a few moments there for sure that were great for the Falcons, Proper being a big part of a majority of those. But man, Crazy Raccoons are just playing so fast right now. Their rotations are quick, the dives are clean, the stall outs were great, and Junbin on Wrecking Ball, it's a pick we've seen him play throughout regular season as well. He's a very good Wrecking Ball player, and he's got that in his wheelhouse. They pulled out the far, it didn't work, but Crazy Raccoons almost, I don't want to say showboating here, but definitely coming into this saying, I don't need to play what's standard. I don't need to play the best version of what everyone in Korea generally believes is the best comp on Nepal. We're going to play our own way. We're going to play against you and what your strengths are, not necessarily playing to what the meta says we have to play.
Well, either way, it's a fantastic start to this series. And I mean, if I could go ahead and steal a phrase, a term that we use from a different esport. Right now, Crazy Raccoon showing us some W key gaming, just running at Falcons over and over again and being able to just beat them into oblivion. But now, Falcons, they will have their map pick for map number 2, and this is just the beginning. Obviously, this is a best of 7, plenty more games to be played. But Crazy Raccoon out in an early lead. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, we'll see where Falcons elect to take us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go into our second map of this series. Falcons falling shy of the mark on the opener of Nepal. That was selected by Crazy Raccoon. They pick up the win 2-0. Now Falcons have their pick of the litter, their pick of the maps to see where they want to take us.
I mean, if I had to guess, as I guessed earlier today, Colosseo is on the mind of where Falcons would take us after the loss against FTG. They took us there. It was a tough match for them. You know, it was a very, very close one on Colosseo, and looked a little bit scary at times, a very, very close one, and they didn't look as dominant as they have in the past. And the win rate has plummeted. I think these are post-Malga patch. The
hotfix patch stat, so you know it's more recent data. Obviously, throughout regular season, they were a lot more dominant on Colosseo, but that's where they've generally been most comfortable. So we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case or not. I think Crazy Raccoon, you look at their stats across the board, they have been so dominant post-Malca patch. They're pretty much happy to go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the worst one being Havana, which I think they may have only played the one time, but it is Rialto we are being brought to here. So Falcons electing to go for Escort right off the rip.
I think this is a fine pick for how they have been playing today around proper, and probably see Batiste once again to try to protect him. We could see something else. We've seen a few different attempts to like play May out the gates, to go for a little bit of, oh, Max is coming in. So it's looking like it's going to be Sigma, if that's the case. I was going to say, we have seen this a lot, because it's very strong into the long-range hit scan. You could set up shields in the choke points and operate around that, hold those corners. Obviously, Gravitic Flex, so easy to use on this map as well.
But with Max coming in, yeah, Hanbin going to be stepping through as well. So looks like we might just have a good old Sigma battle.
Looks like that is where we are headed. It's been a while since we've seen Rialto played at the highest level here in Korea. Seen a little bit more play in other regions, but I mean, Hanbin, I'm never going to question his Sigma. Max, he is on this team because he is the Sigma player, and that is why he is a part of this roster, is for moments like this, for map picks like this. So he's been sitting on the bench this entire tournament waiting for this map to come through. And so you could believe he is ready to play it. We'll see if Hanbin can make it work, as a lot of people are really questioning the swaps we saw with Hanbin before. And now if Hanbin comes in and plays Orisa Ilios, that's when we start to really raise our eyebrows. But on Rialto, I highly doubt it.
And we'll see. That fan right there, good lord. Looks like they have shown up to maybe every single match day, but at least all the ones where Crazy Raccoons and then Whack were playing.
Absolutely.
Superfans showing their support, which of course I think it's worth just reinforcing, like for all the Korean stage games, as well as I believe some of the ones here, the ticket share, there is rev share. So
that's
all
right.
of the ticket costs, percentages of that do go over to the organization. So not only are you showing emotional support, you're also providing financial support.
That's right. That's what we do here.
I thought, okay, I read Butt Reaper and I was like, huh? Buff Reaper. I was like, well, I do think that Reaper is not great. So, like describing him as being butt, I think would make sense. But
she's saying both things.
So they are saying that.
Yeah,
but,
she's saying both things at the same time.
They want to see the buffs come through.
You caught me off guard with that one, Ilios.
Sorry. It was genuine just misglance at the sign.
Says she's Chio's mom. Girl in the center there. What she got? Oh, I thought she was about to pull something out on the phone. It's been all serious today. No pet signs. There's also a Seoul Dynasty fan there with some old former Seoul Dynasty players signing that banner. I've got that same banner in my house from the early days of Seoul Dynasty. You and I were there to say goodbye to Lunatic High when they did pass the torch. But enough about them. They're not in the grand finals. Get that fan sign away. Now this is cool.
Okay, we've got the triple stack here. Looks like maybe the one in the middle, not sure who to cheer for, says, okay, I'll just ride the fence a little bit and I'll hold up the middle section.
It basically says I'm still deciding. Is what it says underneath the part in the middle. It's like still on the fence.
I mean,
but
there's
Jisoo
a second layer.
Yeah, wow. There's like a lot to read here.
Yeah, there is.
Stalker fan, of course, on the left. On the right.
This is this like Korean meme that just keeps coming up, the one on the right. I'm not really sure what the etymology of it is.
It says like, I think we need to talk about your very serious Junbin addiction is what it says. I think you need treatment. That's what the sign says. I think you need treatment for your very serious Junbin addiction.
Well, the treatment is Max getting subbed in for at least the map. There you go. Forced to have some time away.
They just keep talking about how the Raccoon Man is taking care of it. And I don't know this meme, but I'm starting to become more familiar with the Crazy Raccoon Man is taking care of it. And I guess he took care of it. He took care of it with a shotgun on the other side.
It's taking care of it this time, just in a more normal way. It looks like we do have our substitute tank players now set at the ready. Settings are finalized, and we are going to Rialto. Love our map pool. Love all the different ways you can play here in Asia. It is so varied, and no two series look the same. Even though these two teams played against each other just yesterday, we didn't get Rialto then, and the strategy is evolving. Let's see if Hanbin can be more consistent than he was against FTG.
Alrighty, map number 2, Rialto, to see if Falcons tie things up, or if it's going to be a nice and early lead. The halfway point for Crazy Raccoon. Hello, Rialto, my old friend. Let's see what the team's up to put together. But
I
for
see
now,
Arisa's
I see
Ilios.
Arisa from Hanbin.
And, you know, it's been a while since we've been able to say, like, okay, we have Junkertown, we have Rialto. These are Widow maps. Widow has kind of fallen in popularity because of the utility that you have and the high impact ultimate of the Sojourn, which kind of replaced Widow in terms of that long range hit scan. But on Rialto, because you do often have these really crazy sight lines, it's absolutely viable to play a defensive Widow proper. Will be doing so, and I think this is in part why they chose this map. Do have the Immortality field at the ready again here for Fielder, who's starting things off with that Batiste. Crazy Raccoon going to scout this out. Lip going for the delayed pop-up shot. And Shu actually playing the Ana here, interestingly enough. Going to give a lot of healing output into Max as they try to push this cart around the corner. Stalker fishing.
Now, trying to see if he can spot anybody on these flanks. Does so as Sung comes rushing forward. Mega Pack can try to play around, but also is a little bit reinforced as Durong wasn't that far away, but as Hisang goes for that recall, Proper able to take him out.
Great shot there. Knows the recall placement, where he would end up. Knows that timing really well, and he's not going to miss. As Lip now.
Oh, yep, but as soon as he's spotted, this is Stalker taken to the skies. Gets the spot there onto Chio, but just can't quite find him. Push forward, Hisang trying to break things open a bit, still eating a decent amount of damage. Just so far, it's going to be just over a minute gone. The cart just making it to the second corner.
Yeah, you're going to have to really push out and actually win a fight if you want to push that around the corner. As Chorong, stickied.
Yeah, pretty much every single sticky bomb connecting onto him. Stalker trying to push forward, but Lip is just going to, I believe, quickscope there at the end. Just go ahead and get a minor little tap after spraying him down on scopes. Now Hisang swinging around the corner, looking to try his luck here against Proper once again. Does get pushed back. Whip shot there from Chio. Soften him up and turn his attention away from Proper.
These are some of the best Widowmaker players in the world, if not the two best Widowmaker players in the world. And they are winning these trades out against their DPS counterparts as Hanbin will take out Hisang, and now Team Falcons will be able to secure this corner once again. As Terra Surge is almost ready. If you build Terra Surge before the corner is passed here, then you can operate around this room so easily. And he's going to have that, as you can see, now finalized, now finished.
Exceeding quite a bit of damage there, but yeah, Terra Surge is going to be coming up here for both of the Arisas. Now online, duplicate from Stalker nearly there. Lip, he'll be able to get his ult a little bit faster, so in for sight, just about ready to go. And it was well from Shu. Held for a rainy day, now popped. Spears coming through, Terra Surge pulling them through. And it's going to be a drop down, but not that much damage found by either camp. Pull back, Max now trying to backpedal, but no, Chio will not allow for that. Pops the rally, Dupe coming through, Stalker looking for the elimination off the Terra Surge, can't quite make it happen with Chu still under an immense amount of fire. Now he's down into the water. Cleanup is there, Stalker with 2 Terra Surges in that Dupe. Absolutely monstrous from him, and Crazy Raccoon very much now are held at bay.
Yeah, very much having a tough time getting around this corner. Max's Terra Surge there traded with Hanbin's, but they get 2 Terra Surges with Stalker coming through, and the third, which was less impactful than the first 2, but the Falcons do win that war of attrition with the rally coming through. Now Crazy Raccoon will have to use their own rally to try to get Max into a superior position as Proper pops the Infrasight.
Now they just know exactly where everybody is. Rally at the ready here from Chorong.
I think he's going to have to pop it soon here. I mean, they are running out of time, 40 seconds on the clock.
Sets up for the next poison trap. Dash across. Shambali will go wide, but Shu actually going to be able to find Stalker. Solid opener. Pulls off quite a bit of pressure here for the squad as Fielder Dumps that second Ant Matrix up onto the high ground. Pulse bomb thrown down. Nothing really found there for Heesung as jump up over the top, looking to try to just get in on top of Fielder. They finally do manage to clear out that Immortality Field to take him down, but Heesung lost at the same time. Gio still in the mix, trying to keep them alive. Here is Proper, able to find the headshot, just playing right here on front of point A, but as he tries to jump the corner, Lip takes his head off. Back and forth there, but still the cart held in position with 3 seconds remaining. Crazy Raccoon, they want to try to rescue this one. They have quite a bit of distance to cover, and Max, he now gets taken down. Push back up over the top, now dropping down onto the card itself. Overtime starting to bleed down, the touch coming through. Lim gets a headshot. Stalker's taken down, but he's not going to be traded out. Immortality Field now going to be gone. Choron falling low. Chio with that shield bash takes him down, and that should just about do it. OT will bleed away, and it's going to be a full hold here from Team Falcons. The Rialto pick working wonders.
Working a treat here, and Stalker and Proper putting in so much work here. And the Widowmaker duels, you know, sometimes we're seeing a pick come through from Lip, but it's after Proper has gotten the work done, after he's won the fight for his team, and they're just never able to get any sort of consistent control. And this moment here was really the deal breaker for the side of Crazy Raccoon, just not able to actually win this fight against 2 and then 3 Terra Surges here, and the extra Orisa tank. They don't have the damage output to break through all that armor. Neither team does, right? They're running the same damage composition with the Widowmaker there, but obviously when there's 2 Orisas and you only have 1, it's very difficult to win that fight. The Widowmaker is just not going to be able to punish the duplicate there. It's too tanky, too annoying to deal with. And now we'll have to see the fuller hold to come through for Crazy Raccoon. They will also be running, it appears here, the Widow and the Echo, swapping to Batiste again. Same exact attempt here as Falcons will also put Stalker on the Tracer, looking like it for now. Gio actually onto the Lucio though. That's going to give him a lot of extra movement speed. Okay, he swaps
just for
back.
a rollout, but no, it will be a change up. I'm really curious, and I'd love to take the brains of both of the coaches when it comes down to just the substitutions that we're seeing. Given that we go over to this map, I mean, it seems like maybe that they want the possibility of running something like the the Sigma, the Diva, etc. But because both teams are just defaulting into playing this Orisa, they say, well, okay, well, we just have to mirror it. So we end up just seeing the substitutions, and then they just keep playing the same thing that we saw from the previous map.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think obviously on moving towards B and C, like you might move away from the Orisa, but we just didn't get there. So at the end of the day, it's going to be sticking with what's good in these narrow choke points here on a cart already halfway to where it needs to be here for the Falcons to tie us up 1-1. Heesung is going to have to hit some of those big stickies we saw from Stalker on the previous attack.
Stalker himself just trying to harass them off this high ground here. The drop down from Max. So again up over the top, just looking to see what he can find, but widely they're playing away from him, so damage not really being maximized. Proper getting ready to swing around out that wide right side, see if he can find any nice sight lines. Which is try to pick somebody off. Stalker in the meantime just lingering around behind. Lip hearing this, very well aware as Fielder will die off cam there to Heesung. And Chio not quite going to be able to get picked up as well. Stickies do go across and keep him low, but kill not going to be confirmed quite just yet. Max now spotting out the break, wants to be able to get the punish and will be able to do so. As Proper knocked back by the Javelin, but elimination not quite yet found. Would be a nice little stagger, but be able to get him in the end.
Ooh, Immortality Field.
Immortality Field has to be committed there from Shu just to ensure that Max can survive.
There's definitely a big window here for Falcons. Now they know the Immortality Field cooldown is there, so see what Stalker decides to do here. As Proper is still playing the long con game here on this wide flank. They're just not exposing themselves to him. They know where he is. And this moment in time, slowing down this push, eating the time bank. Duplicate ready for Heesung.
Oh, okay, Immortality Field comes in from Shu, keeping him protected after the Pulse Bomb stick. And Matrix set up to try to force them off these angles. Trying to play around his, but he overstays his welcome. Fielder able to collect the headshot. Terra Surge out from Max Chorong. Down low, trying to survive the rally. Keeping him in this one. Heesung actually goes for the dupe on the Widowmaker and is able to find Chio, is able to find Stalker. My goodness.
What a
Swings out
huge
the corner,
play.
looks for a little bit more. That is monstrous, something that you rarely ever see.
Almost
the dupe on the Widow,
never.
but now Max is going to be taken down because the fight is not over yet. He's on pushing forward. Immortality Field coming through. Fielder trying to outwit him, trying to outduel him. He will be able to do it in the end with the help of Hanbin. Hanbin himself, though, Loses his
Scrappy
life.
fight. Shoot on the cart.
Trying to play the cart, has to try to backpedal, but he is surrounded to get in on top, and now the cart is just able to inch his way into victory.
Man, even with Esong's double there on the Widow dupe, they are just not able to get enough firm control over the cart. And once again, Krusty comes over and grabs Hanbin, almost to indicate, you did good. Now get out. Experts coming back in for game 3. But yeah, we just ended up seeing the Orisa mirror there, but we were only on A and only halfway to the checkpoint for A realistically there. And Widow v Widow was a huge part of the deciding factor here in this game, but a lot of it also just based on where they were able to push into Max and take him out. And Hanbin really pulled his weight this time around in this matchup directly against Max. And Team Falcons will tie us up 1-1. Very bizarre map of Rialto when the push is that low. Scrappy fights like that often will favor the attacking team, and I mean, you have to stick to the cart defensively. And they had a Batiste who was the only one who could really hold the cart at base. So that wasn't going to last very long, especially without the immortality field. So they do end up pushing it through and securing it. I feel like this map tells us very little about what the rest of the series is going to look like, because it's a little tiny microcosm. We didn't even see Rialto. We saw like Rialto 0.5 of A.
I mean, we saw a lot of what we used to see on Rialto, because the full hold was just so damn common. But I think, you mentioned the BAP play, not being able to have the immortality field and whatnot there at the end. He's the only one playing the card. But I think that pick, after that wraparound from behind, getting the Ant Matrix set up, that overstay from shoot, that's something that catastrophically spirals out of control from them. Great heroics, and, again, really weird and bold choice to go for the dupe on the Widowmaker. Hisang makes the best out of that, coming up with 3 kills, but it's that control that they lost earlier on. It feels like that's what ends up costing Crazy Raccoon from potentially finding that fuller hold. But now we are tied up. We'll say the line. We have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! As we're going to go to a quick little break and slow down all of the energy in the action, because the players, they need a break. When we come back, it's going to be the map pick once more for Crazy Raccoon. All right, we are back and things have been tied up. Falcons took us over to Rialto. They got a full hold, and then they... Well, I mean, yeah, it was just... They won the map. Things got crazy. I'm still trying to digest it a little bit with how things concluded on that map. But either way, it is time to go into our third map, where Crazy Raccoon will once again have their pick of the litter.
Yeah, tough to know where they'll take us here in terms of maps that are left. If they want to go to hybrid, Eichenwald has been a new favorite for them, so wouldn't mind seeing that. Obviously, Suravasa, very high win rate from them in terms of having the control whether they want to play on Flashpoint, because New Junk City is definitely the better map for Falcons, so you have this map pick to take that away from them, take the Suravasa, which is the worst map pick for Flashpoint for Falcons. Obviously, there's only 2 maps, right? But yeah, you get the one that's good for you and bad for them. You get to control that. If you lose here, or rather, if you win this one and you don't pick that, then they can use that against you. So that is what they're ultimately going to do here with Suravasa. It's also been a very good map for them in terms of using Genji to great success. And we have seen also Falcons be able to run the Genji themselves here across regular season a few times. And a lot of this, I think, also will come down to some of the first point sojourn and how well they can control those sight lines, get on the high ground. That first neutral fight is really important. You and I are both expecting, that Junbin will be back in. And we will, of course, also see Smurf back in on the side of Team Falcons. So just a map-specific sub for Rialto, which didn't end up mattering at all, obviously, with how that played out. And they did end up mirroring each other, and something that, I think we would have seen more of the broader pool, especially the Sigma, if we had gone to like point C and some of the more open places where you can actually then use the Sigma to more great effect.
Smurf going to be coming back through as well.
Yep.
So it looks like we're going back to... No, we're staying on Orisa. Is going to be the expected play. So we'll see how they fare. I mean, this one, again, this has not been, like you were mentioning, the best Flashpoint map for Falcons, but they did just have a victory over FTG mere hours ago. So, going to be feeling warmed up on it in that case. We'll see how they fare, but I mean, we saw the early damage output onto Bernard when that map began to be able to get the lockdown, the first Flashpoint. It was absolutely brutal, and it's something that Crazy Raccoon is not going to be able to allow to happen in Junbin.
No, I don't think so. I do not. I also think that we've seen a lot of reliance on Fielder's Batiste here for Team Falcons. A little bit tougher to pull that one off when we move into Suravasa. Probably going to be Kiriko Lucio there, which has always been the meta on that map. That variant of the composition. No Cassidy and no extra protection for the Sojourn. As the zoom in here onto Shu. As he fixes his hair, he's getting ready, making sure he's got vision of his monitor. As some shock here on how good Yumin is. I actually don't know all the players' real names. Chorong, it looks like. He's so good, it's a big shock. Not really to us, because we haven't watched him be good for his entire career. But anyways.
With this screen. Seems like we're mere moments from loading up into Suravasa. Let's see. Falcons can do it again. Play against their own win percentages on this map to be able to find a somewhat upset victory within it. Crazy Raccoon will look as clean as they did, I should say, at times on Nepal, because certainly they did have their hiccups. The beginning there with that far coming out, things like that made things a little bit more difficult for them, but overall should be feeling a lot more comfortable. But expecting that Sojourn battle to be ever important here between Lip and Proper. Let's go ahead, jump into Suravasa and see which team is going to be now taking the lead here in this grand final. There's some cheering there with some bass in the back.
Yeah. Trong, get off that, Moira. We all know you're going to play Lucio here. Yep, there it is. Ooh, Proper, though he is playing the Cassidy. Even though they're not going to have the Immortality Field to keep him alive. Looking like their focal point is going to be to actually burst down Junbin. Obviously, he can win the battle against Lip, even with the damage fall off at range, but it's going to be a very tough neutral fight
And let's see how quickly Crazy Raccoon can identify this and just put Lip onto the high ground. He's already up here.
Yep.
And look at that.
Perched like a cat. Ready to pounce. Shots coming his way, slides back down.
Proper does get a dink on him. You can see at that range, not too much damage. But that's enough to push him down, to get them on the point.
Moves him out of there, but Proper himself eating quite a bit. Down to a sliver, and Jinbin will be able to go ahead and confirm the kill. Stalker at the same time, dying to Heesung's hand. Javelin will go a little bit wide, but he spins it, keeps him at bay. Smurf will fall, so opening lockdown to the point there for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Now going to be ticking up and also getting a stagger on a fielder. That's something that we see too much of, but I mean, Crazy Raccoon, they've been absolutely ruthless here today.
Yeah, they certainly have been, and when you have that isolated Kiriko, no one to teleport to, just no way for them to escape, so very easy to get some additional percentage out of that. Chorong only a little bit ahead on that Sound Bear, but again, it's positional advantage here for Crazy Raccoon, and Lip, his long sight lines. See if anyone can put him down, because do see Proper matching now.
Yeah, has been forced to swap over off that cast as Smurf receiving a bit of the same treatment that we saw given over to Benar. As mentioned before, he's getting bullied on the approach here. It's already 80%, so I mean, it's final fight for this opening flashpoint. They need to get themselves going. That's going to be the Kitsune rush out from Fielder now. She's going to be matching on the opposite side. Self-tag low, pulse bomb in, but Soundberry shielding comes through, keeping Smurf alive for the moment as Terra Surge out from Jinbin. Looks to try to soften them up. Lip with a headshot as the overclock comes rolling through. Finds Smurf. Does get taken down though. Great reply headshot in from Fielder, and Proper very quick to build up towards his own ultimate. Jordan going to be taken down now. Trade out on the Lucios as Gio will fall. Heesung able to find that elimination, but Proper in this position just so damn deadly. Sets up the further disruptor shot. Can't get that quite woven in where he wanted to. His Shu tries to TP out the safety, but Proper eventually finds it. Heesung with a kill in onto Stalker. This fight still either teams, but as Junbin gets knocked back, stunned up, taken down. It's looking a hell of a lot better here for the side of Falcons because Smurf is back into the fight. Proper with the overclock pop is able to find Heesung Chorong Den again on a re-arrival. And that's going to be the flip at 99%.
And I'm not entirely sure Proper really needed to pop the overclock there, because without it here, it will be tougher to fight neutral. Not going to get that kill there, but almost able to get one more on the way up.
Kind of saving them there.
Yeah. Now, Falcons here, they have the Terra Surge. They weren't forced to use that in the last fight. Proper does have high ground control now here for the first time. See what Lip is going to do and what angle of approach he wants to take, because they need to eco push the Kitsune Rush.
Terra Surge. Put several players down low, but still not found yet until that spear comes out. Smurf just pins Lip to the wall.
Great decision to come out and meet Team Falcons on the approach there. Smurf, or rather meet Crazy Raccoon, as Smurf comes out. Jinbin will be staggered a little bit here. Looks very likely. Proper going to chase him down. Some mind games here, but will ultimately be killed and actually worsens his stagger. And it looks like Team Falcons are poised to actually take this first flashpoint despite the rough start, as they're getting more.
Yeah, they're looking for it, and Shu is in such a poor spot. Does manage to TP out. In the meantime, back cap threatened. Now contested though. Stalker being Heesung forced back. And that overtime push cannot come in. Heesung going to be taken down. It's Falcons. They pull the rug out from beneath Crazy Raccoon's feet.
Yeah, unfortunately for Heesung, actually touching the point just a bit too early to trigger the overtime there, and not actually able to get it to go through. Crazy Raccoon really had a ton of control there and watched it slip away. Soundberry advantage actually Gio's as he goes low. See if they just want to start that one off right away. Rush first.
Rush for Rush. Chorong looking to catch up. The beat invested here from Falcon. Second beat could come through from Chorong. He actually commits to it. He nearly Ajaxes, but he manages to hit the floor. Pin over there onto the wall. Heesung collecting the kill. Gio going to be taken down as the flashpoint does unlock. Proper with the overclock pop. Able to find Heesung, but not before that pulse bomb goes through and Fielder gets taken out. But disruptor shot from Proper finds two. Lip finally puts him down. Finds Stalker to boot as the cap does come in. It's a wild fight away from the point, but one that Crazy Raccoon do manage to somewhat profit from.
So much of this series has just been Lip versus Proper, and the last man standing ends up cleaning up house, as both of these players end up getting multi-kills in that last fight. Disruptor shot was fantastic from Proper. He's now swapping over to the Cassidy again, is rushing towards the point here, so he will not be outranged. See how long that's going to last, as now the spin is down for Smurf. He's got the Terra Surge.
Oh, Lip. Yep, does have that cleanse coming in, but as they go diving forward, Proper and Fielder both going to be taken down. Jinbin taken out as Smurf is able to find Shu. 2 kills though, but Lip managing to scoop up, I believe, 3 in that fight. The team kill flies Crazy Raccoon maintain control.
Very disjointed fight for Falcons. Smurf deciding to use the Terra Surge for some extra survivability there and trying to hold on to the point. But again, that's going to buy some space for Proper. He might be able to get a little bit closer, but Lip had overclock, and it was a risky call. Now they're down Terra Surge, and they have no tools to open up this point. In the longer fight, they'll get the Kitsune Rush, but that's all. Crazy Raccoon will have it first. Really tough here for Team Falcons to take this to 2-0.
Then opening damage on the approach that was looking solid, but this could not be found. Stalker, pulse bomb nearly online for him. Heesung has it in the back pocket. Is strong, needs a spear. Recall used, dashing forward, there's the stick, but not going to be able to find much. Suzu's at the ready. Kitsune Rush now out from Shu as they look to try to win this one, and Smurf is going to be taken down before Fielder can try to get his ult online. Shu as well, unable to build it up. That means that this flashpoint is just right there for the taking. Crazy Raccoon. They'll get the cleanup, they'll get the cap. They tie it up 1-1 within the map.
And they get the Kitsune Rush out. It's basically an eco push for the Falcons. They're able to build up the last bit of their sound barrier there. So playing for neutral on the next flashpoint. Now, Crazy Raccoon, with the late respawns coming through here for the Falcons, should be able to get here first, and Lip will actually be able to set up Proper, smartly swapping back over to the Sojourn here. And this is going to have to be a big rush play from Fielder to get Smurf onto the point. Chorong so close to sound barrier.
For the rush now. They way forward, trying to aggress up, trying to take some space. It will be that high ground approach here for the side of Falcons. As there's the Kitsune Rush in from Fielder. Shu going to be taken down. Stalker able to get right in on top of that. Kiriko find the kill. Jinbin still just trying to occupy some space and hold control here on the point. Push back, but Lip finding Chio. Chorong traded out. Just going to be Lucio for Lucio as Proper goes sliding across to the opposite side. Just constantly looking for the next target. Smurf able to collect two. Stalker with another in the fight. It's going to be Falcons getting the lockdown once again.
And a pretty efficient lockdown at that, you know, committing the rush, getting in there, getting control, Proper doing the damage here. And it was a neutral fight that looked like it was in favor of Crazy Raccoons because they were there first. The Falcons do win that fight quite swimmingly as now Proper under a lot of pressure.
Decent amount. Terra Surge coming through, but he does have the slide available, and that's going to be sound barrier there from Chio to keep it protected. Chorong matching on the opposite side. Pulse bomb from Heesung. Kill's not going to be found, but Fielder taken low, taken down. Heesung confirming that one as rail shot goes across onto Smurf and takes him down to a sliver. Finisher is there. Proper able to find Heesung. Slip just sliding back, looking to play arms distance here away from his opponent, but his Proper comes sliding forward, closes the gap. Lip says, well, all right, I guess I'll just have to kill you then.
Let's see where Lip wants to stand here because he could actually take a very deep flank angle and try to catch Proper on the run back here with his overclock and just win the fight that way and basically just automatically guarantee this is going to be their point. Or he could just sit back and play safe, which he is going to do here on the approach and help chunk down Smurf on his entry. Does have the overclock, but doesn't want to use it until there's more targets available than just the Orisa. Not going to take any risk, just wants to play it straight up. Shu's rush is going to be here faster than Fielders, but they should be rush, be rush.
It's going to be huge. It's going to be clocky clock right now. Is Proper hounded down. Jinbin just running right in on top of him. Tramples him to death. Now the slide forward as Lip looks for more. They know that if they can just win out the rest of this fight, find some staggers, that is going to be them gaining the lead now on Suravasa. So they continue to chase. Field the last one to fall, it would seem, as the rest of Falcons do manage to make it out towards safety, but 80% on the board for Crazy Raccoon.
Both of these teams know so well that if they can take the fight away from the point as defenders, they're able to use it extremely well. Rush here, ready, but not needed for Shu.
Heesung watching for it.
Yeah, looking for that entry.
That approach from Stalker. Around the right-hand side as Fielder takes quite a bit of damage. 99% now forced out. The TP up. Kitsune Rush going to be thrown in. Shooting out, matching. Pulse bomb out from Heesung. Kill not found. Lip under pressure. Managing to survive though, and the javelin from Jinbin. It's so much peel as Proper will fall. Sound barrier now in from Chio to try to shield up the three remaining players, but they need something to come of this. They managed to pull forward, get in on top of Chorong. Kill found there, but a lot more is necessary, and I don't think it's going to be found. Heesung just tracking him, sniping him out of the sky.
And now the irony is Chorong's going to have sound barrier before Chio can have anywhere near because he died before he had it, wanted to maybe potentially counter with it, but that big win coming through from the DPS line of Crazy Raccoon means that it's not needed. They get to keep it. Smurf swapping over to the Winston here is a risky call. It's going to give him a lot more dive pressure here, but it is not a hero that can break through the sound barrier in this next team fight. So the neutral fight almost certainly, unless we see a crazy flank from Proper or a big pop-off moment, almost certainly going to go Crazy Raccoon's way. They're already on flashpoint match point here. Smurf going to just try to buy some space.
From Jinbin, they're trying to slow things up, maybe cut off the reinforcements, but Stalker there caught, pants down, Lip takes his head off. Slide forward from Proper, trying to get the elimination, but he just slides into his death once more as Jinbin is able to take him down. This opening volley not going to be holding water for the side of Team Falcons. They get swept under the rug once more as Crazy Raccoon will get the first cap.
Now, the Primal is going to be ready. That's going to be enough time buying, likely to build that sound barrier. He built half of it on this push, and the next push he should be able to have it. The problem is that I don't know if the Primal is going to be good enough here into the sound barrier that wasn't needed for Crazy Raccoon with Lip's opening pick there. He's just going to start off with an overclock, and Smurf!
Oh, got the Primal. Wants to hold on to that Primal, though. Now is not the time, but he wants to try to use it, but never mind. Just have it rolling. Leaping around, diving into the back. Nice boop there from Chorong, trying to stop him from getting that stomp damage across, and now the Primal's going to expire, and the sound barrier gets dropped in for Chorong. Quick clock in from Proper, but Smurf dead. Pulse bump from Heesung takes him out. Chorong trying to stay alive as Proper tries to find a target, but now he's overextended. He has to go sliding back. Pulls away, gets the great headshot of the Heesung, actually as a parting gift, but they're still no closer to getting this flip into their favor that they so desperately need. 77% now built up for Crazy Raccoon as Heesung will be able to rejoin quickly. Smurf once again back over onto the Orisa, needing to be taxied up.
Now, it's not hopeless for the Falcons here. They definitely have an opportunity here to buy enough space with this swap over the Orisa. They have the Kitsune Rush. They can get onto the point. They're going to trade those now. Shio will have barrier too.
Rush the beat online. Shio goes ahead, drops that one in, saves Smurf's life rather, as Jinbin pops the Terror Surge and Smurf then goes down. Well, it's going to be expiring. Proper dead as well. 2 kills found. Stalker with a pulse bomb needs this thing to go absolutely crazy, but no one can even touch the point. Crazy Raccoon will now regain the lead for themselves, move up 2-1 with a win on Suravasa.
Jinbin getting lifted up by Moon in those final moments. I love how much energy the coaches have had for these two squads. It feels like we're having a runner pop-off moment every single map. But yeah, that last fight was obviously a little bit disjointed for the Falcons, even though they had great tools and they had the sound barrier. They had to force it in a really awkward spot. The Kitsune Rush means so much more extra damage on the enemy side, so they could break through that sound barrier shielding a lot better. So even without sound barrier, Crazy Raccoon do come up with the W there and win that fight. I think a lot of the reason why Crazy Raccoon were able to build that momentum the way they did was they always had control of the neutral. They kept winning fights where the Falcons would contest late and commit some ultimates to lose, and they would lose the neutral fight because they were down on ults. So by the time their ultimates were ready, it was kind of like final fight territory, and then they weren't able to keep that momentum. They were kind of one step behind in terms of ult economy for a lot of that map. And Lip versus Proper, we saw both sides winning at different points. Obviously, it was a lot about how much space the tanks were able to buy, but that's where the ult economy comes in. The beginning of the map was a lot about, like, okay, line of sight, like, is Proper going to stay with the Cassie? Okay, it's not working. But continuously having to swap like that also means you're kind of behind on overclocks. We saw the Winston swap as well, seemed pretty desperate.
Yeah.
Didn't really work out, and I think those kind of moments really gave Raccoons the extra edge in terms of just being a little bit more comfortable in terms of their ults. And the fact that the winning fights when the sound barrier is on the other side, they don't have their own, is not a big boon here for the Falcons, but it was overall still a pretty close map.
It was, but I think one of the biggest criticisms that I had of Proper in the previous series, which were very few, because again, I thought he deserved player of the match, was some of those really aggressive slide forwards on that Sojourn that we were seeing from him on Colosseo. Just really was feeling it and thought like, okay, I can go win this, and then he just can't. He slides in, there's 5 people in front of you, and he just dies. We kept seeing that happening here on Suravasa as well. Just yeah, and it was basically him just trying to diff Lip, and Lip's just like, you just made yourself such an easy target. You're way easier to snipe out of the sky when you're slowly falling down than you are when you're sliding back and forth, left to right.
I have the high ground, don't try it.
Well,
got his legs cut off a little bit on that one.
Yeah, he absolutely did. So now Crazy Raccoon back into the driver's seat. Falcons back in with their map pick. We've seen Escort, Flashpoint so far. We'll see where they opt to go coming up next because, you know, still have Push, still do have Hybrid to choose from, but this is also best of 7, so there's going to be more stuff. There's going to be more availability. But for now, we're going to go to yet another break, and when we come back, we'll see if Crazy Raccoon can continue onward, get one step away from that championship, from lifting that trophy, or if we will be tied up again. And we are back. Crazy Raccoon pushed a little bit there on Suravasa, but able to come away with the win. Now back in the lead, 2-1. Falcons once again will have their map pick as we have Hybrid and Push still available. After we play out these two game modes, that's when we can start seeing some repeats coming back through in this best of 7. Crazy Raccoon, they don't want to go past these two game modes. They want to close out the next ones.
Yeah, let's see if Colosseo is going to be the map pick here for Falcons. I was kind of expecting that to come through earlier on. We did not end up seeing that, so definitely the one I expect. Otherwise, perhaps just something like Midtown, where they've looked really good throughout the entire year. It's been a good map for Crazy Raccoon as well. If you see the stats, you're like, oh, it's their worst map, and I'm pretty sure they just dropped one game of it. Hollywood.
Okay.
So we saw this earlier today. Did see Hanbin play Orisa here, and we were a little bit unhappy with how the A part went, but obviously the rest of the map, they looked really good. They looked very coordinated. There was some interesting decision-making with the elevator and stuff like that in that series against FTG. But it's a good pick in that it's one that they practiced already for a previous series, so it's fresh on their minds. And yes, they didn't win it, but it was very close. And I think that, you know, you go into this one here, tweak some of those mistakes you had, and perhaps you can tie us up going into the 5th map.
Take a look and see if those same swaps are going to be coming through. And see if, you know, do we have the same thing happening from Crazy Raccoon? Because we saw on Rialto both Max and Hanbin stepping in and both just ending up playing Orisa. Do we do that here on Hollywood once more? We'll find out in a brief little moment. As first, of course, we gotta take a look at some of the fan signs.
Yeah, some interesting ones here. There's a D.Va drawing. Very good. It says, "You're gonna win for me today, right?" The D.Va sign, the Max fan there as well, or the second time is a Max sign.
And there you go.
And okay, so let's see if this is going to be a trend that continues. Yep.
Sure, the lips aren't chapped, as Hanbin is going to be back once again.
So we've gone deeper than just like, oh, okay, it's hero specific for these players, map specific, even if it's still going to be the Orisa. Perhaps they just feel more comfortable with Hanbin on this particular map when he's playing it. Same to be said of Max. We were looking at, of course, the Rialto play where they both played Orisa anyways. Hanbin showed the Ramatra briefly, saw the composition, saw the Orisa, and was like, all right, we're not going to force that. We're not going to make that happen. They went and swapped back. We were discussing potentially Zarya coming through.
Yeah.
That didn't happen either.
I just love that they have the Nogori ramen in their hands here. Nogori meaning raccoon in Korean.
Yeah, even with it blocked out here for sponsorship reasons.
Yeah, oh, I love that Naughty brand.
Yeah, now I feel like Proper made some good calls on this map, but he also made some mistakes, made some risky plays against FTG. We'll see if he can tweak that here, if they play a little bit more passively, because I think they overforced their hand a lot of the time on A and B. It was their C where they looked at their best, especially on the defense. So I think Falcons can bring this back to a 2-2 scoreline here. But man, Lip, he is looking so good right now, and I think Proper just needs to tone down the aggression and stay focused. It's been ride or die for him so far tonight.
Very much has been. Lip, ever present, ever the concern here for Falcons. Can they contain him on Hollywood? They certainly seem to think so. Let's see if they can get it done, though, as we jump into the map. Get ready to begin now. Let's see what they're going to be piecing together for the defense. This is going to be a little bit of a different look, though. Proper coming out with the Ashe, something that we were seeing from him, something that was paramount to their success over on Shambali Monastery versus FTG just earlier today.
Yeah, I think this is... Obviously, he ended up having the much better impact over Flora earlier. And it's very strong on the A defense. You have a lot of choke points you can work around the staircase, the entryway. Bob very strong for point control from the room next to the point. Lip going to go over to the Cassidy here. Will be Tracer Cassidy with that Batiste for extra protection for Lip. And he is breaking through Hanbin's shields very early. The armor.
Oh, 2 headshots right there.
Looking for a wraparound here. They can kind of split
Now, if the Batiste is at the ready, very easy to drop an Immortality Field onto Lip as he wraps around. But not going to commit.
Traveling there on the proper. He's right back up on his feet, though. It's a decent amount of damage. As for now, it's just going to be Crazy Raccoon inching their way forward here onto the point. Max trying to lead the charge. Sung playing on the staircase, trying to harass where possible, but it's very much on Geo. Trying to keep him honest, try to keep him from pursuing forward. Dynamite only going to connect there on a Max. Lip just able to outrange that AoE.
This time Proper not going for the flank. Just sticking with his squad, actually looking to peek, outranging Lip. Oh! Hisong down. Great play from Stalker there. Proper also getting a dink there. Down goes the Tracer, and Proper just going to play around this elevator.
Up over the top with those longer sight lines, knowing that Crazy Raccoon's going to have to wait for that respawn from Hisong. Works his way back over, but Ant Matrixes from both squads now available. Here's to see who's going to be able to utilize them a little bit better. The Ash versus the Cassidy, both absolutely deadly with that amplified damage. Deadeye almost ready to couple with it. Lip now has it online. Gets dropped in. It's a very deep one here. Is Mag Grenade going to be the thing that leads the charge? And Hisong able to find Stalker off screen in the meantime. Now their own Ant Matrix in plays. Bob gets sent down. Quick headshot there. Proper takes down Hisong, finding that opening kill. Shoot eating some damage to Bob, kind of whittling away at the supports off screen. Just around the corner here is push up onto the high ground into the cafe. Lip narrowly avoiding getting hit there by that spear. Manages to find both supports. He's just completely ignoring, disrespecting Hanbin's presence here in front of him. And now Hanbin, he's able to find the supports as well, but Lip takes him down in the end. The dash forward Stalker able to find the Cowboy. But the cart is already opened up. The point has already been capped.
And that was a very close attempt there from the side of Falcons to toss in the Hanbin ultimate there and hope that it buys enough time for Chiyo to return with Rally and extend that fight, end up defending, but they're unsuccessful. So a lot of ults traded here. The advantage of ult still slightly here to the Falcons, but it was a much more confident defense that we saw against FTG, where we did see a lot more contest from Proper. Ultimately, they still lose a Hanbin fighting for high ground. Deadeye's out.
Pulse bomb there. Onto the shield, but it's going to be Lip coming away with a kill as the Deadeye is able to find Fielder. Rally's available on both sides, but an advantage. And the high ground very much being held aggressively, attempted at the tank here by Crazy Raccoon, just continue to plus forward over towards Falcons. Rally now out from Chiyo. Shu tagged up just a bit, but you can see just how quickly Shu is getting this Ant Matrix online already there. Fielder's only at 39%. Granted, yeah, he used his second, but this is still insane. This is just classic Shu.
Yeah, also Shu just pushing the cart and then aiming upwards for a while there on the high ground. Now, as they drop down here, pushing on the Hanbin, who has no peel, only an Immortality Field. It's not going to last.
No, it is not. Hanbin dead. Pulse bomb stick Proper below the smithereens. As that is going to be a team kill coming through, and the cap onto B as well. Crazy Raccoon slowed up a bit on A, but this B is an absolute steamroll.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster for the Falcons as everything falls apart and Hanbin gets pushed on. Really nice rotation there. They had Shu on the low ground pushing the cart, putting that healing in from safety. Then he came up, dropped the Ant Matrix. They burned through Hanbin's health bars. Now trying to fight their way through this entrance, and Falcons not able to get line of sight easily here for Proper to control it. He's got a bob, but not a good angle.
Keeps getting Lip so low, but just can't quite confirm that kill. Healing you through, putting Crazy Raccoon, most of it going right there into the cast. Pinned for a brief moment. Ant Matrix now available, but I mean, Shu's at 78%. He's gonna have another one.
Yeah, he's gonna have another one.
Max backpedaling is able to break line of sight before getting picked off. Dynamite across. So tag up Lip just a bit, but the Bob is already built up, so he's not worried about the ult charge gains. Yeah. Nearly 5 ults ready to go here from the side of Falcons. 4 to match. Just the rallies that are lacking on both sides now.
The Ant Matrix here for the side of Team Falcons fielders is going to have to be big. Shu tossing it first.
Shu, Mortality Field helping to keep him alive. Then Proper has a follow-up headshot to go ahead and take him down. Ant Matrix working a bit better here on the long sight line for the side of Falcons. Raccoon's going to be held up here for now, but still 3 minutes and 10 seconds to play around with. They know that Lip is in a pretty poor position, disconnected from the rest of the team, so Max has to try to come to the rescue. The Bob now going to be going through. Max knocked up into the air, and the Bob there to finish him off, finds Chorong as well. And that is going to be a full reset call for Crazy Raccoon. Stalker dead on the back end, but given the positioning here, they just can't try to play off the back of that.
Now finally, Falcons will have control of the entryway here, the archway. This is going to really play well to this Ash pick here for Proper and Lip.
on this Cassie is going to really find it quite tough to actually contest with Proper, because before he had the control of the choke point, he had Max in there to help peel and to put that extra pressure on. He won't anymore. Is actually they just back off and want to fight for C. Pretty of a bizarre decision here from Falcons, but they're going to give such a free push here to Crazy Raccoon. They're so scared of the Terra Surge. And now Hanbin taking that same corner.
Max pushing forward, threatening it, but as he sees the rally called, decides to back away for a brief little moment. Reroutes. His own rally is coming crashing through. On the spear, just trying to absorb what they possibly can. Yeah, Matrix now out. Lip trying to zone them back, but it's going to be interrupted. Might lob around the backhand side, not finding much, but Proper able to find Shu. They take him down, the Immortality Field having been burnt. Now Max, Terra Surge committed, but kill not going to be found. Answering Terra Surge comes out here from Hanbin. He will be able to find one. Stalker gets Heesung, Chio gets Lip. And once again, Crazy Raccoon going to be sent back over to the spawn room doors with a nice little stagger on the Chorong.
Let's see where Team Falcons want to decide to take their next stand, because they could push all the way up to this entryway, and that's exactly what they do. Proper going to come over here now, at least on his lonesome, and try to find a pick onto the back line as they try to come through. Now going to kite back and take that corner position. Surprisingly, they push up this far here, but didn't at the last moment when they had that extra control. But either way, 90 seconds to go here on this attack. Proper sitting on that Bob. Hanbin sitting this time on the left corner.
Expecting him to swing out and try to go for the health pack, but he decides wisely to play back behind the RV. And Matrix now in play. Spirit spun. Trying to just break this line of sight here, but Pulse Bomb out. He's unable to find Proper. The bomb not in play at the moment. Shio dead. Stick comes in. Shu. He's got the Immortality Field. He's got the self-healing. He keeps himself alive. Fielder now trying to use his own Immortality Field, but Hanbin is not within it, and that's going to be the push coming in. 55 seconds remaining. Crazy Raccoon. They keep themselves in this map, but it was very solid defending there from the side of Falcons, because that time bank when it started was monstrous.
Yeah, and it was just like the FTG series in so many ways. A, much better this time around, but B, very shaky for the Falcons in terms of their defense there. Really not being able to control high, low ground, the elevator that we saw come through. The fast build times for Shu, you mentioned, being a huge boon for Crazy Raccoon in terms of how much damage output they had to burst down Hanbin in a lot of these fights. Obviously here, we're able to make this Bob work, get the archway, but then they didn't stick to it, wanted to actually play around this corner instead, which became their undoing as the Kurt got free push. Now when they move to their own attack, looks like once again we're just going to see the Orisa, at least that's the expectation. I mean, they could show Ramatra, right, go check and do what they did before, but based on how this series has gone and how their last match here went, I don't think they're going to blind it this time around. I want to see a just much better coordinated attack here from Falcons when we get to play around the low ground more. You don't have to contest high ground when you don't have control, but you don't have Amp Matrix. As that was, for me, the biggest nitpick I had for Falcons there on the defense. As 55 seconds is still a respectable time bank for Crazy Raccoon. There's not a lot of room to work with. And I do also appreciate the Sojourn rather than going for Cassidy here for Proper. So you get the info and, hey, wait, we're checking. We're checking with Ramatra.
They've already seen Max out wide. I want to know what else is at play here. Now are well aware of it. Do they stick to it? Looks like so far the answer is going to be yes as they continue to work their way forward.
Very sturdy composition if you can get into that stairwell, but getting there is the challenge.
A bit of a rail shot there as Hanbin making some presence here forward on the point, goes into Nemesis formula. Immortality Field going to be cleaned up and Proper able to find Chorong. Trade out as Fielder will fall, but that's going to be both supports now taken away from Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. This time around, the attack working wonders for them as they stick to the Ramatra. Looks for a little bit more. Final punch will be able to find Heesung as he crumbles to the floor.
So much focus was on to the Ramatra, so much damage being put on when he was in Nemesis form there, but it allowed Proper to get in there and do a majority of the damage. They have so much healing with this Moira. And it looks like they're going to stick with this composition after the cap here with the ult charge they've been building. It is going to be very difficult to win this next fight. Okay, I was going to say, like, really? You guys going to stick with that? Waiting for the spawn doors to open, then they swap. Because that comp is less than useless as we move outside of A.
Here's the curiosity. I mean, shoot, he moves over onto the Ana. They're now going to be Bapless, and you would have suspected he was going over to that Baptiste because he was going over to the Ana because he wants to play against the Ramatra. Now it's into the Orisa, which can just pop that Fortify. As Proper going down to double digits is very lucky to stay alive.
Also, we'll be able to pump tons of healing into Max, of course, and win out the tank battle in that way. A neutral, Lip going to take Fielder out here with this high ground control. without having proper on a longer range hit scan, without vision here, without line of sight, because they had to swap, gonna take a little bit more than this first push. Just have to see a little bit more backline access here potentially for Stalker, who's also scouted out. And Shu's gonna have nano boost here in just a moment. Lip's damage output when he gets boosted here, if it's gonna be him, is insane. Same to be said of Max, of course. He could use it to drop down and get some extra survivability. Position fantastic now for Crazy Raccoon despite the time bank.
Nano is available. Shu just looking to try to poke and prod where possible. Heesung worked low. And just stay alive. It's Lip on the walkway. Just to be careful. Mag grenade sent out to try to keep them contained. As Hanbin falling low, Immortality Field goes out to go ahead and keep him alive. Nano now invested. Max rushing forward. Terra Surge gets the pull in the multiple players, and it's going to be Fielder taking down the Bionic Lobbin from Shu. Finds Chio. Proper will get picked off. Stalker trying to exit, but Heesung with a great chase manages to find the stagger.
That is how you want to take a swap and punish it super hard. Play around your ult advantage as Crazy Raccoon. Set up the pull, the bio grenade is fantastic. Nano really good there, and now Heesung has to recall, or maybe he doesn't.
He's got that pulse, wants to clear this Immortality first, but now needs to backpedal because he's in a really poor spot. But they're not really corner checking him, but it looks like it won't matter. The pull back there from Hanbin, he's able to avoid that pulse bomb stick. 7-2, Lip trying to create some more space here, keep him staved off with that dead eye. For now, it is going to be working. They have to keep themselves tucked within the cafe. Answering one out here from Proper, just going to be a quick cancel. Moves forward, looks to try to create some more space. Damage on the Shu, but at this range, Cassidy not going to be getting too much done. Pulse bomb sent, but stick not found.
Okay, Hanbin, Terra Surge at the ready here, but this card slowly rolling forward as Crazy Raccoon just keep rotating low ground, high ground, low ground, high ground. Every time it's disadvantageous, they do swap things up. Now Max on the high ground, trying to push Proper off with the Javelin. He'll fall down and still trying to hard force this into Max. This is what I'm worried about for the Falcons here on B. They seem to struggle with juggling low ground, high ground. Now they miss the boat.
And they're looking for the pinch though, and it works a treat. The drop down here from Max, he keeps Chio zoned on one side. The swoop comes through from Lip.
Oh, the stagger.
As, yeah, now Hanbin. It's unfortunate. It's okay. At least he's used to it. He normally plays Diva. So
yeah, he's played a lot of it across his career. And man, Max is going to miss the elevator, but he's all right. And look, this is the kind of issue we've seen from Falcons consistently on their defense where they fall apart. Not as much on attack, but it's coming back to bite them this time around. And what was a massive time bank is very, very small now. Hanbin, that Terra Surge is useless if they can't get into position to activate it. Shu just waiting for them on the elevator.
Yeah. Crucially for Falcons, as that's that anti, yep, that's the go button. Immortality Field going to be cleared out. I mean, they pop the Ant Matrix, but it doesn't matter. Max just blows them up. 2 kills found, both supports dead. Now he's backpedaling, gets the wall stun on the Hanbin. And all it takes is Shu just saying, yeah, go at it. A little bit of a back cap attempt here as Heesung does some squats over Stalker's corpse. And that is going to be the team kill with 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining.
Tactical crouch just to get into their heads. And Crazy Raccoon, I mean, that was a beautiful fight, all just set up by Shu. 1 bio grenade is all they needed. Drop down, and again, Hanbin, now he's got ult advantage, but it doesn't matter.
Pulse bomb out from Heesung finds Proper. And because they don't have that Baptiste anymore, there's no way to save him.
They can't even get out of the room, Ilios.
Entering Pulse Bomb in, Stalker will be able to take down Chorong. It looked like maybe Lip was actually going to get caught up in that explosion, but he does not, so fortunate for him.
They just can't even get past the archway. They are getting absolutely obliterated right now. Before it was about juggling high ground, low ground. Now it's just about can't deal with the drop downs as Hanbin's going to try to get up here with the Terra Surge and look for a pick.
Just trying to push them back. Now he's going to be slept and sent back down. Up the elevator he goes. Max, Bionade comes in from Shu, just keeping him sustained as he backpedals now. The rally rolling. Chorong looking to hold them off as the javelins come across. I mean, we're fighting on the high ground here.
Heart is pushing below.
Ever so slightly, but eyes are out here. Shu keeping tabs on it, as is Heesung. Nano now invested, Max rushing forward, anti out on the Lip and Chorong, but no one able to close the gap, no one able to get line of sight, no one able to find the punish. Terra Surge, they're trying to pull him off the high ground perhaps, but doesn't get a damn thing.
Completely
gone, Chio. Anti dead, Lip finds one, anti out on the Shu and Chorong. They need these kills and they cannot find him. Currently, Shu going down strong. Stays alive for a little bit longer, but no, Stalker comes up with the goods. Finds him, Lip dead as Proper gets a better one, but nobody is on the card. No overtime, no nothing, except a Crazy Raccoon victory.
Crazy Raccoon moving up to match point here in this series. And what a dominant performance we saw from them on both Bs. And the high ground and the low ground, the rotations, the speed in which they were able to pull Falcons apart, just like they did yesterday, was breathtaking. Almost the ways in which they were jumping around, diving down, with the Orisa drop-offs into the choke, Shu's bio grenades, nano boost timings, and there's just something about the way Falcons have played that would look so uncomfortable. I think part of it is they're not playing up to their normal power level, but they're also, I think, a little bit flustered by how fast Crazy Raccoon are moving around the map. And low ground, high ground juggles, they were just one step behind every time. And Hanbin's always at the wrong place at the wrong time. Like, oh, I finally made up to high ground. Oh, wait, they dropped down to the low ground. That Terra Surge where he was dropping off really just did not hit the mark. And it leaves you scratching your head a little bit because we already saw them play this map before. The A was tightened up a little bit, but the B was worse than what we saw against FTG. And maybe the map pick was not the right call. Maybe some of those big issues were exposed. And actually, Crazy Raccoon is like, man, they don't know how to play around elevator. Let's just keep going up, down, up, down, up, down, and we'll take them out. And that's exactly what they did.
And now they find themselves in such a poor position because not only is it their last map pick, they're also shoehorned into having to pick a push map. And additionally, even if they do get this win, it is nothing but map pick after map pick available to the side of Crazy Raccoon. The pool will become open once again. They can tackle any weakness that they so choose. Falcons, they absolutely have their work cut out for them. But Max, he comes back in. Things looked rough on Rialto, but that was a much more measured, much more just dominant performance from him on that Orisa. I mean, you could have turned the nameplates off and I would have been like, yeah, it's Jinbin. He's doing a good job.
Yeah, and I mean, the way in which he came in and how well he was able to play around elevators means I think this was really just a map-specific choice where, Max, I want you to practice Hollywood specifically in case they pull it out. He looked good. He looked practiced. He looked ready.
Looked damn good, but Falcons now need to dig deep. They need to try to get themselves back into this one. Match point in Crazy Raccoon's hands. We'll see if they can close out this grand final or if Falcons can hang on when we come back from the break. It all comes down to this now, as we're going right into it. Esperanza going to be the push map here, selected by Falcons.
Wow,
and this has to be the turning point for them.
Did
Crazy
not see that
Raccoon.
coming, you know? I mean, I thought Colosseo for sure, but at the end of the day, there's so much data of your Colosseo, and also Crazy Raccoon are really good at Colosseo too. So it's the crusty move to throw the curveball, right? To try to go for maybe the Ramatra push, right? And that's why they played him on Hollywood, why they wanted to play him last time. We now kind of have the proof in that how that push worked and how successful it was. Very clearly working in scrims. Doesn't end up being enough though, because you got to swap off that to go to B. They swapped, they lost their ults, they lost high ground control. We're never able to take it back. Esperanza here, a very rare pick. I mean, we play almost exclusively Colosseo in Korea, so similar style of play on Esperanza. The differences between Colosseo and Esperanza in terms of how they play out are really just about the first point, the first cap of the bot. The architecture is very different. Now, if you wanted to play something like we've seen Falcons do in the past, we've seen FTG do in the past, where you play like Winston Soldier, we've seen that on Esperanza, but I don't think that's what we're going to see. Maybe a Winston from Smurf, but it's probably just going to be more Orisa-dominated play like we've seen all series long and basically all tournament long. But I am worried because curveballs haven't been enough to throw Crazy Raccoons off at all. And winning on your opponent's map pick in these best of sevens, you mentioned, not only now it's going to be Crazy Raccoon as every map pick, but also they have all map types re-unlocked. This is as hard as it gets. I mean, it's practically harder than a reverse sweep what we have here. At this point in time, Ilios, I mean, I still think Falcons have it in them. They could pull this off, but this isn't the map pick that makes me feel inspired.
Clearly, I think Smurf going to be looking to try to play a little bit more Winston here. As we move over to Esperanza.
And I want to say, like, yeah, I hope so, but on the other side, I'm like, well, choose Ana versus Winston sounds miserable to play into. He was hitting so many sleeps on the Orisa. That's a tough hero to set up a sleep. A Fortify can be quite difficult. Obviously, if you know when the Fortify's cooldown is gone, you can get those sleeps off, but he just made Hanbin look useless.
I mean, we'll have to see what they have out the gate. If Crazy Raccoon's going to be coming through and just put Junbin back over onto the Orisa, could just have that Kiriko starting things off. They have a solid read and suspect that you know, there is going to be that Smurf Winston off the rip, and Shu does come out with Ana, then that's where the pain could really come through. But if he does start on Kiriko, there's that window of opportunity to start getting that solid push coming through. But we'll have to just wait and see what they do have prepared for us. But this is do or die for Falcons. They need to win this map, and they need to win so many times over against the map picks of Crazy Raccoon to try to run this series back. Right now, it just seems like Crazy Raccoon, the audience behind them, feels like they are destined to just be able to take this one.
The audience here in Korea, the Japanese audience online, a lot of English fans as well, really happy to see maybe Crazy Raccoon gets it done in this finals where they were unsuccessful as WAC just a month ago in the OWCS Korea finals. So much on the line here. Being the first seed from Korea, that pride that you carry to Dallas is so massive. We've had so many players play for Dallas in the Overwatch League. You know, that's their home ground on Falcons. So it means so much, I think, for these players to kind of go back to an old home as the first seed, but they're going to have to win 3 in a row to make it happen.
A bit dark in the arena. And Avril. We've got G-Clef, we've got Avril, we've got Ons in the audience. Here to show their support, to vibe out and have some damn fun, which we hope that all of you watching from home on your computers are having right alongside us. And so far, while it is Crazy Raccoon favored, while it has been dominant at their hands, this has been one hell of a fun series so far, and we can only hope that there is more of it to come.
Put your hands together and pray, if you're a Falcons fan, they can keep themselves together mentally here, be resilient, and fight this one back through all of Crazy Raccoon's map choices. To start things off, it has to be the Esperanza curveball to get the win.
One last thing before we get ready to go into this game, of course, something very important to bear in mind is that it is Avril's birthday. And everybody should absolutely wish him a happy birthday in the chat right now. But ladies and gentlemen, you hear that music, you know what time it is. Let's jump into this map, push to see if Falcons can stay in this series or if Crazy Raccoon will be our champions. The crowd jazzed up, the Falcon camp still believing. Crazy Raccoon fans maybe breathing a little bit more easily. They are in their comfort zone, 3-1 the lead as we go into this map.
Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they have so much space to work with in terms of the rest of the series. All the map picks. They're going to go for an all-in push here for the Stomp, Genji, Dash Reset, Swift Strike combo, Mauga Genji dive. With Lip to back it up, some big damage here. Falcons, on the other hand, running without Batiste, so not a lot of stability here. And obviously they are running blind. They don't know the Genji is coming. They know now, and it's going to have to be proper, getting way back in a safe spot here. Here comes that Stomp.
Bring around the Rosie as they go diving into the back line. Suzu going to be used. Jinbin set up there for a brief little moment. He's going to be falling low, but the heals now trying to stream in, and he's able to find the first kill as Gio gets taken down. Dash through. Heesung cleans up proper, and it is just going to be a sweep off the rip as the team kill flies and the bot starts pushing.
This is exactly what Crazy Raccoon do. They're like, oh yeah, I'm up 3-1. It's your map pick. You've got this strategy repaired. You're ready. You're all set up. I'm throwing a curveball into your curveball. I'm actually playing the Genji comp that we beat you with yesterday. We haven't played this entire series until now. And the coordination on the dive is fantastic. Heesung gets that first pick. Jimin's damage output is insane. The Swift Strike resets come through. And that's the first push of the robot for CR.
This is going to be the most important contest here for Falcons to see if they can try to reestablish some control, get this bot out of their hands and get a counter push going. Jinbin with a quick little run, gets himself line of sight break, some healing through. Pressure still gets applied. Fielder doing well to try to keep up here. Chorong way out in front of the moment, up by about 25% as that sound barrier is about to be online. Jinbin going to be taking low, beat dropped in first and foremost, and Smurf already dead. Now the cleanup on the back end, all the easier here for the side of Crazy Raccoon is Lip taking a bit of damage here, and ultimately is nonplussed by it as he just slides backward and cleans up Gio.
He absorbed so much damage in these fights. He was the reason why Chorong had that sound barrier so fast. He was being healed so much, so often. And he did so much damage, and now the snowball is well and truly rolling down the hill. Dragon Blade at the ready. Chio, if his barrier gets pulled out early, it's a free fire.
Hop is through, and there's the Kitsune Rush. Sound barrier might have to be used in the back end of this one, but for now, Falcons, they can just play around the architecture, play back.
They're playing back, but they're giving up so much distance. Ilios 75 meters here. This is one of the fastest pushes we've ever seen on Esperanza.
It's basically been unhindered so far. Let's see what they can do to try to stop this one. The blade is there. Beat to try and deny that damage. Smurf is pushing forward. Terror Surge coming through. He's going to be standing still. Barely gets saved by the sound barrier shield him, and Heesung now dashes in. Finds one. Trade out on the tanks thus far, but Proper sliding away. Gets a point-blank shot on that rail. Go ahead and take him down. Fielder cleaning up two on the back end. And that's going to be the first semblance of control found here for the side of Falcons as to get the team kill.
Now, Crazy Raccoons committed everything. They committed the cage. They committed the blade. They're going to swap off of this composition. We'll go back to something a little bit more stock standard. Jinbin onto the Winston, though. Actually not going to be running the Orisa, so looking for a little bit more dive access of that back line. But at least for Team Falcons, it's a complete ult reset. If they had won that fight, Crazy Raccoon, the map ends, it's over. So they wanted to commit there. They still have a ton of distance. The advantage, almost 70, or just above 70, the advantage, but see what this Winston can get done as Lip still holds this high ground here.
Golden now. Rush available, but that beat there from Chorong, having had the faster and the earlier use of the ultimate. A lot of damage out on a Smurf. Kitsune Rush in response does come through. Sound barrier out from Chorong to try to give them some staying power here as Lip looks for a target with that rail, but he just gets absolutely annihilated. Set up by that spear from Smurf. Proper himself under some fire. Jinbin able to get in there. Finds the zap, finds the stop to be able to clean up the kill. Chio trying to stay alive. His own sound barrier nearly built up. Just pulls back away. Keeps himself alive for the time being. 3% left to go, and he will have this. So Team Falcons, they don't have to pull back too much. Now, Beat's going to be dropped in, catches everyone other than Proper. Stalker on the chase, able to find Chorong. Shu going to be dead at the same time, so now support this R Crazy Raccoon as Sticky's come across, but he's able to recall. He's still not in a very good position as Jinbin gets juggled into the corner, and he's absolutely stuck, dead.
Really good commitment there from Team Falcons, not giving Crazy Raccoon any space to retreat there.
And the sound barrier usage not required, but guarantees them a little bit more distance here. And if Gio plays his cards right, he might be able to match Troing. He's only 30% behind now. And they're going to look for a Terra Surge fight here around this corner. You have to imagine, as for Crazy Raccoon, this Primal, not necessarily going to be high value in terms of an engage, but it can buy you a ton of time. That sound barrier rush here for Troing, he is surging ahead of it as we see so much damage from Proper, but no limbs.
Cart now contested, overclock popped, slide up over the top, Rails looking decent, and that's going to be the dupe just to try to get those iframes out here from Stalker, but it's so quickly broken, dealt with, and now he's dead. Cleaning up one, Chorong finding the other. And it looks like the rest of the players here on the side of Falcons not long for this world will be sent back up to the respawn room here in a moment as Smurf tries to get the kill there onto Lip, but just can't quite put him down.
You can really see Falcons are under so much immense pressure, and it's getting to them a little bit because of all the different ways they could have actually tried to play that fight out, wait for Fielder's rush, push Smurf in. They just decided to go for the aggressive push, and then the duplicate commit to try to survive was never going to turn that fight. So it's just wasted. He swaps now over to the Tracer, and perhaps that's part of the plan, but still so much time is wasted from the bank here. And now Crazy Raccoon with the ult advantage. Okay, Lip gets taken out though.
Huge help there by Fielder. Decent setup on the damage. Definitely opens up space for him, but forward spawns still held here for Crazy Raccoon, so he can rejoin fairly swiftly as Jinbin trying to threaten in from behind. Pulling some of this attention. Goes back up now onto the high ground. Trying to contest and get some damage cross here onto Smurf. Wide jump back forward. There's a Terra Surge in response to the primal range. Jinbin not really too bothered by that. Just kind of shrugs it off and looks for the next angle of approach.
Yeah, all Crazy Raccoon have to do is trade ultimates here and slow down the push. Twice the distance right now that the Falcons have. Barrier comes up.
Yep, as you say, the shielding coming in. Nice Suzu Fielder able to keep him alive. Sound barrier as well committed there from Gio just to ensure proper survival. Damage across though. Smurf sliding in around the corner is hounded down as Troing's able to find the kill. Now Gio headshot midair by Lip. Cleanup looking good, and yet again it is a team kill at the hands of Crazy Raccoon. Will just not allow for Falcons to start gaining distance.
And a lot of that was Crazy Raccoon playing down ultimates, trying to force ultimates out, and Smurf's going to swap over now to match the Winston here, but you're now actually slightly behind in ult economy. That was one of the easier fights, one of the best fights you could have had as Falcons. You still lost that one. You still lost Smurf on the Orisa. He's just not able to keep up with Junbin here. And now as things reset and the cart is in control of Crazy Raccoon, they just delay. And you have 3 minutes left. Chio's down.
I mean, Smurf's trying to pressure the backside. They just cut in through the building. They absolutely intercept the back lines of Team Falcons. Now trading places. Proper does find a punish, though. A much needed one. Junbin will fall. Shu is well cleaned up as Fielder gets the better of him. He's able to false bomb, able to find the enemy Sojourn there in the end as Lip pops the overclock. He's only able to find one before getting taken out. He's just so damn low. His Stalker is doing absolutely everything here to try to keep them in this, but Heesung doing much the same. Chio dead. Still 2 members gone here for the side of Falcons.
Bot running back here, but a bit of a delay, a bit of a deny. Heesung gonna come over here, and he's just saying, you can't have this robot. You want to trade with me? That's fine. Lip, does he win the team fight? No, but he's able to get a reset here. His team comes back over, and Falcons just are not going to get distance.
Because of the forward spawns, Falcons, they had to wait for everybody. They couldn't just try to get the push going, couldn't try to move the bot even back towards a neutral position. Crazy Raccoon just playing this one so methodically at the moment. 2 minutes remaining, and they still have a 47-meter lead. Falcons, they need distance, and they need it ASAP. Do not want to be in a position where they have to try to make something happen in overtime.
Sound barrier here faster for Chorong. If he's able to identify this, it's a free team fight win. He's playing it slow, playing around Lip's high ground control, not rushing into any disastrous fights.
Rush up from Fielder. Shu not able to magic quite off the rip.
Okay,
so goes with the sound barrier first, and Heesung gets the dip onto Stalker. Takes him down. Smurf trying to find the juggle, trying to just knock Lip into a corner, but just can't make it happen. The Sojourn is far too elusive, and Junbin is intercepting him, stopping him from jumping back over towards that bot. Heesung, however, will fall, but now Smurf far too far forward. It's taken down before the sound barrier shielding can come through from Chio. But Pete not finding much, and now that much more pressure on Proper with this overclock to try to find some value. The headshot is good. Gets one, gets another as Shu will fall. Gets himself Chorong. And Proper manages to bail him out of that.
Proper is not going to go quietly into that good night. He is going to fight tooth and nail, even with the barrier missing, even with Smurf overextending, not able to get healing, not able to get the barrier. He goes down, but Proper, he is trying to put this team on his back and carry them to another team fight here, 50 meters behind nearly. Team Falcons reset their ults. Lip coming over here as they push back Smurf.
top to start pushing here for Falcons.
Overclock
in from Lip. Slide up, the melee hit. Smurf gonna be taken down. Slide around the back, he's looking for Stalker. He's gotta play elusive, he's gotta play safe. With fancy footwork, he does manage to keep himself alive. Slide down, what is this? So aggressive from Lip, just dive bombing him. Alongside Heesung and Junbin, they're able to find the kill.
And Falcons are just so split. There's no punish. It's only Proper who could have answered back on Lip's aggression there. He took Smurf out with a punch to the nose and then chases down the enemy DPS. He's uncontested, he's untouched. Sound barrier ready for throwing here. Again, faster than Shio. 10 seconds to go. We might be crowning our first OWCS champions, Ilios.
It certainly looks like it. This would be a miraculous, a god tier turnaround from Falcons. Bot contested the overtime, forced out Smurf again down low. Primal now rolling here from Jinbin. Stalker dead. Lip gonna be traded out. Smurf able to find one, but he gives his life for that. A shoe will be able to get Fielder. Proper gone. Shio, the last man standing, and they deny him the touch. They have done it, and in dominant fashion at that. Tickets already punched, but now the #1 seed. They will be the ones lifting the trophy. They will be the ones looked up to by all others at Dallas. Crazy Raccoon. They dominate, and they get a 4-1 victory over the Falcons.
OWCS champions here for Asia. Crazy Raccoon, the second time is the charm. Unable to stop Falcons in the first finals. They played against them earlier this year in OWCS Korea, but the second time of asking, they're able to win it 4-1. Falcons weren't even able to get the same amount of games that Crazy Raccoon took the last time around. A dominant victory. And as they gather around here to lift the trophy, fans everywhere are super hyped. The Whack Boys wearing a new jersey. Crazy Raccoons will lift the trophy as our first OWCS Asia champions.
Shu caught off guard by the confetti perhaps, but he will get his hands on that trophy. As will Coach Moon. He can once again look across the stage and give a smile and a nod at Krusty and say, sorry old friend, I got you again.
You know, the story of Whack, of another one of these pseudo super teams that got picked up by a foreign organization, went from a bunch of guys trying to survive the end of Overwatch League, not knowing what their future would hold, not knowing what the future of Overwatch was, made this team, qualified for this tournament, shocked the world when they upset Falcons regular season of OWCS Korea, and continued to grow, continued to improve, all culminating in winning this best of 7 and lifting a trophy. Player of the match?
Well, we'll take a look and see who it's going to be. This could have gone, I think, a multitude of different ways, but earlier on in the series, especially Shu had a hell of a performance.
Yeah, I mean, he really did. I think easy arguments to be made for Lip. He had a fantastic series. Junbin as well. Oh, absolutely crazy game.
Genuinely, if I had enough time to pivot my vote, and I thought that the vote would actually have some form of impact, because I would have been heavily outvoted, I actually might have gone for Jinbin, because that counter juggle on Smurf sent me to the moon. It was something that I could have never expected to have seen. Youngblood versus the veteran. And just, I mean, it's Smurf on Winston.
Yeah.
And you're out primaling him. That was gorgeous to see from Jinbin, but all the same, you could have made a strong argument for just about everybody.
I mean, also just Junbin gapping Smurf, I think, in so many ways, like the role opponent matchup. I mean, you mentioned the specific moments there too, but just the fact that he was able to, especially on that last map, have such a larger impact. But Lip, on the other hand, also, you know, coming up big against Proper, who was a big reason why the Falcons are even in the finals in the first place. Let's talk about Shu, though, because
this one was crazy.
I mean, this is one of his big pop-off moments. Obviously, his high ground, low ground control, the juggles, his pushes on the carts, his healings from the low ground, setting up moments like this. Bio grenades, amazing for this guy when Max set him up on Hollywood. And he was just super consistent. Great sleeps on the Hanbin on this map. And just in general, I mean, a lot of this tournament, OWCS Asia, for the Korean teams was about what the better flex support was. You know, we talked about Fielder a lot, but not tonight was not his night. Yesterday was not his night. And Shu felt like he was listening to the people were saying, no, Fielder's the best. He said, let me prove you wrong.
I mean, Shu just a man of his word. We heard from him ahead of the game, and he says, oh, you're going to try to treat this like it's just a normal match, not a grand final, not this huge thing for a trophy, for prize pool, for glory, for putting yourself out there as the #1 team in the world. well then we're going to take this really seriously. We're just going to look to crush you. Couldn't make the 4-0 like he kind of predicted happen, but 4-1, not too shabby at all.
Very impressive win here from Crazy Raccoon. And we have so many orgs suddenly getting big interest in OWCS Korea, especially, as obviously it's the most dominant region in Asia. The Falcons pick up Hamster. You have Crazy Raccoon pick up WAC. There's a lot of rumors that a lot of our other teams that are not yet sponsored, maybe getting some interest as well. There's a lot of whispering around that, and I think we could be looking at. I think we could be looking at a world where it's no longer just ragtag groups of Korean players with their own fan-made jerseys, and we're looking at a world where maybe we have 4 or 5 big orgs interested in our region. We already got Runaway to come back. We resurrected Runaway with OWCS. They didn't even make the playoffs, but we got that huge org in here as well, Ilios.
Yeah.
I'm calling you Lunatic High.
Would be a blast from the past, one that would be incredibly welcome, of course. But what a day it has been. The 5-mapper Falcons fighting tooth and nail to be able to best FTG down to the wire there on Shambali Monastery into this grand final. Crazy Raccoon just look so damn good.
Very, very big growth. We saw growth from FTG in this tournament. We saw growth from DAF this tournament. And I think the next season, post-major, I'm talking about going back to Asia, Japan, Pacific, Korea, is going to be even more competitive than what we saw this season. Because everybody kind of learned how to play with each other. And obviously, OWCS Major, the Dallas Major, we have both these teams clinching it. Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons will both be going to the Major, where you and I expect we'll be seeing them in another Grand Finals.
Very well could just be the preview to that one here, but one where, if it is the case, and I mean, even in just their regular games, we hope to see Falcons be able to bounce back from this grand final and continue to put up strong performances and represent not just Korea, but of course all of Asia, and do us proud over in Dallas. So definitely looking forward to seeing those games in like a month's time, something like that. So not too far away is that major event. We can once again establish dominance globally.
That is the goal ultimately. But we've seen the growth of DAF, right? They were able to put Feral down, put the screws into FTG. Maybe one of the European North American teams could also look to, make that same kind of growth happen. I'd love to see the Major be really competitive and see these Korean teams challenged.
Yeah.
But I think for Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons, Krusty, and for Moon, you're going, well, I can't wait for the rest of the world to see just how damn good we are. I want them to not to just watch the VODs and see these teams and their dives and their coordinated plays, but actually feel the power of these two incredibly strong teams. I am really looking forward to it.
Well, it is now time to go ahead and celebrate with our champions. And we'll head over to the stage where it looks like the Marine is standing by. And Quest should be on standby for translations.
네, 이제 최종 OWCS 아시아 그랜드 파이널이 종료가 됐고요. 이제 남은 시간은 시상식만이 남아 있습니다. 4일간의 치열한 경기 끝에 OWCS 아시아가 이렇게 마무리가 되었는데요. 시간이 이렇게 빨라도 되나 싶을 정도로 멋진 경기를 보다 보니까 벌써 어느덧 최종 시상식까지.
So obviously the Marine is just saying this is the end of OWCS Asia.
모든 오늘 경기에서 경기 승패를 떠나서 최선의 경기를 보여주신 모든
And everyone played their very best. Isn't that right, fans? The fans said yes. No one fan said they shouldn't have played Hanbin. I'm like, shh, now's not the time. So we're gonna do our award ceremony. Bringing in the representative from Blizzard. I actually didn't hear who he said he was, but hopefully there's a lower third because I want to honor him. He's coming out.
우승자의 그런 기쁨을 만끽하기 위해서 준비하고 있습니다. 자, 다시 한번 인사 부탁드리고요. 네, 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
Robert Lee, Managing Director of Blizzard Entertainment Korea. I've met the guy, he's really nice.
We stand Robert Lee.
We stand Robert Lee.
좀 어려워졌었습니다. 자, 그래서 오늘 정말 칼을 가요군 것이 느껴지는 크레이지 라쿤 팀의 경기를 보면서 와 이렇게까지 강해질 수 있을 것인가? 그것도 몇 주 되지 않은 시간이었었는데 본인들의 단점을 완벽하게 강점으로 바꿔오면서 황골 탈퇴한 모습을 보여준 팀입니다. 자, 그럼 OWCS 아시아 우승팀 발표하겠습니다. 우승팀은
announcing the OWCS champions of Korea, Crazy Raccoon, who showed so much growth over just a short period.
자, 오늘의 경기 우승컵을 가져오기 위해서
And the bounce back
5명 모두 아니 6명
after losing
모두가 AS였습니다.
to Falcons, being able to defeat them twice in a row in very dominant fashion. One map lost within the last 2 days to that squad. It's just incredible to see from this team.
And not just 5 members in a sub, but Max earning his win as well to stand on the stage as a champion. Not by proxy, but by also helping them earn it. You guys ready? They said yes. Crazy Raccoon, OWCS Asia champions.
We'll get ready to hear from the players as well. I'm sure that Marine has quite a few questions to pose to them, as the trophy will be passed over here to Coach Moon. So just get out there in the center, you know? Stand in the middle. Gotta get the photo op, get him the big, it's not really a check, but you know.
It's a champion placard.
Champion placard. That'll go up in the wall in the office.
Little photo time. Flowers coming out. One more round of applause.
자, 이렇게 해서 우승 시상까지 마무리해봤습니다. 시상을 해주신 블리자드 코리아 엔터테인먼트 사장님, 로버트리님께도 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thanks, Robert Lee.
네, 정말 우승한 팀의 얼굴들을 보고 있으면
It's just about time to start picking the brains of these players and seeing how they feel.
드는 것 같습니다. 자, 그럼 우승팀의 특권이
It looks like yes, we are ready. So the interview is about to begin. We will now pass this over to Quest to guide us through the interview process.
Thank you very much, Ilios. We are, of course, now going to hear from our OWCS Asia champions. And of course, we have Pavan first, the coach for Crazy Raccoon. So, can you tell us how you feel about the victory?
이제 크레이지 라쿤 소속으로 이제 첫 우승을 하게 돼서 매우
This is our first championship victory as Crazy Raccoon, so we're very happy.
너무 많이 아쉬웠는데
And of course, we were really bummed out during the OWCS Korea Grand Finals, so we're very happy that we took today's victory.
OWCS 코리아에서는 우승을 못했었잖아요. 그래서 이제 뭔가 갈고 닦은 것이 확실하게 좀 느껴졌었는데.
It felt like the team worked on a lot to improve ever since the loss in the Grand Finals for OWCS Korea. So can you tell us about the team's game plan?
잘 이겨내는 모습도 보여줘서 너무
we're really happy that we were able to show our improvement to the fans. And Marine, of course, thanks the Pavan, Coach Pavan.
와, 참 콩코치님도 참 오랫동안 이렇게 높은 자리에서 크레이지 라쿤의 우승을 기여했습니다. 소감이 궁금합니다.
Of course, we have the second coach on stage.
한 경기를 따인 게 좀 아쉽긴 하네요.
아, 그래요? 이렇게 잘했는데도
we're very happy, of course, but we're kind of bummed out that we lost map 3 to Team Falcons.
우리 선수분들 칭찬해주고 싶은 장면이 있었다면 어떤 부분이 있을까요?
What was the moment where you wanted to compliment the players?
스게임처럼 한 게 좋은 것 같아요.
I don't have a particular moment, but I'm very proud of them for playing like they did in scrims.
정말 대단한 경기였던 것 같습니다. 우승 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your victory again.
자, 그래서 감독님, 와, 또 해버렸습니다.
The head coach Moon.
어떻습니까? 이 우승의 맛은 어떤 건가요?
How do you feel about the victory today?
그래도 솔직히 아까 엄청 좋아 보이시던데요?
다크서클 보이시죠?
예.
잠을 못 잤어요.
Do you see the dark circles under my eyes? I didn't sleep.
네, 그렇죠. 지난 OWCS 코리아에서는 팔콘에게 좀 아쉽게 지면서 결국 우승컵을 좀
After losing to Falcons in the finals of OWCS Korea, you overcame the obstacles and won OWCS Asia. When did you think that, okay, we have this series in the bag? And Moon says, ever since Nepal.
모두가 다 잘했죠. 다 똑같이 잘했는데 가장 기억에 남고 좀 칭찬해주고 싶은 선수.
If you have one particular player that you want to praise, who would it be?
아까 마음 먹었던 게
올라오면서 이재원 하면서 소리치면서 막 소리 질러라 그러거든요.
예.
근데 안 되더라고요.
I actually wanted to cheer loudly for Shu, but
다시 한번 좀 우승
it didn't
축하드리고 그리고
I couldn't actually do it.
응원해 주시는
So
분들 많을 텐데
my vote goes to
다른
Shu.
분들에게 대표로서 또 한 말씀 또 부탁드리겠습니다.
So can you please say a few words
달라스 가서 경기를 하게 됐는데
as the leader of Crazy
이번에도 기대해
Raccoon?
주시면 너무 감사할 것 같습니다.
네, 알겠습니다.
We're now
지금까지
heading to
홍별철
OWCS Major in
감독님이었습니다.
Dallas,
다시 한번
so
축하드립니다.
please continue to support our journey in Dallas as
하나의
well.
그냥 와 그냥 안 한 줄 알았어. 야, 그 마지막 거기 2층 올라가 있는데 뭐 떨어지질 않아요. 오늘 경기 좀 우승 소감이 궁금합니다.
Of course, now we have Shu. Can you tell us about the victory?
저는 다른 팀원들 모르겠는데 저는 자다 깨나
I don't
화장실 갈
know
때나 담배 필
about.
때나 뭐 술 마실 때나 밥 먹을 때나 항상 눈에서 팔콘밖에 없었어요.
어떻게든
I don't know
네,
about the
무조건
others,
이긴다.
but
지난 결승 지금 어떤
every single moment that I was awake,
그냥
whether I was
이제
drinking, eating, smoking, whatever,
선수도 되게 잘하는
my mind was
분들이니까
always
항상
on the Team
결승전이나
Falcons.
어디 높은 곳 갈 때 만나는데
And of
제가
course,
다
we
이기고
always
싶은
see
거죠.
them
이제 제가
at the highest stages of competition.
져가지고 좀
But
많이 힘들었었어요.
of
네,
course,
좋습니다.
I was. It was hard when we lost, but now that we won,
어떻게
I'm
보면
thrilled.
그러한 승부욕이 오늘 승리에 크게 좀 견인을 한 거네요.
네, 맞아요. 진짜
Was it
진짜 무조건
the
이기고
fierce
맞습니다. 어떻게 보면
competitiveness what drove you
오늘
to
결승을
victory?
졌잖아요. 그러면 3승 2패인데
And Shu says,
2패가
I
결승
agree.
패배예요. 이런 오늘 잠 잡니까?
절대 못 자죠.
그렇죠.
Of course.
그리고 그럼 오늘
The two
경기
losses
중에
that
본인 경기
Crazy Raccoon
플레이 중에
has,
가장 잘한 장면이 어떤
once
거예요?
was in the grand finals
아무래도
before.
할리우드 때
So
아나
do you think you'll be able to sleep?
잘한 것 같아요.
그렇습니다. 아나를
And he
들었던
says no.
판단이 좀 의도가 됐던 건가요?
And in terms of a pocket pick that came out, that came clutch, I think it was. Shu says Anna on Hollywood.
상대가 조합을 바꿔 와도 이제 그 맵이 이포관에서 아나가 되게 좋기 때문에.
Because whether it would be countering the enemy team comp or playing around the terrain of Hollywood, I think that Anna was the best
옛날에
fit.
류지용 말고는 비빌레가 없을 것 같은데.
Oh, he's also exerting some confidence that I don't think there is anyone that can actually touch him.
그리고 온라인으로 시청하시는 분들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please say a few words to your fans as well.
뻔한 말씀이지만 응원해줘서 정말 감사하고.
And of course,
이제 이런
this all may
결승전
sound
이기기 위해서
obvious.
게임을 하고
Thank you for supporting
많은
us.
응원 계속
And
드리겠습니다.
the reason
네,
I
감사합니다.
became a
자,
programmer
지금
is to win champions
자,
like
이어서
these.
수롱
So
선수 만나보겠습니다.
thank you so much for your
우승 소감
support.
궁금합니다.
솔직히 오늘 팔콘서에서
And as for 초롱,
잘했는데 저희 선수들이랑 솔직히 비슷했거든요.
I think Team Falcons played well.
와.
And I think
지금 옆에 코칭 스태프분들이 엄지척을 해줬습니다.
I think it was a support
한주
difference.
사회생활 멘트 아니잖아요. 그거
절대 아니죠.
진심이잖아요.
And also our team just played better.
코칭이 우승에 좀 기여했나요? 어떤 전략?
솔직히 상대 팀이
And I think our coaches.
전략 같은 게 상당히 다 보이기 때문에
I think there was also different coaches in our coaching staff as well, because they came in clutch when we were setting up our game plans.
그 전략을 계속해서 많은 것들을 준비하는 게 좀 부담스럽지는 않던가요?
Did you ever feel pressure to set up many game plans?
모든 캐릭터가 다 가능하기 때문에 저희가
And because our players are all flexible and can adapt to any situation, I think that we were able to adapt every scenario that Team Falcons threw at us.
저희 우승 잘하니까 댈러스 가서도
And
우승할게요.
as for a word to our fans, we're good at winning, so we'll also win Dallas as well. So thank you very much.
맥스 선수 만나보겠습니다. 우승 소감.
Now we have Max.
맛있네요.
맛있죠.
How do you feel about the victory? And he says, tasty, delicious.
최종 우승하고 나서 이 자리에 섰습니다. 지난번 결승에서는 아쉬웠었잖아요. 어때 오늘 기분이 어제 경기도 이겨서 그런지 몰라도
So,
우승을 좀
of
예감하고
course,
오셨습니까?
you lost in the grand finals of Korea, but you won today.
오늘
So,
경기 뛰고 이기니까 더 좋은 것 같아요.
그렇습니다.
and he says,
오늘
while I
경기
didn't get to play
출전할
yesterday,
때 많이 좀
I did get to
부담스럽거나
play
그러진 않았었어요?
today, and it feels good to have played the series that we won, especially with the one that being finals.
이겼어가지고.
그래요.
네. 그래서 뭐 쉬웠어요.
And in terms of his own performance, he said it was easy because scrims have been going for him. Scrims have been going well for him.
상상이 좀 될 정도인데 우리 또 많은 팬 여러분들에게도 멋진 또 소감 한 말씀
Can you say a few words to your fans?
저희 이제 왁은 끝났고 이제 크레이지 라쿤 계속 우승할 겁니다.
WAC is over. Crazy Raccoon will keep winning. Thank you very much.
아주 강단 있는 그런 인터뷰 저희가 들어봤습니다. 이어서 준빈 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Next we have 준빈.
부탁드리겠습니다.
How do you feel about the victory?
일단 오늘 우승을 무조건 한다는 목적으로 왔기 때문에
My sole goal was to win the championship today.
오히려 인터뷰를
So-
조금 더 어색해하는 것 같은데요.
it was natural that we won. And he thinks that this interview is actually more awkward than winning the finals.
어때요 이런 큰 대회에서 우승하는 말?
How does it feel to win such a big tournament like this one?
큰 대회긴 하지만 앞으로 남은 대회도 이제 더 크기 때문에
This is a huge tournament, but there are bigger tournaments that lie ahead, so we have to play well to win those as well.
저희들이 좀 놓치고 갈 수도 있는 거잖아요. 본인 플레이 중에 가장 잘했던 장면?
Do you have, if you had to pick a moment where you played very well?
맵은 다 잘한 것 같아요.
오, 좋습니다. 뭐 어제도 그렇고 오늘도 그렇고
If you had to choose, which one would it be?
마음가짐이 달라졌네. 이런 결승 무대 떨리지
Sorry,
않아요?
I missed the part where he says which maps, but in some of the maps he said that he
팬
played well.
여러분들에게도 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
이번 주차 목요일부터 이제
a word to your fans.
해가지고 직관 직접 오신 분들이나 집에서 응원해 주신 분들
Whether you came to the venue after buying tickets or cheering for us online, thank you very much for supporting us.
지금까지 자, 자리 한번 바꿔주신 준비 선수였었습니다. 그리고 컨텐더즈부터 봤었죠.
We've seen him since contenders.
나이가 어려서
Now we have Hee-sung.
이것까지 되는데 좀 시간이 오래 걸렸던 선수인데요.
He's a champion in the OWCS Asia. So how do you feel about the victory?
좋네요.
그래요? 좋습니다.
He
어느
is
정도로
very
좋아요?
happy. So how happy?
라면 한 5개 먹을 정도?
그 정도.
He feels that he can
5개는 못 먹을 것 같은
eat
몸인데.
5 packs of instant noodles.
하나까지는 같네요.
And it looks like you can't.
오늘 그러면 정말 이 기분 담아서
Marine says you look like you can't eat more than one, and Hee-sung says he can eat at least one.
오늘 어떤 메뉴 우리 코칭 스태프분들에게 요구하고 싶습니까?
그냥 든든하게 고기 먹어야죠.
What would you like to ask the coaching staff for you to do after this championship victory? And Hee-sung says, good meat, as in Korean barbecue.
그러면 어때요? 본인 스스로 볼 때 최근에 확실히 좀 폼이 많이 올라가고 있는 것 같아요.
Do you feel that your level of gameplay is consistently improving? And Hee-sung says yes.
일단 그냥
And
저번에
so how do you rate your own gameplay?
너무 아쉬워서 이번에는 방심하지 말고 잘하자.
I told myself that to not make any mistakes, not be complacent, and I think that mindset helped me improve.
앞으로도 계속 우승할 테니까.
And as for a word to your fans, he says,
응원 많이 해주세요.
please continue to support us. We'll keep winning. Thank you very much for your support.
네, 우리 크레이지 라쿠 선수들의 공통적인 점은 앞으로 우리가 우승하겠다 이런 얘기가 자신감이 좀 깔려 있는 것 같습니다. 야, 팀에도 어떻게 보면 좀 대장 같은 느낌이 나는 것 같습니다. 립 선수 우승
Of course, now we have Lip.
일단
How do you feel about the victory?
20년도부터 이제 매년 우승을 놓친 적이 한 번도 없어서.
I've never lost a championship since 2020, so it felt like it was very natural to me that I won every year. And of course, I'm very happy, but I'm not like too thrilled, if that's the right word to put it.
높게 볼 수밖에 없는 그런 상황인데 그래도 지난 OWCS 코리아에서의 패배 2가 오히려 크레이지 라쿠를 좀
Do you think that the loss in the grand finals of the WCS Korea fueled
이제 이렇게 보여주는 겁니까?
the practice and your journey all the way to here?
원래 저의 예상은 이번 경기처럼 좀 쉽게
I initially predicted that we would easily win the OWCS Korea grand finals.
그래서 좀 그때는 많이 아쉬웠던 것 같아요. 근데
But we
실력적으로는
lost, of
그때랑
course,
지금은 다른
so I was a
원래
lot disappointed.
그때에서
But I didn't have doubt in my own abilities.
그리고 소전하면 립, 막 저기도 지금
course,
보세요. 믿고 보는 립 막 써 있고요. 막
very well known for Sojourn.
보면은 저기도 있네요. 막 게임 진짜 잘한다. 뭐 he is 립.
And there's a lot of fan signs that cheer him on and praise him for his performance. How do you feel about these cheer signs? I don't have good eyesight. Of course, I can't see those signs during the maps. But now that I'm closer, I'm grateful for them.
우승 자신 있어 이렇게 얘기했는데 앞으로 좀 그럴 가능성이 확실하게 좀 높다고 보시면
Are you also confident in securing more victories in the future?
아 진짜요?
And Lip
여러분들
says,
저 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
I am confident that I will never
제일
lose.
자신이 그 정도의 또 실력을 가지고 있는 선수다 보니까 확실하게 믿음이 가는 것 같습니다. 자 그럼 우리 마지막으로 소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다. 소감 한 말씀 우리 팬 여러분들에게 부탁드리겠습니다.
Can you say a few words to your fans as well?
응원해주신 팬분들 모두 감사드리고 이제
Thank you so much for cheering us on, supporting us.
여러분들께 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히
And we will
노력해서
make sure to work harder to make sure that we can perform for you all. Thank you very much.
네, 이렇게 해서 최종 모든
And that
시상까지
was the
마무리하고요.
full
마지막 트로피
Crazy Raccoon
세리머니만을
interview
남겨놓고 있습니다.
after their championship victory over Team Falcon. And to close us off for the day, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Wolf.
길어집니다. 예, 약 한 달 이상의 한 달 정도의 쉬는 기간이 있다 보니까.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much, Quest. A lot to go through there, but great to hear from the players, and you know, showing that, or you know, at least stating that they had an immense amount of confidence coming into this series, expecting that they were going to be able to win.
I predicted 4-1 Raccoons. We got 4-1 Raccoons. I felt like, you know, there were definitely some moments for the Falcons there, and you know, they put up a decent fight, right? It wasn't the most one-sided Overwatch finals you and I have ever cast, but they were just by far the better team today, and in several individual, you know, positions. But up next, and it's going to be, you know, there's a little bit of time before it actually happens, but the next Overwatch you'll be seeing with these players will, of course, be that major DreamHack Dallas. So they'll be competing there, and I think if you're NA, if you're EU, you know, it's a tall hill to climb. Best of luck to you guys.
It is, but if you're in NA or if you're anywhere in the world and you want to go watch those games, do it. Show support for Crazy Raccoon and for Team Falcons. Challenge the Korean fans here and show off your art skills and your creativity with your memes in the audience. No, it's going to be a hell of a tournament, I think, and I'm really excited to see how that clash does go, because it's not like OWL in the past. It's not like days before that. I think we're in a much different place. I think that we're seeing very much just different meta expression across the world as well. But that does it from us. It has been an absolute blast going through all of the regions all the way up until this event. You and I, we haven't done a LAN for Overwatch in Korea for a championship, I should say, since like 2019 Gauntlet, I believe.
Yeah, that was the last time, like 5 years ago.
It has been a damn long while, so absolute pleasure to be back alongside you, my friend. And everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. It is always an absolute pleasure to bring you guys this action. We will see you, of course, once the action does resume after Dallas, once we get into the second stage of everything. But until then, be good to each other, be kind to yourselves, hug your parents, kiss your dogs, whatever you got to do. Just live a good life, and we'll see you guys then.